Chapter 1451. Zi Chen was pointing at the heart of the mountain giant. There was a round hole wrapped in energy that seemed to lead directly to the heart. The vital point of the mountain giant is its heart. Why is there a round hole there? Was it forcefully shattered by someone? Seeing the round hole wrapped in energy, everyone was puzzled. It doesn't look like it was shattered. It looks more like a passage, or a passage that leads to another space. Hammer looked ahead and said in a deep voice. What? Everyone's expression changed. Let's go and have a look. Mansha couldn't wait and took the lead to fly forward. So far, no human had successfully entered the round hole. The strength of these people was comparable to higher life forms. However, those higher life forms had already gone deep into the hole, and those powerful human forces were not among them. Obviously, these cultivators were like Zi Chen and the others. They belonged to the last stage of the third stage. They seemed to be the weakest among all the teams. I don't know who triggered the restriction and attracted such a big guy, but that person disappeared. Otherwise, it wouldn't be our turn. That's right. There were many ruins along the way, but we didn't meet anyone who set foot in them. Those people must have left in a hurry, so others took advantage of them. As they moved forward, Zi Chen and the others could also hear the unrestrained discussions. Boom! The void shook, and a large amount of light swept across like a falling mountain. A cultivator was hit by the light and his body exploded. Dong! The mountain giant punched out, causing the sky to tremble and space to distort violently. A human cultivator who was trying to dodge was shocked to find that he couldn't move his body at all. Then, the fist light arrived and smashed him into pieces. This mountain giant was very powerful. So far, no one had broken through its defense and entered the passage. The arrival of Zi Chen and the others attracted the attention of many people. After seeing Lang Wei and Wu Shuang in the team, their expressions changed. Obviously, they recognized these two people as higher life forms. Let me try. Lang Wei's fighting spirit was strong. He stomped his foot, and the ground shook. He rushed toward the mountain giant like a cannonball. The mountain giant's eyes were cold and emotionless. The moment Lang Wei appeared, it locked onto him. As the power of the wolf appeared, it raised its hand and shot out a ray of light. The light was very gorgeous. It was like a rainbow falling from the sky. However, it was filled with danger. As the colorful light fell, the space began to distort. Waves of spatial power formed an oppressive force that slowed down Lang Wei's charge until the colorful light landed on him. Seeing these two higher life forms, the others in the surroundings no longer attacked, choosing to watch from the sidelines, similarly waiting for an opportunity. Looking at Lang Wei, who was about to be hit by the colorful light, everyone's expression couldn't help but change greatly. They thought to themselves, could it be that even a true high-level life form couldn't charge through? Swoosh! The colorful light instantly approached, but it didn't hit Lang Wei. Lang Wei's body glowed, and his speed instantly increased, dodging the attack of the colorful light. Lang Wei, whose speed had soared, rushed out of the colorful light and headed straight for the black hole in his chest. The colorful light landed on the ground and exploded. A mountain peak disappeared, and smoke and dust flew in all directions. Boom! Tremors spread out, and the world darkened. A gigantic footprint that covered the sky appeared. It was the mountain giant, and it was once again stomping towards Lang Wei. The mountain giant's control of spatial power was very skillful. Lang Wei's speed that had just skyrocketed was once again slowed down as if he had fallen into a quagmire. This time, the mountain giant's attack was faster and stronger. Howl! A wolf's howl shook the heavens and the earth. A gigantic one-horned war wolf appeared behind Lang Wei. The one-horned war wolf was mighty and ferocious. Its eyes were like lanterns. The war wolf roared at the sky, and a powerful aura surged around its body. It clawed at the palm print. Boom! The two forces collided, causing the void to shake violently. The space began to distort crazily, and a powerful destructive force spread out in all directions with the battle as the center. Wherever the energy passed, the surrounding mountains exploded, and many ancient trees turned into dust. Some of the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the battle to enter the black hole were swept away by the impact. Their bodies coughed out blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. After the attack, the mountain giant's body shook slightly, and all the power was neutralized. As for Lang Wei, he kept retreating. The earth rumbled as he retreated, and deep footprints appeared one after another under his feet. Behind Lang Wei, the one-horned war wolf's eyes shone with a sinister light. When Zi Chen saw the one-horned war wolf behind Lang Wei, his expression changed. He cried out in alarm, "That's a sky-devouring wolf." Heaven-devouring wolves were pure-blooded ancient beasts. Back in the martial heaven continent, Zi Chen had been fortunate enough to see one. He had even killed one. However, that one had clearly not been a pure-blooded one. Furthermore, its realm had been too low. However, the one behind Lang Wei was a pure-blooded ancient beast. It was a pure-blooded ancient beast in the martial heaven continent. Clearly, Lang Wei's true form was a sky-devouring wolf. Howl! The sky-devouring wolf roared, and a cold light shot out of its eyes. This light seemed to tear the void apart. Lang Wei's battle-intent soared, and his figure flashed, charging toward the mountain giant. Boom! The mountain giant punched out, and a terrifying power surged out. One wolf and one giant fought just like that. During this time, energy constantly rumbled, creating a storm of energy. The energy storm was very terrifying, and it wreaked havoc in all directions. Those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter the black hole could only pass through the storm. Among those cultivators, there was no such existence. Looking at the battle in the sky, Zi Chen and the others were shocked. This time, they had seen the true power of a higher life form. The entire space trembled in the battle, as if it couldn't bear the violent power and was about to shatter. This Lang Wei is really strong. Man Shi sighed sincerely. That mountain giant is also very strong, said Wu Xie. Wu Shuang hadn't participated in the battle. She had been quietly watching. When she heard the two's words, she shook her head and said, "The little wolf is not its match." Ah! The two were shocked. Wu Xie said, "Lang Wei is a higher life form. Could it be that he can't beat this big guy?" Wu Shuang glanced at Wu Xie, and seemed to be dissatisfied with his doubt. The little wolf is a higher life form, but this guy is also a mountain spirit. The mountain spirit itself is also a higher life form. Their potential is about the same, but the mountain giant's realm is higher. When the two fight, the little wolf is suppressed by its realm. It's normal that it can't beat it. When everyone heard this, they were somewhat stunned, especially Man Shi. The two of them were both transformed from mountain spirits, but it seemed that the difference in battle prowess was not just a little bit. The battle continued, and Lang Wei didn't show any signs of losing. The two were restraining themselves, and they hadn't really started to fight to the death. Zi Chen had been watching the battle. After hearing Wu Shuang's words, he had a thought. He turned to Man Shi and said, "Man Shi, you go and try." "Me." Man Shi was stunned, and then he shook his head like a rattledrum. No, even a higher life form like Lang Wei can't beat it. I'll be looking for death if I go. Shong Guan Hong's eyes flashed. She said, "Yeah, you can go and try. This place is special. It should be caused by a mountain spirit. If you really are a mountain spirit, you can try," Wu Shuang said. Man Shi's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Okay, I'll try." After saying that, he started to transform. His body was surrounded by black light, and he instantly turned into a giant. Although he couldn't be compared to the mountain giant, his black iron skin still gave people a sense of oppression. He really is a mountain spirit. Wu Shuang's eyes flashed with a strange light. She was surprised that Dongqing had the chance to become a beast tamer. She didn't expect this seemingly insignificant big guy to be a mountain spirit. The surging energy waves were very strong, but the transformed Man Shi's defense was also very strong. He turned into a black light and rushed into the energy waves. Boom! The energy waves shook, and the battle between the two higher life forms became more and more intense. Many mountains were shattered, and many ancient trees were turned into dust. After knowing that Man Shi was a mountain spirit, Wu Shuang also transmitted a message to Lang Wei to help Man Shi. Swoosh! A colorful light passed through the violent energy and rushed toward Man Shi. Mansha's body was fixed in the air, and he couldn't move. The void split open, and an energy beast claw appeared. It hit the colorful light and shattered it. After dodging the attack, Mansha's eyes flashed with gratitude. His body flashed, and he moved forward again. Swoosh! Swoosh! The colorful light fell one after another, and its target was Mansha. Obviously, they were both mountain spirits, but the former didn't give Mansha any chance to survive. However, these attacks were all blocked by Lang Wei. Go to hell! Sky-devouring wolf's eyes became colder and colder. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. The horn on its forehead suddenly shone, and the surrounding energy started to distort crazily with the horn as the center. The void trembled, and a thick light appeared from the horn on sky-devouring wolf's forehead, and it bombarded the mountain giant. The mountain giant let out a roar, and light flowed on its fists as it punched out. Boom! The energy there was completely berserk, and a deafening sound resounded between heaven and earth. This attack contained a powerful force, and the mountain giant was directly knocked back, leaving an opening in front of it. Go in. Mansha had been wandering around. When he saw the opportunity, he suddenly sped up and rushed toward the black hole. Swoosh! Mansha's body flashed, and he rushed in. It was very dangerous, but there was no danger to his life. The other humans who were watching the battle in the distance saw the mountain giant being knocked back, and they also waited for the opportunity to attack. Chapter 1452. The mountain giant went berserk. The colorful light around it was like raging thunder and lightning. No one could get close to it. At this moment, even Lang Wei chose to retreat. Roaring at the sky, the aura around the mountain giant became even more terrifying. It seemed to have gone mad, and the colorful light around it was distorted and powerful. This crazy state lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually calmed down. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, its body slowly squatted down. Its hands that were holding up the sky then lowered, turning into a towering mountain peak. The mountain peak was lofty and steep, and there was no vegetation. They could vaguely see the original outline of the mountain giant. The mountain giant returned to the mountain peak, and the original black hole had disappeared. Everyone's faces were filled with regret. Some cultivators were unwilling to give up. They rushed forward with their domain weapons and slashed at a mountain rock. However, a sonorous sound erupted and sparks flew everywhere. He snorted coldly and poured in a powerful force to launch a series of attacks at the mountain peak. Sparks appeared, but he could not break a single rock on the mountain peak. However, just as the cultivator was feeling extremely angry, the mountain peak suddenly shook. His expression changed drastically, and he thought that the mountain giant was about to reappear. He retreated in fear, which led to a burst of laughter. The battle just now had already destroyed the surroundings. At this moment, the mountain peak's reappearance was very abrupt. The black hole disappeared, and they could no longer sense Mansha's aura. It was unknown whether Mansha was dead or alive, but the possibility of him obtaining an opportunity was higher. Chen and the others decided not to wait anymore and continued forward. Along the way, they encountered battles and other ruins. However, Chen and the others did not arrive in time for the next few times. Some cultivators beat them to it. This place is indeed unusual. Every ruin that appears is extremely extraordinary. Lang Wei sighed as he saw many ruins along the way. However, they did not see any other high-level life forms along the way. Obviously, those people had already gone deep. Along the way, the battles continued, and various ruins appeared. During this time, Chen and the others also took action and forcibly destroyed some small ruins to obtain some other things. As for the large ruins, they were only open to certain groups of people. Once someone with a certain identity entered, the ruins would automatically close. The higher life forms were known as the most powerful existences in this place. However, Wu Shuang and Lang Wei had also encountered danger several times when facing the other ruins. It was clear that although the higher life forms were powerful in this place, they were not invincible. This time, if they really found the psychic domain core and tried to snatch it, even the higher life forms would die with it. Grasping this specific clue, Zi Chen and the others advanced at a much faster pace. They directly ignored the small ruins because they really didn't care about them. If it was a large-scale ruin, he would first explore it to see if it was suitable for him before deciding to make a move. Zi Chen and the others were much faster now that they had a choice. 2 days later, they finally caught up to those in the second stage, and finally encountered other higher life forms. In the distance, they saw a dense forest. There were shrill cries coming from the forest. In addition to the clear screeching sound, there were also faint energy fluctuations. There's something going on inside. Noticing the abnormality in the forest from afar, Zi Chen and the others sped up and rushed into the forest. Swish! Swish! 2 rays of light flashed, and 2 figures appeared in front of Zi Chen and the others. This road is blocked. The 2 looked at Zi Chen and the others and said indifferently, "Golden Gorilla, you dare to block me?" Lang Wei said coldly when he saw the golden-robed youth in front of him. Wu Shuang looked at the other person and said with a smile, "You black bear, are you courting death by blocking me?" The other person was Xiong Ba, who Zi Chen had ridiculed. However, at this moment, although it was Wu Shuang who was talking about Xiong Ba, the latter's eyes were staring at Zi Chen unkindly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the forest, shrill cries resounded, and the earth trembled. The battle fluctuations became more and more intense. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Wu Shuang said with a faint smile, "Just the 2 of you and you dare to stop me? You have guts. The 2 of you are the weakest, guarding outside and not letting anyone in. You must have found something good in this forest." "Of course," Xiong Ba said proudly, "the thing we found this time will definitely surprise you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you mess things up this time, I'm afraid you will offend many forces. You also know that our allies come from different places." Wu Shuang said with interest, "Now that you mention it, I'm even more interested. What exactly is it that can make so many of you interested? But I think it's definitely not the domain core." Golden Gorilla sneered and said, "Although it's not the domain core, the value of this thing is not inferior to the domain core." "Why do you say that?" Lang Wei couldn't help but frown. Hammer's heart was also moved. Golden Gorilla said coldly, "Have you heard of the undying bird? The undying bird with the undying bloodline." Lang Wei and Wu Shuang's expression changed. It was publicly acknowledged that higher life forms were very strong. In addition to their strength, their vitality was also very tenacious. However, in terms of bloodline, the undying bloodline was the strongest. This bloodline had a strong effect of immortality. In this Shuntian prefecture, there were many higher life forms. Although they were strong, they would also fall. Therefore, almost all forces were studying the undying bloodline, wanting to understand the mystery of immortality and rebirth in the undying bloodline. The value of an undying bird was indeed incomparable to a psychic domain core. However, if one looked at it from another perspective, it was even more valuable than a psychic domain core. Because the former was only targeted at one person and could only benefit one person. However, if one obtained the undying bird and comprehended the undying bloodline, it would benefit a powerful group. "You guys are lucky." Wu Shuang snorted coldly, but there was a strange light flashing in his eyes. Lang Wei was very moved when he heard this. However, there were 2 higher life forms in front of him. He and Wu Shuang were not afraid, but Zi Chen and the others were not. Moreover, they could not stop them. No matter what, Golden Gorilla and Xiong Ba would stop them. Although these 2 were the weakest among the higher life forms, they were still higher life forms after all. There was no problem in delaying them for a short period of time. Therefore, the 2 could only give up, but they were somewhat unwilling in their hearts. Undying bird, undying bloodline. Hearing Golden Gorilla's words, Zi Chen's expression changed. He looked back at Wu Xie and found that the other was also moved. Wu Xie had an undying body, but it was only an undying body. Apart from the undying demon body he obtained here, he had no other inheritance. Originally, it was a rare and powerful physique, but because there was no inheritance, its development was limited. At this moment, when he heard that there was an undying bird, Wu Xie was also moved. Because they both had the undying bloodline, after obtaining the other, he should be able to comprehend something. Wu Xie was moved, but he knew that his strength was limited, so he looked at Zi Chen with expectation and even with a pleading look. I want to go in and see. Zi Chen understood Wu Xie's meaning. He could fight for Dongqing, so of course, he would also fight for Wu Xie. You want to go in? Wu Shuang and Lang Wei were surprised. As for Golden Gorilla and Xiong Ba, after hearing Zi Chen's words, their faces were full of sarcasm. The two of us will go in, Zi Chen said in a deep voice, representing his firm will. Wu Xie nodded, but he had already suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed down. Wu Shuang was pondering, and Lang Wei looked a little worried. One must know that there were high-level life forms inside. If the two of them went in, they would only die. Go, go, how can we not help you when you want to die? Golden Gorilla waved his hand and sneered. It's not a problem for you to go in and die, but it's a pity that I can't kill you with my own hands. Xiong Ba also smiled jokingly. As high-level life forms, the two of them were still afraid of high-level life forms. As for Zi Chen, they would not care at all. As long as Lang Wei and Wu Shuang did not go in and ruin things, there would be no problem for them to all go in. Go in, let's see how far you can go. Golden Gorilla sneered at Zi Chen and waved his hand again and again. Zi Chen did not pay attention to Golden Gorilla. He just nodded at Wu Shuang and Lang Wei, and then went in with Wu Xie. Golden Gorilla and Xiong Ba had a playful look and did not stop them. Wait, I'll go with you. Shong Guanhong stepped forward and said. I'll go too. Hammer took a step forward. Zi Chen shook his head and said, I'm just going to take a look, I won't act rashly. Golden Gorilla sneered and said sarcastically, I'm afraid you'll die before you make a move. Shong Guanhong shook her head and said, No, I must go in. This was a rare insistence from her. Her eyes were firm, and she had to go. Zi Chen nodded, but signaled Hammer to stay here. Along the way, Hammer naturally saw that Zi Chen was not a reckless person, so he nodded. Thank you. Zi Chen nodded to Wu Shuang and Lang Wei, and then walked into the jungle. In the jungle, the battle was still going on, and the cries of the undying bird kept coming out. The ancient trees here towered into the sky, and the branches and leaves covered the sky. After entering, it was damp and gloomy. The ground in the forest was shaking, and all kinds of strange sounds kept coming out. These sounds were very sharp, but they could not be heard in the outside world. They could only be heard in the jungle. Among the sharp sounds, there was a rustling sound, as if some kind of object was moving. The atmosphere in the forest was very gloomy, as if there was some kind of ominous existence. Zi Chen and the other two seemed to be very careful as they moved forward. Shong Guanhong followed beside Zi Chen, and her expression became solemn. At the same time, she seemed to be carefully sensing and listening for something. Zi Chen and the rest ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, pairs of glowing green eyes opened on the thick ancient trees. These green eyes were cold and emotionless, and looked indifferently at the three of them. Without a sound, the branches and leaves extended and lengthened, following after Zi Chen and the other two. Zi Chen and the others did not notice anything unusual. Behind the three of them, countless branches extended out, forming a torrent. It looked like thousands of small snakes gathered together. These branches were like small snakes, staring at the three of them covetously. The three of them did not notice. Chapter 1453. Silently, the gathered branches launched an attack at Zi Chen and the other two. This dense forest was very mysterious. It could suppress spiritual perception. Otherwise, Zi Chen would have sensed it at such a distance. Zi Chen did not sense anything. As for Wu Xie, he was very excited. He was thinking about the undying bird. Maybe he could get the undying inheritance. He was so distracted that he did not notice anything. With his sharp senses, Zi Chen felt something was wrong. He turned around and the scabbard appeared in his hand. After turning around, he saw a figure. It was Shong Guanhong. At this moment, Shong Guanhong was emitting a bright green light. The green light was full of vitality. She raised her hand and stretched it forward. Her palm was full of agile green spiritual power. In front of the spiritual power was a large number of branches. These branches were wriggling like spiritual snakes. Holy shit! What is this? Wu Xie, who had turned around, was shocked when he saw this scene. If Shang Guanhong was not here, the two of them would have been besieged. The wriggling branches were also glowing. They looked very tough. Once surrounded, even if it was not fatal, it would be very troublesome. Then, Wu Xie looked up and saw the ancient trees open their eyes. Trees can become spirits. Wu Xie's expression changed. It was the first time he saw a tree becoming a spirit. This dense forest is very strange. All the ancient trees here have gained spiritual intelligence. They have some tricks. They are not strong alone, but they are very troublesome when besieged. The green light around Shang Guanhong did not diminish. The green light passed through the branches and extended to her body. The green light gradually filled the entire ancient tree and gradually surrounded them. The indifferent eyes on the ancient tree also gradually showed a hint of comfort. Then, it closed its eyes. Following the closing of those eyes, the branches and leaves that had extended out from those eyes automatically shrank back. I felt that there was something strange in this place. I thought there would be tree demons, but I did not expect these ancient trees to have all turned into demons. Shang Guanhong said after retracting the green light. What are we going to do now? Are we just going to go a little deeper? Wu Xie appeared to be a little anxious because there was still a battle going on in the depths. If the higher life form dealt with the undying bird early, they would not be able to obtain anything. I'll give you a strand of energy. It should be able to avoid the perception of these treants. Shang Guanhong shook her hand and pointed out two green lights, which looked like the green light seeds that she often used. Zi Chen and Wu Xie's expressions also changed subconsciously. Clearly, this was a conditioned reflex. When they saw the green light, they couldn't help but think of Shang Guanhong's methods. They wanted those human cultivators who had turned into trees. The green dots of light spread out, forming a light barrier that enveloped the two of them. After that, Shang Guanhong led the way and the two followed. Along the way, those ancient trees no longer opened their eyes, and their branches no longer extended. This move successfully avoided the tree spirit. After that, the three of them sped up and moved forward without any obstructions. Boom! Boom! The great earth rumbled, the battle still continuing. Many ancient trees left their original regions, slowly moving towards the depths. The tree spirits here are actually moving towards the depths. Could there be a tree king level existence there? Shang Guanhong's expression became a little unnatural. If there really was a tree king, the three of them should have been discovered long ago. This green light could avoid the tree spirits, but it couldn't avoid the tree king's perception. However, the tree king didn't signal these tree spirits to attack. It probably couldn't care less. Shang Guanhong's expression became solemn, and a trace of vigilance appeared in her beautiful eyes as she whispered, "Be careful. I suspect that there's a tree king here." What do you mean? Wu Xie was puzzled. In addition to the undying bird, there might be a tree king. Those higher life forms haven't succeeded yet. This should be the reason why. Zi Chen had encountered similar tree spirits on the ancient road of trial, so he knew how powerful and terrifying they were. However, those tree spirits couldn't move. They were specially used for the trial. The tree spirits here were also used for the trial, but they could move. Zi Chen had the same guess in his heart, so naturally, he was also worried. With the guidance of these ancient trees, Zi Chen and the others quickly arrived at the battlefield. Boom! Energy shook, and a large number of tree spirits fell. A powerful energy wave swept towards the three of them. There really are two big guys. Bypassing a tree spirit, the three of them saw the battlefield in front. On the battlefield, there was an undying bird. Its whole body was fiery red, like a creature transformed from a burning flame. With every blow, a large sea of fire would rush out and sweep in all directions. Around it, there were 7 higher life forms. Among these 7 people, there was Jin Meng that Zi Chen had seen before. The others were unfamiliar, but they were all second-stage cultivators. At this moment, the 7 of them were divided into 2 teams. 3 of them were besieging the undying bird, while the other 4 were launching fierce attacks towards the thick ancient tree below the undying bird. That ancient tree was the thickest in the entire forest. Its roots were like horned dragons, and together with the branches that could extend at will, it defended against the attacks from all sides. Swoosh! Each of the vines was like a curved spear, neutralizing the attacks of the 4 greater life forms. Its eyes were cold and ruthless, but in the next moment, it glanced into the distance without leaving a trace. At this time, Zi Chen and the others just happened to arrive at this place. The sound of tremors continued to spread. Besides Zi Chen and the other 2, the tree spirits rushed forward, as if they didn't care about their lives. The 7 higher life forms would also occasionally turn around and attack these tree spirits. Tree spirits were very durable and had strong vitality, so most of these higher life forms attacked with the purpose of repelling and sending them flying. What should we do? Wu Xie asked as he watched the battle from a secret place. Zi Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry, our goal is to destroy the 7 of them. That undying bird can't die, and that ancient tree spirit can't die." A light flashed in Shangguan Hong's beautiful eyes. She also lowered her voice and said, "Yes, these 7 people are really abominable. If there's a chance, we'll kill one of them." Wu Xie had a puzzled look on his face. They were obviously here to get the undying bird, so why did they have to kill these 7 higher life forms? However, Wu Xie immediately felt relieved. Both sides would be enemies sooner or later. If there was a chance to kill them, they naturally couldn't miss it. Was this really the reason? In the distance, the indifferent eyes of the ancient tree king changed slightly, but this change disappeared in a flash. The entanglement of the tree spirits made the higher life forms annoyed. It seemed that these 2 guys didn't have any more powerful means. After the 7 of them looked at each other, they decided to use some powerful means. For a time, in addition to the sharp cries, there were also the roars of beasts. The 7 higher life forms actually revealed their true forms at the same time. 7 more beasts appeared in the sky, exuding an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. What Jin Meng transformed into was actually a humongous battle beast. This battle beast was something that the Zi Chen trio had never seen before. Its entire body was black in color and its body was covered in fine scales. Its body was as large as a mountain, while its eyes emitted a silver light. On its forehead, there were 2 sharp sword-like horns that pierced the heavens. What is that? It was obviously the first time the 3 of them had seen this kind of higher life form. Swoosh! After revealing its true form, Jinmeng's speed and strength had increased by a large margin. Its powerful might was comparable to the sky-devouring wolf that Lang Wei transformed into. Because the 2 weren't much different. One was a sky-devouring wolf, and the other was an earth-devouring beast. The 2 were old enemies. The earth-devouring beast rushed towards the ancient tree king. Wherever it passed, it left behind after images. Puff! 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 The tree branches shot out like spears, but they only pierced through the after images. Boom! The earth-devouring beast arrived in front of the ancient tree king. The 2 horns on its forehead began to glow as it slammed towards the ancient tree king. Puff! Puff! 2 rays of light were released from the 2 horns. 2 large holes instantly appeared on the ancient tree king's body. Green blood flowed out from the holes. Of course, Jin Meng was able to succeed in one hit. In addition to revealing its true form, it also had the help of several other battle beasts. In addition to the earth-devouring beast that Jin Meng transformed into, there were also other battle beasts transformed from higher life forms. Among them, there was an unknown blue leopard, a battle beast that emitted flames all over its body, and a battle beast similar to the red-eyed boar demon. In short, all of the higher life forms present were very powerful. After revealing his main body, he continued to restrict them. The undying bird and ancient tree king were slowly losing. However, those higher life forms seemed to be very cautious. They never launched a desperate attack, only attacking very carefully. Because of the number, the 7 higher life forms completely suppressed the ancient tree king and the undying bird. The wounds on their bodies were increasing. It seemed that death was only a matter of time. What should we do? Looking at the battle that was gradually coming to an end, Wu Xie asked. These 7 guys are too cunning. Perhaps they have discovered us long ago. That's why they are so cautious. If we rush up rashly, only death awaits us. Zichen sighed, his words full of regret. Unfortunately, we are still too weak. We are humans, and they are higher life forms. Shang Guanhong also had a look of disappointment. Haha, let's die together. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded in front of them. This laughter came from the ancient tree king. A powerful aura was suddenly released from its body. This aura began to spread and spread all the way to the end of the jungle. After sensing this aura, the ancient tree spirits that had been charging forward stopped. The next moment, a green dot of light emitted from their bodies and floated towards the sky. For a time, in the entire jungle, green dots of light rushed out from all the ancient tree spirits. The floating green dots of light all headed towards the ancient tree king and then merged into its body. The already powerful aura around the ancient tree king became even more powerful and terrifying. As more dots of light were injected, the ancient tree king had the aura of a king that looked down on the world. Chapter 1454. With thousands of specks of light gathered in one body, the aura emitted from the ancient tree king could only be described as terrifying. This aura far surpassed the aura emitted by many high-level life forms. After feeling this aura, their expressions changed drastically. Of course, this included Zichen and the other two who were watching from afar. The specks of light continued to fuse into his body. The ancient tree king, which was originally not very tall and thick, crazily grew in the next moment. It was like a tree that reached the heavens, piercing through the clouds and into the horizon. Outside the dense forest, Golden Gorilla and Xiong Ba were standing there leisurely. This time, both of them could share the benefits of killing the undying bird, and they didn't have to do anything. The two of them were naturally happy. The only pity was that they couldn't kill that despicable human called Zichen with their own hands. What a pity. I'm afraid that guy is already dead. Xiong Ba shook his head and said, "It is indeed a pity. We should torture him to death." Golden Gorilla said coldly. The two of them sighed from time to time, showing off their presence. Valg Wei and the others were too lazy to pay attention to them. If Mansha was here, he would definitely mock them. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang didn't know Zichen for a long time, so they didn't have much confidence in Zichen. They began to worry about the three of them. Hearing the shrill screams, Golden Gorilla and Xiong Ba's faces were full of pride. "Don't worry. Those three guys are already dead. Now we just have to wait for our people to kill those two guys." 2. Lang Wei frowned. An undying bird and a tree spirit. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Golden Gorilla smiled proudly. However, in the next moment, there was a change. In the dense forest in front of them, specks of light suddenly rushed out. These specks of light were densely packed, and there were more than 10,000 of them, converging toward the center. This is. Golden Gorilla and Xiong Ba had a strange expression on their faces. However, in the next moment, they saw a towering ancient tree appear. The ancient tree grew crazily and then disappeared into the clouds. At the same time, a powerful wall swept out from the direction of the ancient tree. What's going on? How did that tree spirit become so powerful? Shock appeared on the faces of the two. The same shocked expression appeared on the faces of the 7 high-level life forms on the battlefield. The final change of the ancient tree king was completely out of their expectations. The ancient tree king crazily expanded, and the aura around him became even more terrifying. An illusory figure appeared on the roots of the ancient tree king, indifferently sweeping his gaze over them. That's a figure. It's the ancient tree king's human figure. Heavens, it's a true higher life form. It has a chance of reaching the emperor level and manifesting a human body. The 7 higher life forms exclaimed in shock. The emperor level was the final realm that higher life forms could reach. Among the humans, this realm was called the boundary realm, and they were qualified to be the lord of any prefecture. Ancient trees weren't comparable to true higher life forms. Even if they reached the domain realm, they still couldn't transform into human form. Only when they truly broke through to the emperor realm could they break free from the restrictions of the world, transform into human form, and become free. A figure appeared on the roots of the ancient tree. However, due to the rules of heaven and earth, He was unable to walk out of the ancient tree. He looked at the 7 higher life forms and coldly replied, "If I didn't have to worry about my subjects, I would have already reached another realm." Hearing this voice, all the ancient trees in the dense forest opened their eyes and then made some strange sounds. These sounds were sorrowful cries. Their originally indifferent eyes were now filled with some moisture. He forcefully raised his realm. Once the time is up, he will definitely die. After the shock, these higher life forms also woke up. Zichen and the others obviously also noticed this. Their expressions became somewhat contradictory and complicated. "Yes, I used the power of my subjects to forcefully raise my realm. I won't be able to hold on for long, but it shouldn't be a problem to kill you all." The Tree King's voice came from the roots. There was a hint of killing intent in his cold eyes. "Not good. Let's retreat first. When the time is up, we'll come back. He can't leave here to chase after us." With a cry of alarm, the 7 higher life forms fled into the distance. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out. A branch like a spear pierced through the sky and chased after one of the higher life forms. The higher life form's figure changed, leaving behind after images. The after images were instantly pierced through by the branch. Then, the branch changed direction in mid-air and chased after the higher life form. Then, it pierced through the higher life form's body. Roar! A painful scream came from the higher life form's mouth. His whole body glowed, displaying powerful strength. He broke away from the branch's killing blow and turned into a stream of light that flew away. However, when he went far away, there was a rain of blood between heaven and earth. It was obvious that the higher life form was seriously injured. Seriously injuring a higher life form with one blow, the absolute power displayed by the ancient Tree King at this moment shocked Zichen and the others to the extreme. A blue leopard was flying. Its speed was very fast, like a bolt of blue lightning. Seeing that his companion was seriously injured, Lan Bao's eyes were full of horror. He quickly fled. As long as he escaped far away, when the time was up and the ancient Tree King was completely dead, he would come back again. Imagining the scene of him coming back, a murderous intent flashed in his frightened eyes. However, the sound of air breaking rang out at this moment. As Lan Bao turned his head, he saw a branch piercing through the sky. It was already very close to him. His expression changed again, and the blue light around his body became even brighter. As if he had used a secret technique, he directly accelerated to escape. Puff! However, the branch still penetrated the void and touched the blue light. Lan Bao was far away, and a blue rain of blood scattered. Another higher life form was injured. Puff! 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 Next, the branch was still flickering, and the higher life forms were penetrated by the branch one by one. Although none of the higher life forms had fallen so far, none of them had escaped unscathed. 6 of the 7 higher life forms had been seriously injured, and these 6 had escaped alive. The last one was the earth-devouring beast formed by Jin Meng. He was about to rush out of the dense forest. As long as he went out, the ancient Tree King would not be able to catch up. There was a hint of joy in his silver eyes. However, before this joy could be completely revealed, a branch that seemed to come from the sky appeared in front of him and pierced his heart. Roar! The branch pierced through the heart, and a powerful suction force appeared. This suction force was forcibly extracting the life force of the earth-devouring beast. Jin Meng let out a painful and mournful roar. Facing the crisis of death, his potential erupted, and he forcibly rushed a few meters forward, out of the dense forest. The branch dripping with blood turned back. Zichen and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded. In just 7 short strikes, 7 higher life forms were seriously injured, and the earth-devouring beast formed by Jin Meng's life was unknown. After dealing with 7 people, the ancient Tree King turned his head and looked at Zichen and the other 2. Although they already knew that their traces had been discovered, their expressions still changed. An energy suddenly appeared, carrying the 3 forward. The 3 did not resist, because in front of the powerful ancient Tree King, resistance was meaningless. After all, the 3 of them could not be stronger than the 7 higher life forms. Greetings, Senior. The light carried Zichen and the other 2 to the ancient Tree King, and Zichen was the first to bow. At this moment, Zichen's position was in the middle of the three. The ancient tree king looked at Zichen. Although his gaze was calm, it made Zichen feel a great deal of pressure. The ancient tree king's gaze moved away and landed on Shangguanhong. This made Zichen secretly heave a sigh of relief, and then he looked not far away. The undying bird was lying on the ground, and the light around its body had dimmed. It was motionless, as if its life was in danger. Yes, although you and I are not of the same kind, our power can be considered to be of the same origin. Since we are fated to meet today, I will give you a good fortune. The ancient tree king's voice sounded again. It was no longer cold, but very gentle. These words were directed at Shangguanhong. Shangguanhong's face was filled with gratitude, but her heart was very complicated. She immediately said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help." The image in the tree root waved his hand and looked at Wu Xie. "I can see that your bloodline is very powerful. Protect it, and it will completely transform your bloodline and give you the true undying inheritance." Wu Xie was so excited that he could not control himself. He nodded repeatedly. At the same time, when he looked at the undying bird, there was a trace of restraint in his excited expression. Wu Xie's expression changed a lot in an instant, but there was no greed. The ancient tree king was very satisfied with this. Even the undying bird that had opened its eyes had a hint of gentleness in its cold eyes. After explaining everything, the ancient tree king looked at Zichen. He could naturally see that among the three of them, Zichen's cultivation was the lowest, but his status was very high. Because of the previous exchange between the three of them, when they needed to give some opinions, the two of them were asking for Zichen's permission. Being stared at by the ancient tree king, Zichen took a deep breath and tried his best to make his voice calm. He said, "Senior, don't worry, I will definitely protect the undying bird." This was the ancient tree king's only worry. "It's not that I can't kill one person with all my strength. This way, I will let a few people go," the ancient tree king explained. In fact, he did not need to explain at all. He did not kill a single person, but seriously injured 7 people. He also wanted to protect the undying bird. After all, although the 7 people who were seriously injured were still very strong, they could not be compared to their peak condition. "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely ensure that the undying bird is alive, unless we die." Zichen's tone was firm. It was a promise. This time, it could be said that they had schemed against the ancient tree king. This was because the ancient tree king had heard their righteous words. This way, the ancient tree king would not hate the 3 of them. Perhaps when he died, he would even help the 3 of them. Zichen's guess was correct. After displaying his powerful strength, the ancient tree king had the intention to help Wu Xie and Shangguanhong. "Okay, I believe you." The ancient tree king laughed heroically, and then a wave of energy carried the undying bird closer. Zichen took a step forward, and a 3-meter space appeared around him. When the undying bird reached the 3-meter space, it disappeared. Seeing this scene, the ancient tree king was stunned. Then, he looked at Zichen and laughed loudly. "Good, haha, I really didn't misjudge you." Chapter 1455. The ancient tree king had great potential. He could completely break through and transform into a human to become a ruler and create another world. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to borrow the power of his people and extract their vitality for his own use. Nonetheless, he was in the middle of the dense forest and was protected by many tree spirits and the undying bird. Few could match him. Many powerhouses had come to the Manor realm this time. High-level life forms, which were rarely seen, had come in teams. Faced with this disaster, the ancient tree king and the undying bird were seriously injured and were about to die. Nevertheless, before it died, the king mobilized some of its people's vitality to protect its old friend, the undying bird, and chose to cooperate with Zichen. The ancient tree king, which reached into the sky, exploded with a bang as if a 30,000-meter-tall mountain had collapsed. In the dense forest, thousands of tree spirits opened their eyes. They looked at the collapsed ancient tree king and cried out sorrowfully. Tears even flowed from their eyes. Zichen looked at the collapsed ancient tree king with a complicated expression. Since the ancient tree king had fallen, the winner this time was clearly his side. As the ancient tree king collapsed, the space above the sky distorted, and a spatial ripple vortex appeared. Next to Zichen, Shangguan Hong's body began to lose control. She was pulled toward the spatial ripple vortex by a force. This should be the opportunity that the ancient tree king mentioned. It should be some kind of powerful inheritance. Shangguan Hong floated away like an immortal. Goodbye. Zichen waved his hand. See you again, Shangguan Hong replied. Shangguan Hong replied. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Her beautiful face was filled with tears, and in the end, she disappeared into the ripples. Wu Xie also said goodbye to Shangguan Hong. However, at this moment of sorrow and joy, the latter only had eyes for Zichen. The flowing water was affectionate, but the falling flowers were unintentional. Outside the dense forest, the 7 high-level life forms looked coldly at the ancient tree king. At the same time, they were waiting for the ancient tree king to die and collapse. With a rumbling sound, the ancient tree king finally collapsed. A hint of joy appeared in the eyes of the 7 powerhouses, and they rushed into the forest. This time, they were destined to not have a smooth journey because all the tree spirits knew that the 7 powerhouses were the murderers of the ancient tree king, so they attacked them fiercely. Boom! Boom! However, as higher life forms, the 7 of them were very powerful. Even though they were injured, in order to obtain the undying bird, they displayed great strength despite their injuries. The tree spirits blocking them were simply no match for them. They charged forward violently, knocking away numerous ancient trees and crushing the branches in their way. They continued forward in a straight line until they returned to the battlefield. They arrived very quickly, forcing Zichen, who had originally intended to flee, to stop in his tracks. The 7 higher life forms were surprised to see 2 humans on the battlefield. However, they soon realized that the undying bird was nowhere to be seen. Their faces were filled with anger. It's actually the 2 of you. How dare you? The Earth Devourer beast reverted back to his human form. He stared coldly at Zichen and Wu Xie. The ancient tree king was dead, the undying bird was seriously injured, and there were only 2 humans in front of them. There was nothing else that could threaten them. Therefore, these battle beasts all transformed into their human forms and stared coldly at Zichen and Wu Xie. One of the higher life forms asked, Jin Meng, do you know these 2 humans? They're just 2 clowns. I've seen their clown performance before, so I don't really know them, Jin Meng said disdainfully. Zichen was not angry when he heard this. He just smiled faintly and said, Indeed, if I played the role of a clown last time, then I don't know what role you played. You left like a stray dog, so you shouldn't even be considered a clown. You, impudent. Jin Meng's eyes instantly turned cold. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted angrily. Settle your grudges later. Hand over the undying bird first. Another higher life form stopped Jin Meng, who was about to attack, and said directly, Yes, hand over the undying bird first. The others all stared coldly at Zichen and Wu Xie. Their meaning was already very clear. If they didn't hand it over, they would die. Everyone, I said I just happened to pass by. Would you believe me? Zichen sighed and said. Only an idiot would believe you, Jin Meng said. But we really haven't seen any undying bird. We just happened to pass by here and saw an ancient tree collapse, so we planned to come and take a look. Wu Xie was still trying to explain in vain. Unfortunately, no matter whether what he said was true or false, he couldn't leave safely. At this moment, saying this could at most delay some time. Cut the crap. Either hand over the undying bird or die. The 7 people looked cold, not believing the words of the 2 at all. The atmosphere instantly fell into a tense state. A battle could happen at any time. 2 against 7, the outcome could be seen at a glance. Rumbling sounds could be heard all around, and the earth trembled. The tree spirits who wanted to avenge the ancient tree king had finally arrived. They surrounded them from all directions, and from the looks of it, they were determined to fight to the death with these 7 higher life forms. Explanations and quibbles were meaningless at this moment. Zichen looked at the 7 people and asked, Do we have to fight? A higher life form said, Hand over the undying bird, and we might spare your life. Jin Meng shook his head and said, "Of course it's impossible to spare you, but I can promise you that I'll let you die a quick death. You should also know that sometimes, it's extremely difficult and extravagant to want to die a quick death." Zi Chen's eyes became cold. He said in a cold voice, "Since I'm going to die sooner or later, why don't I fight? Now that all of you are injured, it's not like I don't have a chance of winning. You have to think clearly. Once the battle starts, it'll be a situation of life and death." The others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Jin Meng even laughed mockingly and said, "You dare to threaten us with a reckless clown like you? You're just a mere human. What do you have to fight with us? Don't tell me you want to rely on these brainless idiots. If we want, we can clean up all the idiots here." Zi Chen said seriously, "They chose to fight to the death for their king. They are all loyal warriors, not brainless idiots." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen no longer paid any attention to the 7 people who were mocking him. Instead, he looked at the surrounding treants and said in a clear voice, "Warriors, I didn't know your king at first, but we have just become his friends. I admire him very much, so please believe me, I will definitely avenge your king and my friends. Next, there will be a great battle. I hope that you all can step back and avoid being affected by it. If I die in this battle, then you all can step forward." The originally restless tree spirits gradually calmed down after hearing Zi Chen's words. They didn't have much intelligence, but they could sense Zi Chen's intentions at this moment. They began to retreat together. The 7 higher life forms were surprised by this scene, but then they sneered because Zi Chen's words were equivalent to admitting that the undying bird was in his hands. And without the help of these idiotic tree spirits, in the eyes of the higher life forms, these 2 humans could only die. "Let's fight. I want to avenge Senior Tree King," Zi Chen said coldly. "With just a human like you, we can kill the Tree King." "Naturally, we can kill you," Jin Meng mocked, and the others also sneered. Swoosh. Zi Chen put his left hand on Wu Xie's shoulder, and the latter's figure disappeared directly. Zi Chen said coldly, "Next, even if I can't kill you, I will let you remember today. Remember, my name is Zi Chen, and I come from Hupping City, number 108. Shameless boasting." Jin Meng snorted coldly, and with a tap of his foot, he rushed towards Zi Chen. "Human, die." A higher life form shouted and rushed towards Zi Chen. "Die." Another higher life form charged towards Zi Chen at high speed. Swoosh. Swoosh. Light flashed, and the 7 higher life forms all attacked, wanting to kill Zi Chen at close range. Facing the siege of 7 high-level life forms, if it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits long ago. However, Zi Chen stood proudly and indifferently glanced at the 7 of them. He was indifferent, like a king looking down on the world. Arrogant. Zi Chen's attitude caused anger to appear on Jin Meng's face. He let out an angry roar and appeared in front of Zi Chen in a flash. He viciously slapped Zi Chen between his eyebrows. He wanted to control Zi Chen's spiritual sea, destroy his body, and then search his soul to find the whereabouts of the undying bird. The other 6 naturally understood what Jin Meng meant, and they also attacked Zi Chen's other vital points. Even the ancient Tree King did not receive such treatment when the 7 of them attacked together. The attacks whistled over, but Zi Chen was still indifferent. It was not until these attacks were close to him that Zi Chen's eyes turned cold, and then a violent aura was released from his body. Boom! Violent energy surged, and Zi Chen's body shone with silver light, as if thousands of lightning bolts had gathered on his body. At this moment, Zi Chen was like a person made of pure lightning, like a living being made of lightning. His eyes were filled with silver light, cold and ruthless. In the face of many attacks, he was still indifferent, but the higher life forms suddenly felt uneasy. Swoosh! A thunderbolt rushed out from Zi Chen's body, like a thunder dragon, and rushed towards Jin Meng's palm above his head. Swoosh! Another bolt of lightning appeared and shot forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! More thunderbolts appeared and rushed towards the other attacks. Rumble! The thunderbolts came one after another, colliding with these attacks. In the deafening sound, these attacks were dissolved by the thunderbolts. The powerful attacks were dissolved so easily, and a look of surprise appeared on the faces of the 7 people. However, before they could launch a second attack, Chen's silver eyes fell on the 7 of them. Being stared at by those eyes, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 1456. The thunderous means Chen had just displayed had greatly surprised the 7 higher life forms, and even shocked them. However, Chen had actually said that the 7 of them would be in eternal slumber here, which had completely infuriated them. Arrogant. You're courting death. Similar angry and dissatisfied voices rang out continuously. Then, the 7 of them looked at each other and launched the second round of attacks. If the previous round of attacks was said to be not the strongest because they underestimated Chen and were careless, then, at this moment, this round of attacks was the strongest attack they could show at the moment. However, for such a powerful attack to come only now, it was a little too late. Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, and his expression was ferocious. Boom! Thousands of silver lights flashed around his body as he suddenly rushed out. The area hundreds of meters around Chen was instantly filled with thousands of thunderbolts, turning the place into a sea of thunder. The 7 high-level life forms were also instantly submerged in the sea of thunder, and many thunderbolts began to wreak havoc. Damn it, what is this? Why is there suddenly so much thunderbolts? Angry and shocked voices constantly came from the sea of thunder. This was the thunderbolts that Chen brought out from the small world of the Thunder Clan. These thunderbolts could easily kill a human comparable to a high-level life form. Chen had stayed in that small world for half a year and was very clear about the power of the thunderbolts there. Even a pure high-level life form would be in danger. Chen stayed there for half a year and brought out a lot of thunderbolts, which was why he dared to make a promise to the ancient Tree King. With so many thunderbolts, even if the high-level life forms were at their peak, Chen would have no problem protecting the undying bird, let alone 7 seriously injured high-level life forms. The thunderbolts raged, and the terrifying power of thunder surged. The earth began to shake violently, and the sky rumbled. The powerful attacks of the 7 had long been torn to pieces by the thunderbolts. Facing the continuous bombardment of thunderbolts, the 7 of them could only choose to passively defend. However, they did not retreat but chose to persist, waiting for the thunderbolts to disappear. The undying bird was too precious. Chen had guessed that the 7 of them would not leave just like that. This was exactly what he wanted. He snorted coldly and entered the sea of lightning with his saber in hand. A lightning light shield appeared around his body, and the raging lightning sea took a detour around him. Chen saw a human wearing blue armor. His true form was that of a blue leopard. The defense around his body became precarious in the face of the thunderbolts. Chen looked at him and smiled coldly. This higher life form who was doing his best to resist the lightning bolts suddenly sensed something. His expression changed, and his figure flashed to the side. Swoosh! A streak of radiance appeared amidst the sea of lightning, which flashed past the place where the higher life form had been standing. When the latter saw the flash of brilliance, he naturally knew that he had been attacked. His face immediately became ugly, but fortunately, he had dodged the attack. He felt a little lucky. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. As he lowered his head, he saw that his right arm had disappeared. At this moment, the blue blood was gurgling out of his severed arm. The brilliance had cut off one of his arms, but he did not notice it at all. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. There was a lingering fear in his heart, but he no longer hesitated. He resisted the thunderbolts head-on and rushed forward in a straight line. Swoosh! It was a long story, but in fact, everything happened very quickly. After feeling that his arm was gone, this higher life form decided to retreat. At this moment, he also knew that he was wrong. The thunderbolts that appeared were not attacking indiscriminately. They could pass through this place at will. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the sea of lightning. His speed was very fast, but the price was very high. At this moment, his body was charred black in many places. His hair was messy and was emitting black smoke. His eyes were full of panic. After rushing out of the sea of lightning, he did not stop and immediately fled. Let's go. Of course, while escaping, he also notified his companions. Swoosh! Swoosh! Following that, the lightning surged. 2 more people rushed out of the sea of lightning. The two of them were not much different from the previous one. They were both in a very sorry state. However, their body parts were undamaged. Boom! A huge beast figure rushed out of the berserk thunderbolts. There was a long wound on his body. His eyes were clearly filled with lingering fear. If he had not revealed his true form at the crucial moment, that ray of brilliance just now would have cut him in half. Damn it, just you wait. A furious voice resounded in the world. Jing Meng transformed into the earth-devouring beast and rushed out. He was also in a very sorry state from the bombardment of the thunderbolts. After rushing out, he left behind a ruthless sentence and rushed toward the horizon. However, just as he rushed out 1,000 meters, a green brilliance flew out from the dense forest below. This brilliance was an elongated tree branch. With lightning speed, this tree branch wrapped around the leg of the earth-devouring beast. Only one of the tree branches was broken after receiving the force of the attack. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, in just a short moment, numerous tree branches flew up from below and wrapped around the earth-devouring beast's body, legs, and even neck. At the end of these tree branches, tree spirits opened their eyes. Their eyes became indifferent once again. Damn it! The earth-devouring beast let out an earth-shattering roar. His body glowed, and a powerful destructive force rushed out from his body. As the destructive power wreaked havoc, the tree branches were all broken. After breaking these tree branches, before the earth-devouring beast could rejoice, he saw a figure rushing towards him from the corner of his eyes. This figure was Zi Chen, who displayed extreme speed. The lightning wings on his back were flapping at a high frequency. His left hand was holding a long blade as he chased after the earth-devouring beast. In terms of speed, Zi Chen's world extreme speed was naturally faster. The earth-devouring beast was scared out of his wits. However, as expected of a higher life form, he was decisive. He instantly coughed out blood. This was all essence blood. A mysterious energy spread from the essence blood, spreading throughout his body. His body began to glow, and his speed instantly doubled. Clearly, he had used some kind of secret technique. However, just as he was about to escape, Zi Chen pulled out his blade. A loud blade hum resounded between heaven and earth. A sky-high blade light descended from the sky, rushing towards the earth-devouring beast. The blade light descended, splitting into 9 in an instant. The attack speed surpassed the earth-devouring beast's escaping speed, and ruthlessly slashed his body. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the earth-devouring beast's body was split into 2. Half fell to the ground, while the other half flew towards the horizon. In the sky, Zi Chen saw this scene and sighed in pity. Higher life forms were indeed powerful and hard to kill. Although he had heavily injured 7 of them, he had not killed a single one. Remember, my name is Zi Chen. Looking at the 7 rays of light that were about to disappear into the horizon, Zi Chen coldly said. He believed that these 7 people would definitely remember this day. Dong! The earth trembled as the earth-devouring beast's body fell to the ground. It was a leg, but it was like a huge rock. The blood flowing out of it was glowing. This was the hind leg of a higher life form. It contained powerful essence and was definitely a good ingredient. Zi Chen's figure descended from the sky. This was still a no-fly zone. Even if he soared into the sky, he could not stay in the air for long. The lightning below had all disappeared. Although it was a waste to lose so much lightning and heavily injure 7 people, Zi Chen felt that it was a good deal. Because the 7 people who were heavily injured no longer had the strength to fight. They would not be a threat to him for a short period of time. The lightning disappeared, and there was a huge foreleg on the ground. This was transformed from Lan Bao's severed arm. Zi Chen smiled faintly and kept it. This was good stuff. It could replenish his strength. After that, Zi Chen kept the earth-devouring beast's hind leg. Just this hind leg alone should be enough for them to eat for a long time. Suddenly, Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat as he remembered the 2 people outside the forest. Yeah, there's still Golden Gorilla and Black Bear. Lang Wei, Wu Shuang, stop Golden Gorilla and Black Bear. Zi Chen roared and soared into the sky. Then, with the help of the tree spirits, he flew out of the forest. He was not a higher life form. Without burning his essence blood, He could not fly here for a long time. Outside the forest, after hearing the surging thunder, Lang Wei and Wu Shuang had the idea to fight. As Zichen's voice rang out and the 7 people turned into streams of light and disappeared, Wu Shuang and Lang Wei had already made their move. The two who were originally joking had no idea what was going on before they were drowned by the energy of the attack. They did not understand why the 7 people ran away when the ancient tree king was already dead. It was not until Zichen's cold voice rang out that the two reacted. Then, their expressions changed greatly. Obviously, Zichen had used some unknown method to kill the 7 people and was now rushing back to kill the 2 of them. He had 1 against 7 people, let alone the 2 of them. Run. The 2 instantly made this decision. Then, without hesitation, they decisively used their secret method. Their speed instantly soared as they fled into the distance. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 thick thunderbolts directly turned into 2 thunder dragons and chased after the 2 people. Then, the thunder dragons exploded, and the 2 people screamed in pain. Then, 2 beastly figures with rolling black smoke escaped into the distance. Zichen rushed out of the forest. Looking at the direction the 2 people fled, he shook his head regretfully. What a powerful thunderbolt power! Wu Shuang and Lang Wei were also amazed by the power of the thunderbolt power. Hammer and the other 3 followed and stared at Zichen curiously. Clearly, they had also witnessed the scene of the 7 higher life forms escaping, and they were curious about it. How did you do it? Wu Shuang stepped forward and stared at Zichen with his big eyes as if he was looking at a monster. Chapter 1457. After scaring away 7 high-level life forms, as well as golden gorilla and tyrant bear, Zichen's reappearance made people feel more and more mysterious. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang asked again and again, becoming more and more curious about Zichen. Zichen only smiled and replied, "It's just a small trick. By the way, where's the undying bird? Did you get it?" Wu Shuang asked. A brilliance appeared in front of Zichen. It was Wu Xie and the undying bird. The heavily injured undying bird had become much smaller in size. At this moment, Wu Xie was carefully treating its wounds. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang naturally knew how precious the undying bird was. At this moment, they were also curiously looking at the undying bird. This undying bird has a great relationship with Wu Xie. Zichen coughed lightly when he saw the two's constantly changing expressions and their fixed gazes. "Ch, I'm not that kind of person." Wu Shuang rolled her eyes at Zichen. Lang Wei smiled embarrassedly. Just now, he really had a little impulse to snatch the undying bird. This time, golden gorilla and tyrant bear fled in panic. Let's see if they still have the face to see us next time. Lang Wei changed the topic and laughed. "By the way, there's something good." As he spoke, Zichen took out a huge beast leg. The beast leg glowed brightly, and it contained a huge amount of essence qi. This belongs to a high-level life form. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang's eyes immediately widened when they saw the beast leg. "This is Jin Meng's leg, and the other is Lan Bao's leg," Zichen said. "Good, very good. Last time, these 2 guys were scheming against us. This time, we'll cut off their legs. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant in front of me next time." Lang Wei laughed. After that, they set up a fire and barbecue. At the same time, Zichen took out a big pot and cooked the meat while barbecuing. Soon, bursts of meat fragrance spread. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone was bathed in light. This was especially true for the undying bird. With its undying body, it quickly recovered from its injuries after devouring the essence contained in the flesh. This is the flesh and blood of a higher life form. It can be said to be a precious healing medicine. If I carry more of this on me, who will use medicinal pills in the future? Wu Xie belched in satisfaction. This was originally a joke, but who would have thought that when Lang Wei heard it, his eyes lit up and he said, "That's right, this is good stuff. Of course, the more the better. How about we discuss it together?" Wu Xie stared blankly and asked, "How are we going to plan this? Don't tell me we're going to scheme against a higher life form?" Lang Wei glared and said, "Why can't we scheme? We have so many people here. If we encounter a higher life form, we can naturally kill him. That's right, Chen can defeat 7 people by himself. If we work together, we can naturally succeed. That's right, let's go find those guys who escaped now. Maybe we can kill them all and cook them. Wu Xie's eyes lit up and he was full of interest. He believed that as long as he could eat a higher life form, his realm would definitely increase again. He might even be able to break through to the second domain realm. The two of them hit it off. Then, Lang Wei turned around and looked at Chen, saying, Chen, what do you think of our suggestion? Chen didn't turn around. With his back facing Lang Wei, he shook his head and said, nothing. What do you mean nothing? They're all injured. Now is the best time to kill them. Once we kill them and devour their flesh and blood, we might be able to break through to the next realm, Lang Wei said with a glare. Chen was still indifferent. Lang Wei was a little angry, but he couldn't do anything to Chen. He could only look at Wu Shuang and ask, Sister Wu Shuang, what do you think of my suggestion? It's a good suggestion. If we really kill those guys, we'll let the forces behind them cry. Wu Shuang had an evil smile on her face. If we go after them, we'll definitely miss out on a great opportunity, Chen said indifferently. What great opportunity? The few of them were startled. The spirit core. What? The spirit core? You're really thinking about that thing? Wu Shuang and Lang Wei looked at Chen in surprise. Why can't I? The spirit core belongs to the fated. This time, it was Hammer who spoke. Obviously, he had always had some thoughts about the spirit core. Along the way, Hammer hadn't made a move, but the two could clearly feel that this battle spirit was extraordinary. You guys go find the opportunity. I should be here. Wu Xie's voice suddenly sounded. He had just received the undying bird's voice. Everyone turned around and looked at him strangely. My undying bloodline needs to be awakened, and the opportunity is here. As he spoke, Wu Xie glanced at the undying bird. Obviously, he was relying on it. It was time to part ways again, but this was a good thing. It was worth being happy about. Chen nodded and said, I wish you success. Thank you for your kind words. Wu Xie smiled. This is good. The further we go, the fewer people there are. But I don't know when such a good thing will come to me. Ji Wei also smiled. Wu Xie finally left with the undying bird. Wu Shuang and Lang Wei gave up the idea of chasing those high-level life forms and decided to go deeper with Chen and the others. Everyone stepped into the dense forest again. The tree spirits opened their eyes, and their eyes were filled with gentleness. The scene of those high-level life forms fleeing had been deeply imprinted in their minds. They knew that these humans were the king's friends, so they took the initiative to let them pass. Branches stretched out, opening a straight path for Chen and the others, all the way to the end of the dense forest. Looks like you've gained their approval, Wu Shuang said. Walking out of the dense forest, Chen turned around and saw that the tree spirits were still looking at him. He slowly stretched out his hand, and there were many densely packed silver lights in his palm. These silver lights were very small and very dense. Chen waved his hand, and the silver lights flew up, turning into many light spots that fell into the dense forest. The silver light spots fell on the tree spirits, and then disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, all the tree spirits closed their eyes. What was that? Wu Shuang asked curiously. A lightning seed, Chen said. A lightning seed fell into the tree spirit's body. If carefully watered, then one day, this lightning seed could completely change them, turning them into lightning trees. After traveling for 2 days, they successfully found a ruin. This ruin was not big, but it was very suitable for Shifengwei. In the end, everyone worked together and successfully sent Shifengwei into the ruin. Now, there were only 6 people left in the group of several people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light appeared on the horizon. The light flew rapidly, like a meteor streaking across the sky. They could see from afar that there was something in the light. What's that? Lang Wei's gaze focused as he looked at the light. It's a spirit realm crystal. The gold and silver light disappeared from Chen's eyes. He rushed toward the light like a bolt of lightning. Each light was a spirit realm crystal. In total, there were more than a dozen pieces, comparable to millions of luck points. Chen used his extremely fast footwork to catch up and put away all the spirit realm crystals. At this moment, he was standing in the air, and his gaze could see very far away. There were still lights flashing there, and each light was a spirit realm crystal. There were so many spirit realm crystals here. Chen had a look of surprise on his face. He put away these spirit realm crystals as quickly as possible and then rushed forward. These lights all came from ahead. Lang Wei and the others caught up. After walking for a while, Chen obtained another 5 channeling region crystals. In just a short while, he had obtained close to 30 channeling region crystals. Finally, Chen saw the source of the light. At the end of his line of sight, there was a huge ripple barrier. The light came from the other side of the ripple barrier. And below the ripple barrier, Chen saw humans again. Many humans. To be precise, they were human array masters. Behind these human array masters stood some powerhouses from the 4 forces. After chasing all the way, Chen and the others finally caught up to the people in the first group. In the first stage, these people still had to break through the layers of seals as they rushed forward. Chen and the others seemed to only have 1 layer of seals, but in fact, there were many layers of seals, so this greatly reduced their advancing speed. Just like that, they broke through this barrier for several days. As the restriction gradually weakened, more and more spirit channeling realm crystals flew out from within. These people were already collecting high-level life forms, but there were still some that couldn't be collected in time and flew into the distance. Swoosh! 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 The ripple barrier in front of them suddenly began to tremble slightly, and then rays of light shot out from the other side of the ripple barrier like a meteor shower. These rays of light were all spirit realm crystals, and there were no less than 200 of them. As for the spirit channeling region crystals that kept flying, everyone couldn't help but wonder if there was a spirit channeling region core on the other side of the barrier. Behind them, light flashed. Chen had made his move. He was a little shocked by the number of spirit realm crystals, but his speed was still fast. For some reason, the people in the first group didn't make a move. They just stared at the ripple barrier. Most of the spirit channeling realm crystals went to Chen. Boom! When the array masters saw the spirit realm crystals rushing out, they had already increased the speed of breaking the barrier. The ripple barrier began to tremble violently, and then there was an explosion. The barrier was broken. The array masters broke the barrier. Before they could cheer, streams of light appeared. These streams of light were as fine as raindrops and flew toward them. Some array masters couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the light spots. Then, the light spots pierced through their bodies and flew forward, covered in blood. Many array masters suffered heavy losses in an instant. Fortunately, the others reacted quickly and took the other array masters away. After that, they no longer paid any attention to the flying spirit-linking region crystals. Instead, they headed straight for the spirit-linking region core. Chapter 1458. The cultivator with the silhouette of light on his forehead was a beastmaster. He smiled at Chen with a sinister smile. Following the appearance of the silhouette, he no longer paid any attention to Chen. He turned around and flew into the depths. Obviously, he believed that the human was dead. The light turned into a human figure and went straight for Chen. He held a weapon in his hand and rushed toward Chen's forehead. Spiritual sense attacks were meant to determine victory and defeat in the sea of consciousness. Don't bother. Chen's expression was indifferent as he let out a cold snort. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into a figure holding a sheathed saber. Last time, Chen almost died when he climbed the 99th step. His spiritual sense was severely injured. But after that, Chen found that his spiritual sense had become more condensed. His spiritual sense was no weaker than a beastmaster's. At this moment, Chen did not care about this light figure at all. After his spiritual sense rushed out, he moved at an extremely fast pace and began to collect the psychic region crystals that flew out from all directions. As for the collision between the two spiritual senses, Chen wasn't interested in it at all. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, the long saber was unsheathed. A dazzling golden light flashed, and the spiritual thoughts of the Beastmaster were destroyed without any surprise. Wu Shuang and the others caught up. When they saw the channeling region crystals, they were surprised. Did they go in? Lang Wei asked anxiously. They went in, Zi Chen replied indifferently. He was still collecting the channeling region crystals. There are so many channeling region crystals here. It means that the channeling region core must be in the depths. Why are you picking up these things instead of getting the channeling region core? Lang Wei looked a little anxious. Zi Chen's speed was as fast as lightning as he shuttled back and forth, collecting the psychic region crystals one after another. His chuckle came from afar. This isn't some lousy toy. This is a psychic region crystal. It's said that after refining enough of it, it's comparable to a psychic region core. Lang Wei sneered, that's true, but how much do you need to refine? 1 million, 10 million, or even 1 trillion? No one knows what's in the depths, but I believe that it won't be easy to snatch the psychic domain core. So, I should take advantage of this time to improve my combat strength. The spirit channeling realm crystals flew out like raindrops. Even Zi Chen, who was moving at top speed, couldn't collect them all. Hammer did not say anything. He turned into a stream of light and began to collect the channeling realm crystals. Needless to say, Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang had already started collecting the crystals. To them, the common spirit region core was too far away. The common spirit region crystal was the real deal. After that, even Wu Shuang began to collect the flying psychic realm crystals. Lang Wei wanted to go deeper, but it seemed that no one was following him. He was helpless and could only join in. Everyone took action one after another, greatly increasing their efficiency. After clearing out all of the channeling realm crystals in this place, the 4 of them had also reaped a whopping 1,000 crystals. Let's not rush in. Let's improve our combat strength first. After saying that, Zi Chen flew toward a mountain peak. He wanted to refine the channeling realm crystals there. Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang followed closely behind. The 2 of them didn't need to refine the crystals for the time being, so they stood guard for Zi Chen. If a battle breaks out, it will definitely be the most tragic one. If things go wrong, even the higher life forms might fall. Taking advantage of the fact that the battle hasn't started, increasing our combat power a little bit is equivalent to increasing our chances of survival. After saying that, Hammer also left. Let's go. We'll go too. Wu Shuang signaled Lang Wei to follow. Next, the group began to refine the channeling realm crystals and undergo another transformation. On the mountain peak, Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang stood guard while the other 4 people began to glow. As the refining continued, the glow gradually became more lively. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, no one else entered the depths. At this place, many ruins of various sizes appeared. The cultivators who should stop had stopped. Those people knew that it was hopeless to obtain the channeling realm core, so they focused on the ruins. At present, other than Zi Chen and the others, only the other 9 high-level life forms still had hopes for the channeling realm core. However, the 9 of them were severely injured and would need a long time to fully recover. By that time, the channeling realm core might have found a home. During these 3 days, channeling realm crystals would fly out from time to time. Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang acted as guardians while collecting the crystals for the 4 of them to refine. 6 days later, after refining all the channeling realm crystals, the energy in the 4 of them finally changed again. It became more lively. Okay, let's go. With the transformation of their spiritual energy, the 4 of them became stronger. Naturally, their confidence also increased, so they went deeper. This time, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. Wherever they passed, all the life forms were killed. It could be seen that the 4 forces had officially begun to search for the channeling realm core, not letting any life form go. It seems that they have made up their minds to not let others touch it. If our traces are discovered, there should be a big battle, Hammer said indifferently when he saw the corpses of the life forms. To be able to reach this deep, in terms of battle spirits, the only one that could do so was Hammer. Along the way, Zi Chen and the others seemed to be very careful. However, 2 days later, their traces were discovered. This path is blocked. A figure appeared from the void and blocked Zi Chen and the others. It was a human who had reached the late-stage first domain realm. He was wearing armor and holding a long spear in his hand. He stood in the air with an indifferent expression. Zichen and the others stood and looked at the human in front of them. "Leave quickly before you die." The human's gaze swept past Lang Wei and Wu Shuang. His tone was still indifferent. He had already recognized that the two of them were high-level life forms, but he still dared to speak with such an attitude. Obviously, he wasn't afraid of high-level life forms. "We'll retreat if you ask us to." Lang Wei glared and took a step forward. Energy surged around his body. If the human wasn't afraid of him, as a high-level life form, how could he be afraid of the human? Even if the human's cultivation base was one realm higher than his. The human's expression immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and said, "High-level life forms, other people might be afraid of you, but the Hidden Fog City isn't." The Hidden Fog City was ranked third among the 108 cities of the Shuntian prefecture. Lang Wei's expression also turned cold. It seemed like he was about to attack. Zichen suddenly waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's retreat." If they retreated now, they could still go deeper. There was no need to fight. "Mph, at least you know what's good for you." The human glanced at Zichen and snorted coldly. Zichen nodded at the unwilling Lang Wei and prepared to leave with the others. Suddenly, the human in front of them narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Wait. What do you mean? Do you want to fight?" Lang Wei turned around and glared at the other party. The human in front of them pointed at Zichen and the others and said, "You can leave, but leave these two behind." The other party was pointing at Go Wen and Ma Ringqiang. The two brothers looked confused. They didn't seem to know the other party, so why did the other party ask them to stay? "You want them? Dream on," Lang Wei said coldly. "That's not up to you." The other party smiled coldly. A ray of light shot into the sky from his hand. This was the most common signal. It meant that the other party was calling for people to gather. They just wanted to let the two brothers leave, but now they took the initiative to call for them. It could be seen that Go Wen and Ma Ringqiang were extremely important to them. Could it be that they know that the two brothers are array masters and need them to break the formation? Zichen couldn't help but frown. However, if it was just to break the formation, the two array masters wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, they didn't need to call for other people. After all, almost all of the people here were high-level life forms. Zichen couldn't guess what the other party was thinking. However, he decided that he couldn't let the other party take the two brothers away. Therefore, he said decisively, "Retreat. Do you think you can leave?" The other party smiled coldly and rushed toward them. His target was the Go Wen and Ma Ringqiang. "These twins must be left behind for me." A powerful aura was released from his body. Then, the Go Wen and Ma Ringqiang were enveloped by an oppressive force. It was as if their bodies had sunk into a quagmire. "Let's go." Zichen flashed in front of the two brothers. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward. Boom! The spatial energy in front of them began to surge violently. The fist radiance exploded, and the power became even more violent. The oppressive force formed by the humans in the Hidden Fog City was instantly shattered by the punch. The brothers recovered from the oppressive force. Lang Wei grabbed the two brothers with each hand and flew away with them. Wu Shuang and Ma Ringqiang followed him on his left and right. Zichen, who had extreme speed, stayed behind to stop the other party. "Stop!" A cold light flashed in the eyes of the human from the Hidden Fog City. His body flashed, and he went around Zichen. Then, he slammed his palm toward Lang Wei. "I think you're the one who should stop." Before the palm print could reach Lang Wei, an indifferent voice sounded. The human from the Hidden Fog City narrowed his eyes. The human from the Hidden Fog City had appeared in front of him without him noticing. A fist radiance that flashed with oppressive lightning appeared in front of the palm print. The fist radiance collided with the palm print, and the palm print was instantly shattered. The human from the Hidden Fog City turned pale, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. He shook the long spear in his hand and pointed it at Zichen. A light flashed, and the long spear was pointed at Zichen's chest. Lightning flashed around Zichen's body, and a powerful and oppressive aura was released. A Xing Chen appeared in front of his chest. The Xing Chen emitted lightning, and there were 2 clear runes on it. Zi Chen displayed his Thunder King physique, and its powerful energy converged on Zi Chen's arm. Zi Chen clenched his fist and punched out again. Meteor Thunder King Fist. A loud shout resounded between heaven and earth, and a dazzling lightning fist radiance appeared. This fist radiance was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Not only was it dazzling, but it also contained an extremely powerful aura. The void trembled, and wherever the fist radiance passed, space was compressed into a vacuum. Chapter 1459. Like a meteor, the fist pierced through the sky with a long trail of energy and collided with the tip of the spear. Boom! A dazzling light was released, and the heavens and the earth began to tremble. A burst of energy spread out in all directions along with a deafening explosion. The aftermath of the energy was filled with a powerful destructive force. As the tremors continued, the space began to distort crazily. A powerful force flowed through the spear to his right arm and then to his body. The spear-wielding man's body shook violently. His body began to tremble in a small area. He was trying to dissolve the powerful force contained in the fist. However, the force was too powerful. While his body was trembling, he was also pushed back by the force. At this moment, there was an obvious look of surprise on his face. His attacks were continuously blocked, and this time, he was even pushed back. Obviously, it was no coincidence. The human in front of him did not seem to have a high cultivation level, but he possessed a powerful force. The spear-wielding man from the hidden fog city had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. He had to take him seriously. Swoosh! He pointed the spear in his hand again, and his eyes turned cold. Again, with a loud shout, a light spot appeared on the tip of the spear. This light spot was like a thin line that shot out. Wherever it passed, it left a thin mark in the air. This was caused by the attack cutting through space. There was no excess energy dissipating from the thin ray of light. Although this attack seemed unremarkable, it contained an extremely powerful force. Zi Chen's eyes narrowed. He clenched his right fist, and a dazzling silver light was released from his fist. This silver light was like water. It was the pure power of lightning. It formed into a physical force. Zi Chen clenched his fist and punched out. A powerful force began to surge, and a vast thunder might shook the heavens and the earth. If Zi Chen's thin line attack could be said to be restrained, concentrating its attack power into a single point, then Zi Chen's current attack would be both flamboyant and domineering. This attack would be known to everyone in the world. Boom! The fist collided with the thin line again, and the power contained in the thin line exploded. It turned from a bright light spot into a bright light. The powerful force formed and raged together with the fist light. Under the illumination of the lightning, Zi Chen's expression appeared somewhat ferocious. His eyes were filled with a fanatical fighting spirit. In the next moment, the strength of his already terrifying fist increased by another 20%. This was the first time he had truly fought against a powerful existence. He really wanted to test his own battle prowess. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from the exploding light. The energy in the sky that was already vibrating became even more violent in the next moment. This violent energy was on the verge of going out of control. Zi Chen and the spear-wielding man could only retreat once more. Swoosh! Just as they retreated, the spear-wielding man circled around the berserk energy and rushed into the distance. Clearly, he was still aiming for the 2 brothers. Zi Chen moved with extreme speed and blocked his path like a ray of light. Scram! The other party roared. His spear smashed down like a staff. The power of space trembled violently. This staff strike had the power of Mount Tai. In the face of such an imposing attack, Zi Chen's expression remained indifferent. His response was simple, and that was to clench his fist and attack. Boom! The fist hit the descending spear. In the midst of the energy shock, the 2 of them retreated once again. Clearly, neither of them had gained an advantage in this attack. Feeling the rising fighting spirit of the other party, the spear-wielding man's expression gradually became serious. One must know that both sides seemed to be equally matched. However, under this premise, he had used his own weapon. Moreover, he was relying on his strength that was a full realm higher. Even so, he still could not suppress the other party. Moreover, it seemed that only those truly high-level beings would dare to use their bodies to block a king-level spirit weapon. But the other party was just a human. A human should not be so strong. With unwillingness in his heart, he once again charged forward with his spear. This time, he began to display all kinds of powerful techniques. However, in the face of the other party's fierce attack, Zichen's response was simple. That was to clench his fist and punch out. At this moment, he was relying on the powerful Thunder King body. With the help of the Thunder King body and a little power of the Meteor Fist, he was able to restrain the other party. However, it was naturally impossible for him to kill the other party. At this moment, Zichen also knew that his combat strength was comparable to the other party's. However, just like two high-level beings together, if there were no other special factors, it was extremely unrealistic to want to kill the other party. Of course, if the battle lasted for a long time, Zichen was confident that he could win. This was because there was endless power in his body. He could completely rely on that endless power to exhaust the other party to death. In the sky, a battle between high-level beings was erupting. Both sides were fighting fiercely. There was no clear winner. This battle lasted for about 100 moves before it stopped. The spear-wielding man stood indifferently, staring at Zichen. He was also extremely shocked. The other party's true realm was not at the domain realm. However, the other party was not weaker than him. Moreover, after fighting for so long, the other party's attacks were still sharp. Now, he had to admit that the other party's combat strength was not weaker than his. Although the other party was a human, he was equivalent to a high-level being. The battle was not long, but it was not short either. Lang Wei and the others should have been far away. The other party was just one person and could not do anything to him. Zichen was not in a hurry. He just looked at the other party indifferently. "You can't kill me," the spear-wielding man said. "You can't do anything to me. You can't stop me. I can leave if I want to," Zichen replied. "Hand over the twins if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, none of you will live." The spear-wielding man began to threaten. "You think you can?" Zichen smiled sarcastically. "You should know who I am relying on. I can't do anything to you alone, but there are many people like me behind me. A battle between high-level beings is like this. In a one-on-one battle, no one can do anything to the other. However, in a two-on-one battle, the one who is alone will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Moreover, there are more than two people behind me. Therefore, this is your only chance, and your only chance to live." "That's impossible." Zichen refused decisively. "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I can see that you are also a human and your combat power is not weak. It must not have been easy for you to grow to this level. You and I are both humans, so we naturally can't see our own kind die for nothing. If you refuse, there will only be one result. You will die, and so will the others. Therefore, you have to think carefully." The other party tried to persuade him again. There was nothing wrong with his persuasion attitude, but Zichen snorted when he heard it. It sounded nice, but if it were not for the fact that their combat power was similar, the outcome would be different. Humph, absolutely impossible. Therefore, without thinking, he snorted coldly and responded decisively again. The following conversation between the two of them was between persuasion and rejection. It was like asking if you had eaten, and if you hadn't, then would you eat, and if you didn't. It was the most meaningless conversation among all the contradictions. In fact, both of them were stalling for time. Both of them were well aware of it, but they had a tacit understanding. The conversation continued. After repeating it for a long time, they started to run out of things to say. Therefore, the two of them could only tacitly change the topic. "Seeing how confident you are, there must be a lot of high-level life forms in your hidden fog city." "There are indeed quite a lot. How about you guys? Tiger God Mountain in Hupping City should have quite a lot as well, right?" "There are indeed quite a lot of people. How many of you came this time?" "Around 3,000. We are ranked third, so we have a lot of entry tokens." You guys shouldn't have too many, right? We only have 12. 4 Hupping City. This is quite a lot because no matter how many people come, they will still die. The conversation continued like this until one side was disdainful. You are stalling for time so that your friends can escape quickly, the spear-wielding man from Hidden Fog City said with a faint smile. You are also stalling for time so that your friends can come and gang up on me, Zichen chuckled and said. I am indeed stalling for time, but I am not waiting for my friends, nor am I ganging up on you. The other party shook his head with an unfathomable expression on his face. If you are not waiting for your friends, then what are you waiting for? Zichen asked. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. I am waiting for the twins to arrive, the other party said with certainty. That's impossible. They have already gone far. If you guys are chasing after them, I believe that they have already left this spatial world. I believe in their speed, Zichen said with certainty. However, he was not confident enough. The conversation stopped here. The other party smiled mysteriously and strangely. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It came from behind. Zichen did not turn around to look, but his body stiffened. The smile on the corner of his mouth also became extremely unnatural. The sound of something breaking through the air approached. It was 5 figures. Zhong Chue was in the lead, Wu Shuang was behind him, and Lang Wei was in the middle with Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang. Looking at the 5 of them, it seemed like they were forced to flee. How is it? Seeing Zichen's slightly ugly expression, the other party smiled confidently and proudly. Nothing much. Zichen's expression gradually turned solemn. He said indifferently, I will say the same thing again. It is impossible for you to take the twins away. If that's the case, you are really too tactless and don't know the rules. Seeing Zichen's lack of understanding, the other party shook his head in disappointment. His eyes gradually turned cold, and a dense killing intent emerged from the bottom of his heart. The sound of something breaking through the air approached Zichen. Wu Shuang stuck out her tongue at Zichen in embarrassment. Zhong Chue smiled apologetically and said, the enemies are too strong. There are too many of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard again. This time, it came from several directions. There were indeed many of them. As the sound of something breaking through the air approached, there were more than 10 human cultivators. They were all at the late stage of the first domain realm. Since they could force Wu Shuang, Lang Wei, and Zhong Chue to retreat, it was obvious that each of them was equivalent to a high-level life form. Chapter 1460. Hammer and the others failed to escape and were chased back. There was an apologetic look on their faces. Around them, there were more than 10 existences equivalent to high-level life forms surrounding them. Zichen and the others had nowhere to run. Behind Zichen, there was a tall human man. After he arrived, he nodded at the spear-wielding man, then glanced at the others. He deliberately paused on the twins for a few breaths, then said indifferently, hand over the twins, and I promise you can leave alive. What a big tone. You're just relying on your numbers. If it's one-on-one, I'll definitely kill you. Lang Wei glared at the other party and said, ferocious aura surging around him. Each of these people was equivalent to a high-level life form, but they didn't have the talent of high-level life forms. If it was one-on-one, Lang Wei wasn't afraid of anyone, but if the other party chose to gang up on him, the result was obvious. Lang Wei and the others would run away. You want twins? That's impossible. Zichen said indifferently. His attitude was still the same as before, interrupting their thoughts. Zheng Kang, you don't have to say any more. I've already said what I need to say, but they're stubborn. Next, we can only fight to the death. The spear-wielding man said to the tall man. Zheng Kang's face revealed a ferocious smile, and said, in that case, we can only kill them. It's always been my greatest wish to be able to kill high-level life forms with my own hands. The surrounding energy surged, and the eyes of the human cultivators became cold. Waves of undisguised killing intent locked onto Zichen and the others. Wait. Zichen suddenly waved his hand. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Have you changed your mind? Zheng Kang glanced at Zichen, his eyes full of disdain. He hated this kind of reckless guy the most. Zichen looked at Zheng Kang and said, I'm very curious. What is the reason for you to spend so much effort to find twins? I'm guessing that you're not just looking for twins. You're looking for twins who are proficient in formations. You're smart, kid. Since you asked, I'll tell you the truth. Channeling the domain heart is our ultimate goal. Now, we're only one step away from our ultimate goal. The key to taking this step is the twins. What do you think will happen if we meet the twins? Zhang Kang licked his lips, his eyes filled with bloodthirst. Once they encountered the twins, they would naturally use any means to obtain them, even if they had an extremely powerful force behind them. But in terms of power, in the entire Shuntian prefecture, who could compare to the 4 great cities? If it was just to break the formation, I would naturally agree, because I am very curious about what the spirit channeling domain core looks like. However, as soon as you came, you wanted to take it by force, with no intention of negotiating at all. Either you are relying on the 4 powers and are not afraid of everyone, or breaking the formation should be dangerous. Zichen looked at Zheng Kang's changing expression and said coldly, in other words, the key to the birth of the spirit channeling domain heart isn't the twins breaking the formation, but the blood sacrifice of the twins. The end result of the blood sacrifice was death. Hearing this, Go Wen and Ma Yingqiang's faces instantly turned pale. Regardless of strength, Zichen's wisdom alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. Although the one who spoke was Zheng Kang, the battle strength of the group was not much different, so there was no need to talk about who was the leader. Zheng Kang's eyes narrowed as he said, You're very smart. We indeed don't know if the twins will live or die after breaking the formation, but according to the deductions of the other array masters, the probability of the twins surviving is very high. Who knows, they might even encounter some kind of great opportunity. Zichen smiled faintly and said, Do you think I'll believe that? Of course you won't believe it. Actually, I don't believe it either. I believe in the blood sacrifice more. However, you only have 2 paths now. One is to sacrifice the twins, and you will live. The other is to die in battle, and the twins will still die, Zheng Kang said indifferently. Hearing this, Lang Wei and the others' expressions did not change much, but Go Wen and Ma Yingqiang's expressions kept changing. There was obvious guilt on their faces. Zichen really wanted to go to the place mentioned by Zheng Kang, but obviously not now. He naturally would not sacrifice Go Wen and Ma Yingqiang. When he saw the two's expressions, he guessed the conflicting thoughts in their hearts. He patted their shoulders and said, Don't think too much. With me here, no one can take you away. Hearing this, the two's eyes were filled with gratitude. What an arrogant tone. The current you can't even protect yourself, yet you dare to threaten to protect others? I'll only give you one chance. If you miss it, it won't happen again. You better think carefully, Zheng Kang said coldly. Hearing Zheng Kang's words, Zichen did not hesitate. He shook his head and said, Sorry, I still don't agree. The surrounding atmosphere instantly turned cold because of Zichen's words. Waves of cold killing intent locked onto Zichen. He doesn't know what's good for him. What about the rest of you? Zheng Kang glanced at Lang Wei, Wu Shuang, and Ma Yingqiang. Ma Yingqiang smiled and did not say anything. Wu Shuang glanced at Zheng Kang with disdain, then turned around and glared at Zichen. Lang Wei snorted and said sarcastically, I say, are you an idiot or do you think we are idiots? You still need to sow discord in this situation. Where's your spirit? Zheng Kang's expression turned somewhat ugly. Fortunately, he had high self-restraint. The displeasure disappeared in a flash, then he chuckled and said, Since you treat my benevolence as idiocy and my kindness as malice, then I'll grant you your wish. Remember, the one who will destroy you is Zheng Kang. After Zheng Kang finished speaking, the surrounding people began to close in on Zichen and the others. There were a total of 15 of them, and each of them was comparable to Zichen's current combat strength. 6 against 15, the outcome was clear. Although their defeat was certain, it did not stop the rising fighting spirit in their hearts. Ma Yingqiang, Wu Shuang, and Lang Wei were already prepared for battle. The 2 brothers' faces were filled with fear, guilt, and the courage to face death. There's no need to fight this battle. I have my own plans. Zichen's voice rang in their knowledge seas. Then, a 3-meter space appeared behind Zichen. This 3-meter space just happened to cover the 5 of them. Then, the space disappeared along with the 5 of them. Seeing this, Zheng Kang was slightly stunned. Then, he sneered, hiding them with a secret treasure? It doesn't matter at all. After we capture you and soul search them, they will automatically come out. After saying that, Zheng Kang rushed towards Zichen. At the same time, the others also moved and rushed towards Zichen. If it was 6 against 15, although their defeat was certain, they could at least put up a fight. But now, it was 1 against 15. They did not need to be serious to end the battle. Zichen's body moved without wind. His black robe fluttered, and his black hair danced wildly. A large silver light rushed out from behind him. Within the silver light, there was a huge pair of wings. The wings emitted a brilliant silver light. As soon as they appeared, they lit up half of the sky. But then, the other half of the sky was illuminated by the silver light. It was from Zichen's body. His entire body was covered in silver light. Within the silver light, there was a Xing Chen shining with lightning. On the Xing Chen, there were 2 very clear runes. It was Zichen's Thunder King physique. At this moment, with the Thunder King physique and the heavenly thunder wings, Zichen's body emitted lightning, lighting up the entire sky. The first attack appeared, piercing towards Zichen's brightest chest. Obviously, someone had already noticed that this was the key to Zichen's powerful strength. Swoosh! The thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, and his figure disappeared. The attack passed through the afterimage and disappeared. After disappearing, when he reappeared, Zichen was already on the other side. His face was expressionless, and his figure once again turned from real to illusory. It was as if he was walking on the spatial node between reality and illusion. His figure appeared and disappeared at the same time. And every time Zichen appeared, there would be an attack that accurately cut through space and hit his vital points. But every time, the attack would miss by a hair's breadth. So fast. This is the Thunder Clan's extreme speed. Spread out, don't let him escape. Shouts rang out one after another. The 15 human experts spread out. They stood at a distance and then moved forward in a crisscross pattern, launching one attack after another. There was no need to deliberately rehearse, and they could display the most perfect coordination. With the appearance of the crisscrossing attacks, the pressure in the space became stronger. Even Zichen felt a trace of pressure. And this was his extreme speed. He had made great progress recently. If it were in the past, his figure would have been squeezed to the point where it would be difficult for him to move. In the sky, a brilliance flashed. The void was cut open by a sharp weapon, stabbing at the position where Zichen had just appeared. Zichen's figure disappeared in a flash. The next time he appeared, his black robe was slightly tattered at the position of his chest. Another attack appeared and attacked somewhere in the void. This attack was only a ray of light, and there were no other energy fluctuations. But when the attack came into contact with a certain spot in the void, it instantly pierced through it. Everyone present was equivalent to a high-level life form. Their control of power had long reached the limit of this realm. They launched many attacks, but there was no energy explosion in the sky at all. There were only rays of light that flickered and disappeared from time to time. Zichen, on the other hand, was walking through these rays of light. He was like a small boat encountering a storm. He was in imminent danger, and the boat could capsize at any time. It was also like walking on a shaky single-plank bridge, and he could fall at any time. Whether it was the former or the latter, once he lost his footing, he would definitely die. Zichen, who displayed his extreme speed, appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was hard to tell whether it was real or illusory. Every time, he narrowly avoided the rays of light that flashed past his face. Swoosh! Swoosh! As his figure flashed again and again, Zichen finally dodged the first wave of attacks. His figure also appeared behind the 15 people. The 15 people's faces were filled with astonishment. They never thought that someone would be able to smoothly pass through their joint attacks. Zichen turned around and smiled faintly at the 15 people. The lightning wings on his back trembled again. Then, He turned into a ray of lightning and flew into the distance. At this moment, no one could catch up to Zichen. Chapter 1461. His swift display of might shocked everyone present. With such extreme speed, Zichen was almost invincible. They were unwilling to give up, but they could only watch as Zichen turned into lightning and disappeared. So he's from the Thunder Clan. No wonder he can bring people here even though his realm is not high. The Thunder Clan's extreme speed is said to be the fastest in the world. Today, I've seen it with my own eyes. The group of human powerhouses also had looks of admiration on their faces. There was no grudge between the two sides. They just had different standpoints. Now that the other party had used extreme speed to leave, they felt helpless, but they would not hate him. After all, there was only one piece of the domain core of communication, but there were 4 forces here. Not only would the 4 forces have to fight in the end, but only one person from the winning side would be able to obtain it. The domain core of communication was most suitable for those who had not broken through to the domain realm, so they obviously would not be the final winner. Seeing Zichen's extreme speed, they had given up chasing him. However, they suddenly saw Zichen stop moving forward. They had a touch of doubt on their faces as they chased after Zichen. Zichen, who was moving forward at extreme speed, stopped. He had to stop because there were several people standing in front of him. To be precise, there were 4 people standing in front of him. These 4 people were at the same realm as Zichen, but looking at them, Zichen felt that they were stronger and more terrifying than the 15 people behind him. The 4 people stood in 4 directions, forming a semicircle, and looked at Zichen calmly. A young man stood on the far left. He wore a light blue robe and had his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at Zichen. He stood there without moving a single step, but Zichen felt as if he was using an extremely fast footwork technique. His figure was actually fading in and out of the void. On the second position on the left stood a young girl. She was wearing a golden armor, which made her look valiant and heroic. She was like a goddess of war, and her whole body was shining brightly. Under the golden armor, her curvaceous figure was perfectly outlined. She looked to be about the same age as Wu Shuang, and her eyes were very big and bright. She looked at Zichen with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. From left to right, in the third position stood a scholarly middle-aged man. He wore a moon-colored robe that fluttered without wind. He stood in the air, and although his figure did not change, it was as if he had become one with the world around him. He looked at Zichen quietly. His eyes were as clear as a lake, and there was no change in his heart. Zichen looked at the other party, thinking that if the other party had a fan in his hand, he would be a Confucian scholar among mortals. The last person was a young man. He wore hemp clothes and looked like an ordinary young woodcutter from a mountain village. His life was very poor, and there was nothing special about him. With his sharp senses, Zichen felt that this young man was very powerful and terrifying. "Since you're already here, shouldn't you introduce yourselves?" The middle-aged man who looked like a Confucian scholar had a folding fan in his hand. He opened it and waved it as he spoke with a chuckle. The other 3 people looked at Zichen silently. Hupping City, Room 108, Zichen. Zichen tried his best to make his voice calm and peaceful. He did not want to be too nervous. Then, he asked, "What about you guys? You want to know our names? Logically speaking, you shouldn't be qualified. However, since you brought the twins, we'll reluctantly tell you," said the blue-robed young man who seemed to be the leader. His words were very calm, and there was no belittling in them. It was as if he was stating a fact, and that fact was that he was of noble status, while the others were of lowly status. It was as if he was looking down on others, but it made it impossible for others to refute him. Zichen did not refute because he could sense that these 4 people were very powerful and terrifying. Even his extreme speed might not be able to do anything to them. That was why he stopped. If he guessed correctly, these 4 people should be from the 4 factions. Moreover, they were the true leaders of the 4 factions. Even if they were not the leaders, they must be the true owners of the domain core. The 4 people's realms were not suppressed. They were all at the peak of the corporeal realm and had not taken the final step. The young man on the left introduced himself. His words were just as concise: "Hidden Fog City, Hidden Fog City. The second girl in golden armor introduced, Golden Leaf City, Jin Qingcheng. The third scholar introduced, Destiny City, Fortune Telling. The fourth young man introduced, Shuntian City, Shuntian Dao. After the introduction of the four people from the four cities, Zi Chen's expression did not change at all. Actually, the reason why Zi Chen was indifferent was because he was ignorant and inexperienced. If it was any other power from the Shuntian prefecture, they would definitely be extremely shocked after hearing these four names. Moreover, they would instantly understand why the hidden mist shadow had said that they did not have the qualifications to know their names. The top three cities in the Shuntian prefecture were Shuntian City, Destiny City, and Hidden Fog City. In these three cities, there was only one faction, and this faction was the strongest. For example, the strongest faction in Hidden Fog City was the Hidden Fog. The Hidden Fog could be a big city, or it could be a family. In these three cities, there were many experts in these three factions. These experts were very strong, and it was impossible to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. However, in these three cities, there were only 3 people in each generation who were publicly recognized as the strongest. They did not have their own names, only a code name. The code name of the strongest person in the Shuntian city was Shuntian Dao. It was said that his talent was the closest to the heavenly Tao. This kind of existence did not care about race. It could be human or a higher life form. The strongest person in Destiny City was called the fortune telling. Literally, the fortune telling of the heavens and the earth. The strongest person in Hidden Fog City was the Hidden Fog Shadow. The most important one was the Hidden Fog Shadow. He was like a shadow under the sun. He did not have a physical body and could not be injured, but he could attack. These 3 people were strong enough. As for Jin Qingcheng in Golden Leaf City, although she was less famous than the other 3, those who had heard of her name would not look down on her because she was a woman. It was said that the battle where she became famous was when she jumped levels and defeated 2 high-tier lifeforms at the same time. That battle proved that not only did she have an alluring beauty, she also had an alluring combat prowess comparable to her alluring beauty. However, that was not her strongest point. It was said that her strongest point was her intelligence and wisdom. She was publicly recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in Golden Leaf City. If it wasn't for the great opportunities in the mana world, she would have broken through to the next level and become as strong as the older generation. Zi Chen did not know about this, so after hearing the self-introduction, his expression did not change, and his heart did not beat faster. It was the same when he saw Jin Qingcheng. Although she was beautiful, she was only a young girl, just like Wu Shuang. She was destined to be alluring in the future, but she could only be called cute now. This was because Zi Chen had already met several alluring people. After the self-introduction, they realized that they did not manage to shock the humans in Hupping City. This was very unexpected, and the 4 of them did not know what to say next. The 4 of them were all geniuses. When other people saw them, they would naturally try to curry favor with them. Even if they did not, they would try to find something to talk about so that there would not be an awkward silence. However, they met Zi Chen now. Zi Chen was also a man of few words. After the self-introduction, he was still waiting for the 4 of them to speak. Therefore, there was an awkward silence after the wait. The 15 people at the back had already arrived. When they saw the 4 people in front of them, they were shocked and surprised, but they knew better than to go forward. The place was quiet, and the silence was somewhat awkward. The silence was first broken by Zi Chen. "Are you here to get to know me? Now that you know each other, I'm very happy to have met you. Can I leave now?" A hint of astonishment appeared on the calm faces of the 4 people. "What do you mean we're here to get to know you? What are you? What are you worth for us to get to know you? Also, why did you say it so half-heartedly? We're not here to curry favor with you." That last sentence, you should be telling the truth. However, don't you know why we're here? While the 4 of them were stunned, these thoughts flashed through their minds. The fortune teller raised his fan again, and the awkwardness on his face disappeared. He smiled and said, "You should know why we're here." Zi Chen's face was immediately filled with doubt, and he asked, "Why are you here? Are you not here to get to know me?" When the four of them heard this, they were stunned again. Especially Hidden Mist. He had clearly said that it was because they were twins that he was qualified to know their names, but why did he forget in the blink of an eye? Zichen naturally would not forget, but the four of them did not expect Zichen to be so thick-skinned. Normally, they would not meet anyone who pretended to be stupid in front of them, because those people would die before they could even get close. But today, the fortune teller predicted that the twins would appear, so he ordered people to be on guard and investigate. After learning the news, he personally came. But they did not expect that the other party did not say anything after hearing their self-introduction, and now, the other party did not know their purpose. "We're here for the twins." Shen Dao, who looked like a poor teenager, directly stated their purpose. "The twins are my people." Zichen smiled faintly. He did not know how famous the four of them were, but he could feel that they were very strong. But at this moment, Zichen could still smile because the way they spoke was very similar to the way he met Man Shuo, Wu Xie, and the others. Their combat strength was not weak, but their way of speaking was seriously lacking. Even simple and basic communication was a problem. "We can buy them, no matter how much luck points you want," Shen Dao said again. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not selling. Before coming, although the elders told us to kill as little as possible, you refused, so I can only kill you. I must get the twins and the domain heart," Shen Dao said very seriously and firmly. Chapter 1462. Zichen said with a smile, but his thoughts were extremely impure. This was already considered sowing discord. When others heard this, even if their faces didn't change, they would still feel some resentment in their hearts. Unfortunately, Zichen didn't see this resentment. It was either hidden too deeply, or he didn't understand. The linen-clothed youth, Shen Dao, didn't seem to understand. He didn't even think about the deeper meaning of this sentence. Instead, he explained very simply and seriously, "I must obtain the twins, I must obtain the domain core, and of course they must obtain it too." Zichen's smile disappeared, and he said again, "But there is only one domain core." The linen-clothed youth nodded and said, "Yes, there's only one. It's a pity, but we've already discussed it. Once we find the domain core of channeling, no one is allowed to interfere. We'll fight in pairs, and the winner will get the domain core of channeling." Zichen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked at the youth, Hidden Fog, and the middle-aged man, Fortune Teller. Shen Dao answered very seriously. Obviously, he thought so. Jin Qingqing's big eyes were also full of agreement. Obviously, she had already agreed. Zichen didn't think this was a problem because the two looked very young. In this kind of situation, as long as they weren't arrogant people, they would attach great importance to promises, even if this method looked ridiculous. However, Hidden Fog and Fortune Teller looked very old. Zichen also looked like a youth, but he had lived for thousands of years. As for these two, Zichen guessed that they should be older than him. Such a simple method to determine who the domain core belonged to, children should agree, but how could these two guys agree? "Why are you looking at me?" Fortune Teller asked. "Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't be young, right?" Zichen asked after hesitating. Fortune Teller's originally indifferent face was startled, and then his face became a little embarrassed. He almost lost his calm, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and explained, "The four of us are about the same age." Zichen suddenly said, "So that's how it is, but you look a little rushed." This could be considered a joke, but no one laughed. The people in the distance didn't dare to do so because they didn't think it was funny. As for these four people, they didn't think it was funny. Shun Tiandao explained in detail, "His cultivation method is a little special, so this kind of situation will occur. Actually, we are all from the same generation, so our age difference is not that big." When Zichen heard this, he nodded seriously. 3 innocent young men and 1 innocent young woman. He began to admire the four of them and the power behind them. What kind of person, what kind of power, and what kind of education method could produce these 4 people? The 4 of them were very strong and had outstanding aspects. However, they were neither arrogant nor rash, neither wild nor arrogant. This was extremely rare. Facing such a person, a battle was naturally not advisable. Of course, Zichen could not win, so he decided to change the method. After a pause, Zichen said, "The twins are very important to you, I know this, but they are also my friends and brothers. I also want to obtain the domain core of spirituality, but if I have to give up my two brothers, then I'd rather give up the domain core of spirituality. What does it matter?" The four of them listened very seriously. When they heard Zichen's words, their eyes flickered, but after listening to him, they were very puzzled. "I won't watch them die, unless I die first," Zichen said seriously. "Die?" The four of them were stunned again. "Why do you want to die? You need the twins. Isn't it a blood sacrifice?" Zichen asked when he saw the puzzled look on their faces. "Blood sacrifice? Who told you that? We only need the twins to break the formation. Maybe we only need a little bit of blood. They won't die at all." This time, it was the fortune teller who spoke. "Are you sure?" "Of course, I'm a fortune teller. I can even predict the fate of the heavens, let alone human lives." The fortune teller waved his folding fan, appearing very confident. Zichen naturally did not believe it. Even if the four of them looked so innocent that they would not lie, of course, they would not bother to lie. "I believe the fortune teller's words. If you feel that this is not enough, you can make a request. We will satisfy you. Of course, if your request is too excessive, not only will I not agree, but I will also kill you," Shuntian said. "I don't have any other request. I just want the twins to live," Zichen said. "The twins will definitely be fine, and we can also give you a chance to fight. If you win, we can also give you the spirit domain core," the fortune teller said. Obviously, he approved of Zichen. Of course, it was not that he approved of Zichen's strength, but Zichen's brotherhood. The four of them looked very sincere, and they did not attack immediately. Zichen somewhat trusted them. After a moment, Zichen said, "Okay, but I have to take a look at that place first." The four of them nodded, then turned around and signaled Zichen to follow. Zichen stepped forward. In the distance, the 15 people did not say anything, but some of them did not seem to care. Obviously, they felt that this was too troublesome, and it was better to just kill. Along the way, Zichen saw other people from the four forces. These people were all very high in cultivation, and there were many of them. Of course, their combat strength was also very strong. They were not really high-level life forms, but their combat strength was not weaker than that of the golden gorilla, who had already broken through to the next level. Just these people alone were guarding this place, and no one could charge in. Along the way, Zichen saw many cultivators at the late stage of the first domain realm. Zichen asked, "The mana realm has only been open for a few years. Why are your people so high in cultivation?" "Our people were carefully selected before coming here. Everyone's cultivation level is suppressed to the limit, and they will break through when they reach this place," the fortune teller explained. Zichen was enlightened, and then he sighed. As expected of a big city, there were so many people with high potential. The people here were all from the four forces. Apart from them, there were no other forces. Zichen was puzzled again. He asked, "I know that the top four cities are very strong, but the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th shouldn't be weak, right?" The four people in front looked at each other. Obviously, they understood what Zichen meant. The top four cities were strong, but if the rest of them worked together, they might not be weaker than them. The fortune teller looked away from Jin Qingcheng and said with a chuckle, "Some of the more threatening ones are not on this level." "What do you mean?" Zichen was stunned. "I chased them all away." This time, it was Jin Qingcheng who spoke. Zichen was very surprised, but he did not ask for details. Being able to do this was enough to prove that this woman was not ordinary. As they were about to reach the place, they encountered even more powerful cultivators from the four forces. These people were also very strong, and they were responsible for guarding the most important places. "Hey, it's you." Suddenly, a voice was heard. Zichen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man. Zichen recognized this person. It was the Beastmaster who attacked him before he left. The Beast Tamer looked at Zichen with eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect Zichen to still be alive. It was obvious that his spiritual will had been destroyed. "Qingcheng, why did you bring this guy here?" The Beastmaster came closer and stared at Zi Chen with hostility. The twins are his people. I brought him here to take a look, Jin Qing Cheng replied indifferently. Bring him here to take a look. He's nothing. Just kill the twins and bring them here. The Beastmaster looked at Zi Chen with disdain. He's a special existence. We can't kill him casually. This time, the one who replied was the young man in linen clothes, Shuntian Dao. The Beastmaster was clearly afraid of Shuntian Dao. He retracted his disdainful expression and said, he shouldn't be a special existence. Besides, what qualifications does he have to stand here with us? He's not standing with you. He's standing with us. Heavenswell folded his fan and said indifferently. The Beastmaster wasn't angry. He laughed lightly and said, if that's the case, he's very strong. Can you show me a move or two? I want to broaden my horizons. Shuntian Dao frowned. Displeasure appeared on his face. The Beastmaster smiled and said, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to see what this person is capable of. I know you guys don't kill special existences easily, but as long as they're special existences, they're extraordinary. It's impossible to kill them in normal sparring. Besides, I've seen him before. I'm very curious to see what he's capable of. Don't worry, I'll know my limits. The others surrounded them, but they all stood far away. Obviously, they wanted to watch the show but didn't want to be in the spotlight. Hesitation appeared on the faces of the four. Zi Chen smiled. Obviously, this Beastmaster was troubled by the fact that he destroyed his spiritual sense. Although he couldn't find fault with his words, he could kill him in battle. And once he killed him, he could find an excuse to say that this person's combat strength was too weak. He wasn't a special existence at all. In short, one was a living person and the other was a dead person. Naturally, the living person would say whatever he wanted. Heavenswell shook his head and said, no. He agreed to give Zi Chen a spot because of Zi Chen's brotherly love. As for strength, he really didn't think much of it. Although Zi Chen's speed had left a deep impression on him, Beastmasters didn't need to consider speed in battle. Indeed. Shuntian Dao also shook his head. Obviously, he didn't think highly of Zi Chen either. If that's the case, then forget it. A special existence who doesn't dare to accept a challenge. I don't think he's that special. The Beastmaster smiled. He looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of disdain. Chapter 1463. Zi Chen's reply was simple and sharp. He looked down on the beast tamer. Even the four from Shuntian raised their eyebrows. Although the beast tamer was provoking them, he had the right to do so. Although the four of them could guarantee victory against the beast tamer, they had to admit that the beast tamer was arrogant and had the right to be arrogant. Even among the four factions, he could be ranked among the top. They didn't see Zi Chen attack, but they saw his extreme speed and guessed that he was from the Thunder Clan. But when fighting against a beast tamer, speed was not the key. Speed was useless against a beast tamer. No speed in the world could compare to the attack speed of spiritual sense. Zi Chen's sharp reply would definitely enrage the beast tamer. Sure enough, the beast tamer was enraged. This was the result he wanted, but Zi Chen's reply was too sharp. He stared at Zi Chen and said coldly, if that's the case, then let's see if you deserve to be called a special existence. As he spoke, light shone from the beast tamer's forehead. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, wait. What? Scared? But, it's too late. The beast tamer smiled maliciously. Zi Chen's face was full of disdain. He said, don't say that I'm looking down on you. You'd better not use your spiritual sense. I'm going to fight you in your spiritual sense world. The beast tamer's face showed a hint of astonishment. The expressions of the people around them also changed. They all thought they had misheard. The most powerful thing about a beast tamer was his spiritual sense. Everyone knew that the mutated spiritual sense of a beast tamer had some special privileges. Spiritual sense was already powerful. If the beast tamer fought in his spiritual sense world, he would be invincible. Even the four from Shuntian had to admit that even if they entered the beast tamer's spiritual sense world, they wouldn't be able to win. For a moment, the four of them looked at Zi Chen strangely. Swoosh. A golden light shot out from Zichen's forehead and entered the beast tamer's spiritual sense world. Zichen used his actions to tell everyone that what he said was not a joke. There were experts all around, but at this moment, there was still an uproar. He actually dared to compete with a beast tamer in terms of spiritual sense. It's easy to die in a spiritual sense competition. Where does his confidence come from? Don't tell me it's a reckless fellow. To be able to come this far, he is definitely not a brainless person. However, this choice is truly too impulsive. After the uproar, discussions broke out. It was not that they did not believe in Zichen, but the Beastmaster was just too strong. His spiritual sense was even more powerful. Even the 4 titled Beastmasters did not dare to claim victory, let alone a human. Even if this human was once a member of the incomparably glorious Thunder Clan and was a Thunder martial artist. The strength of the Thunder martial artist lay in his ability to control thunder and thunder techniques. However, it seemed that spiritual sense was not the Thunder martial artist's strong point. At this moment, not only did the crowd have no confidence in Zichen, but even the 4 titled contenders did not think highly of Zichen. In a competition of spiritual senses, the outcome could be decided in an instant. However, in that case, the gap between the 2 parties was too great. At this moment, although the crowd felt that Zichen was no match for the Beastmaster, they thought that he should be able to hold on for a while. However, he did not. He did not hold on for a while. Only 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, a golden light rushed out from between the Beastmaster's eyebrows. It was Zichen's spiritual sense. Swoosh. The spiritual sense returned to the sea of consciousness. Zichen's eyes regained their vigor. His expression was still calm and indifferent. The crowd stared at Zichen with their eyes wide open. In their minds, Zichen should have been completely defeated. However, the fact that his spiritual sense could leave the Beastmaster's sea of consciousness on its own was already impressive in the eyes of the crowd. A muffled groan was heard. It came from the Beastmaster. The crowd subconsciously turned their heads and saw that the Beastmaster had regained his vigor. However, his face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Zichen was unscathed. His face was still bright and energetic. On the contrary, the Beastmaster was dispirited. At this moment, the crowd widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. They found it hard to believe that the Beastmaster had lost. However, from the look on his face, there was no doubt that the Beastmaster had lost. But how could this be? It must be that the human had lost. He was just pretending to be strong. Some people thought so. Cough. The atmosphere was a little quiet. A soft cough attracted everyone's attention. The beast tamer coughed lightly and coughed up blood. Seeing the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, the crowd opened their mouths wide in shock. He had lost. The Beastmaster had lost. There was no surprise. The 4 titled individuals were also looking at Zichen in astonishment. To be able to defeat a beast tamer in just 3 breaths of time was something that none of them could do. Zichen's expression was calm. Facing the shocked eyes of the crowd, he just said casually, "If you are a special existence, please don't call me that. I can't afford to lose face. Let me introduce myself. I am Zichen, from Hupping City, number 108. I am a Thunder warrior." Faced with such naked sarcasm, the Beastmaster couldn't bear it anymore. He coughed up blood. Until now, he still couldn't understand why he had lost, and lost so miserably, when his spiritual sense was far stronger than his opponent's. The Beastmaster coughed up blood and almost fainted. The crowd was in an uproar again. This time, they were surprised by Zichen's identity. He turned out to be from Hupping City, number 108, the city at the end of 10,000 years. Well, if there's nothing else, don't block the way. Zichen waved his hand as if he was driving flies away. The Beastmaster was a little confused by the loss just now. He was very afraid of Zichen. Although he was very angry at the moment, he could only retreat. The others also subconsciously made way, allowing the 5 to go forward. On the way forward, the atmosphere was a little quiet, but Zichen clearly felt that the 4 of them were looking at him differently. Although they still valued him, this time they valued his strength more. They didn't ask Zi Chen how he did it, and Zi Chen didn't have time to listen to the whispers of the others. Under the lead of the four, they arrived at the final restriction. There were many formation masters gathered there, but all of them were dejected and helpless. In front of the formation masters was a huge chain formation. The formation was very powerful, without any blind spots. It was like a perfect formation, without any flaws. In front of the formation, there were 2 platforms, supported by 9 shining stone pillars. The pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the platforms were also engraved with fine lines. Zi Chen and the other 4 stood at the back, quietly looking forward, not saying a word. A group of formation masters was discussing intensely. They seemed to have found a way to break the formation, and 2 formation masters walked out. The 2 formation masters looked similar, and they should be related by blood. The 2 of them jumped onto the stone platforms, and the lines on the stone platforms lit up as if they were activated. Then, the formation in front of them trembled slightly, and 2 shining vortexes appeared in the sky. The 2 vortexes corresponded to the 2 platforms. The 2 on the platforms looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, they bit their fingertips, and the dark red blood condensed into a thin line, moving towards the vortexes above them. At the same time, the 2 of them formed seals with their hands, and one seal after another fell onto the vortexes in the sky. As the seals fell into the vortexes, the speed of the vortexes gradually slowed down. The vortexes almost came to a standstill, and then the 2 bloodlines entered the vortexes. Looking at the 2 stopped vortexes, the formation masters' hearts tightened. They had found a way to break the formation, and now it was up to the formation to see if it approved of them. The bloodlines entered the vortexes, and a red light appeared in the vortexes. However, just as the red light entered, it appeared again. The red light that appeared was no longer a bloodline, but a blood sword. After the blood sword shot out from the vortexes, it went straight for the 2 formation masters. The formation master let out a strange cry, and activated the formation around him. Layer after layer of light barriers appeared. Bang! After the blood sword hit the light barriers, it shattered. During the process, it only pierced through a dozen layers of light barriers, but it did not completely penetrate them. After dodging a calamity, the 2 formation masters' faces were filled with joy. However, before the 2 of them could jump off the platforms, rays of light shot out from the patterns under their feet. These rays of light were like sharp swords, and in an instant, there were hundreds and thousands of them. Then, these rays of light began to rotate. Puff! Puff! The light barriers around the 2 formation masters were instantly pierced and torn to pieces. Then, the rays of light entered their bodies and began to cut them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 formation masters were ground to nothing by the rays of light. Sigh, we found the correct way to break the formation, but the direct bloodline still can't be used. Following the death of the 2 formation masters, the other formation masters lamented. It was not that their formation skills were not good enough, but that the formation's requirements for bloodline were too harsh. You saw it. That's it. Tianming turned back and looked at Zi Chen and said, "We found the correct way to break the formation, but we need the bloodline of the twins. Only the twins can break this formation." Zi Chen looked at the formation in front of him without saying anything, but there was worry in his eyes. Obviously, if the twins can't break the formation, then they will be ground to nothingness like the 2 formation masters just now. According to my calculations, this formation is extremely dangerous. If you are unable to break it, you will only die. However, if you are able to smoothly break it, it should be a kind of opportunity for the person who breaks it, said the fortune teller. This is just your guess. I can't agree. Zi Chen said. This may be a good thing. We can take a gamble. Why don't you call the twins and ask them for their opinion? Hidden Mist said. This was also a method. The final decision was still in the hands of the twins. You guys retreat first. Zi Chen motioned them to retreat. They knew that Zi Chen was still vigilant in his heart, so they also dispersed. Those formation masters noticed the situation here and looked over curiously. Chapter 1464. The formation masters only had the twins in their eyes. After seeing the twins, they were so excited that they could not control themselves. In fact, Chen had not only brought out the twins, but also the others. Twins, with the twins, this formation can be broken. We've tried many bloodlines, but none of them could break the formation. Only the twins can break the formation. The formation masters were extremely excited. The 4 titled ones glanced at the twins and nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, the fortune teller explained the pros and cons of breaking the formation to the 2 brothers. Hearing this, Go Wen and Go Qiong seemed a little nervous. Chen patted their shoulders and said, "Don't worry, as long as you don't want to, no one can force you here. I'll take you away." With Chen's promise, the 2 nodded and calmed down a little. Hammer and the others listened quietly and did not express any opinions. After the fortune teller finished speaking, he did not immediately ask for their opinions. Instead, he gave them some time to think about it. As for those array masters in the distance, they were eagerly looking in this direction. For array masters, nothing could make them happier than breaking a large array. Who in the world could escape death? In such an environment, anyone could die. In this place, life was the most worthless thing. The reason why the 2 brothers were able to come this far and survive was because of Chen. In today's situation, they had already entered the hinterland of the 4 factions. If the 2 brothers did not agree, there would definitely be a fierce battle. Although Chen spoke with confidence, the 2 brothers knew that Chen did not have much confidence in his heart. After all, this was the hinterland of the 4 factions. Not to mention the 4 existences that made their hearts palpitate, there were many existences equivalent to high-level life forms in the distance. Once they fought, even if Chen had many trump cards, he would probably die in battle. Just from this point alone, they could not let Chen and the others take the risk. What's more, breaking the array wasn't a sure-death situation. Perhaps there would be some kind of opportunity. Just from the perspective of an array master, it was worth it for the 2 of them to risk it all. No matter how they thought about it, the 2 of them couldn't bear to see their big brother Chen risk his life for them. Regardless of whether there were benefits or opportunities, the 2 of them would agree. The 2 of them did not take too long to think about it, nor did they need to communicate. They nodded at almost the same time. "All right, I agree." The 4 titled individuals breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, the array formation masters began to cheer. Chen and the others didn't say anything. They just stepped forward and patted the 2 of them on the shoulder. They seemed to be in low spirits. "Big brother Chen, the 2 of us are very grateful to you, but this is our most sincere choice because we also want to give it a try. It's for ourselves, so that we won't be a burden to big brother Chen, and even more so, for our Hu Ping city." The 2 brothers looked at Chen and spoke very seriously and firmly. At this moment, the 2 of them were thinking the same as Dongqing back then. The 2 of them walked towards the array formation masters. Afterwards, the 2 of them were surrounded by array formation masters. Many array formation masters took turns to explain the details of breaking the array to them, as well as the methods to break it. It had to be said that the array formation masters of the 4 factions were truly very impressive. There were many things that the 2 of them had never heard of before. The 2 of them were very surprised by the array formation masters' knowledge, but they were also very happy. They studied earnestly and humbly. In the process of teaching and learning, the comprehension that the 2 of them displayed surprised all the array formation masters. There were many things that the 2 of them did not understand before, but they were able to learn them in one go. There were even some things that they understood after just a little bit. All the array formation masters present were clearly extraordinary existences, but the 2 of them who could make them sigh in admiration were clearly even more extraordinary. This array was related to bloodlines, so it was very difficult to break it. In addition, the items behind this array were very useful to the factions behind them. Therefore, the array formation masters did not hide anything from them when they taught, and instead did their best to tell the 2 of them everything. As there was only one pair of twins, this was their only chance. They could only succeed, not fail. Therefore, they simulated many different methods to break the array. The 2 of them learned all of these methods, and then searched for the ones that they were most familiar with and practiced diligently. The array formation masters taught day and night, while the 2 of them studied earnestly and devoutly. Since it was impossible to break the array in a short period of time, Zichen did not remain idle while the two of them studied. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Beside him, Hammer was also fusing with the remnant soul from before. As for Wushuang and Langwei, they were clearly rather bored. Their cultivation levels had long been suppressed, and there was almost no possibility of their battle strength increasing. They had long since reached their limits, unless they directly broke through. Therefore, it did not matter if they cultivated or not. On the other hand, Zichen still had a lot of room for growth. His true cultivation level was still very far from the peak of the corporeal realm, and there was still room for improvement. As for his physical body, it had only reached 1 star with 2 veins, and was still very far from the limit of 1 star with 4 veins. The 4 titled individuals were not far away. When they saw Zichen cultivating, they did not disturb him. Because they were not very talkative, the 4 of them did not interact much. The idle fortune-teller's gaze wandered around, sizing up his surroundings. His gaze fell on Zichen, then moved away again, and then fell on Zichen again. At this moment, his originally calm face had an additional look of doubt. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. His narrowed eyes flashed, as if he was calculating something. But soon he shook his head, then extended his right hand and used his thumb to move between his 4 fingertips, just like a fortune-teller in the mortal world. "What are you calculating?" Shun Tiandao asked after seeing fortune-teller's actions. Zichen, he's in a very strange state right now. "I can't predict anything," said the fortune-teller. "What's so strange about that? Didn't you say that Zichen's future was bleak and was covered by a fog?" Shun Tiandao disagreed. "It's different this time. Even the fog is gone this time. How can this be?" Fortune-teller was very puzzled. Hearing the two's conversation, Hidden Mist could not help but snort, then curled his lips. "You don't believe me?" Fortune-teller looked at Hidden Mist. "I don't believe in fate. I only believe in myself," Hidden Mist said. "I didn't calculate anything for you." "Then what are you snorting for?" "I'm snorting that your skills are not good enough. How can you show off such a small trick? This is the real Tao of divination. How can you say that it's a small trick?" Fortune-teller was a little angry. Hidden Mist smiled and said, "You can't even distinguish between the real body and the clone. Tell me, what's the use of Tao of divination?" "What do you mean?" Fortune-teller was startled. "What he means is that the Zichen you have just deduced is merely a clone. How can a mere clone have a future?" Jin Qingcheng, who had been silent all this while, said faintly, "What? A clone?" Fortune-teller was very surprised. Shun Tiandao looked at Zichen, then shook his head and said, "It's really a clone, but it's almost like the real body. If you don't look carefully, it's impossible to detect. I didn't expect Zichen to have such a clone technique. Leaving a clone in the same place, but the real body is nowhere to be found. It seems that Zichen is also working hard." Zichen showed a clone, while the real body was practicing Thunder King body. He was indeed working hard. This state lasted for 5 days. In these 5 days, the 2 brothers' attainments in arrays improved a lot. On the 6th day, when it was time to break the array, Zichen's real body appeared. The 2 brothers said goodbye to Zichen and the others, then walked up to the array platform. The array platform lit up. There was no need to look at each other. The 2 of them started to form the array. In the sky, the 2 vortexes appeared and started to revolve. Array seals appeared from the 2's fingertips and flew towards the vortexes in the sky. Just like 5 days ago, the rotation speed of the array gradually slowed down until it stopped completely. At this point, the array was considered to be 90% broken, but the remaining 10% was the most important. The 2 brothers took a deep breath at the same time and forced out a stream of blood from their palms. The blood condensed into a bloodline and flew towards the center of the vortexes. Outside the array, everyone held their breath and stared at the vortexes. The bloodline rose little by little and finally fell to the center of the vortexes. Buzz. The originally still vortexes trembled. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Last time, It was this tremor that caused the bloodline to turn into a bloodsword and return. After that, the array was activated and killed 2 array masters. Everyone was very nervous. A breath's time was as long as a year. After the tremor, the array did not produce any bloodsword. Instead, it released a suction force. This suction force fell on the 2 of them, and then more blood spurted out from their bodies. The blood poured into the vortexes, and soon, the entire vortexes were dyed red. The moment the blood dyed the vortexes red, the vortexes began to tremble violently. It was like the surface of the water was constantly shaking, as if something was emerging from the bottom of the water. The vortexes trembled, and a huge door appeared. In front of the 2 vortexes, 2 doors appeared. It's broken. The array is broken. It's really broken. All the array masters were cheering, and they were very excited. The expressions of Zi Chen and the others immediately changed. Once the array was broken, it meant that the domain core would appear. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out from the 2 doors. The 2 beams of light landed on the 2 people on the platform. Then, they wrapped around their bodies and entered the door. This scene happened so suddenly that no one could react. The rays of light took the 2 brothers away. It was more likely that it was caused by an opportunity. Zi Chen and the others were not nervous. Chapter 1465. The 2 gates of light trembled and changed. In the end, they merged into one and became an even larger gate of light. Seeing the bigger light gate, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Could it be that the true heart of the evocation of spirits lies within this door of light? The 2 doors of light just now should be the opportunity for the twins. This one is ours. The gigantic door of light appeared and radiated light in all directions. Those array masters retreated amidst the sounds of discussion. Their mission had been completed, so naturally, there would be someone else to do the rest. As the formation masters retreated, the other cultivators not far away began to move forward. Zi Chen and the others stared at the door of light without moving. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that none of them moved. To be more precise, the fortune teller among them didn't move. There had to be something special about Destiny City that had stood tall for countless years. Since the fortune teller was known as the strongest, his divination skills were naturally extraordinary. Since he hadn't moved, Zi Chen wouldn't move either. Of course, this was all because of Wu Shuang's warning. Zi Chen had been shocked when he'd heard the news. The door of light trembled slightly and rippled outwards. The ripples contained an indescribable power that broke through the remnants of the formation. Wherever the ripples passed, they instantly disappeared. The 2 stone platforms were also reduced to dust by the ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, there was nothing left except for the door of light that stood tall between heaven and earth. Under everyone's gazes, the door of light trembled again and a beam of light appeared in its center. As soon as the light appeared, it was already very bright. Within the light, there seemed to be many colors that were constantly changing. Something appeared in the door of light. Everyone's eyes were glued to it, and they stared at the light. The light flickered and changed, as if it had traveled from the past to the future. It slowly took shape and grew larger and larger. Everyone could see clearly that it was an object emitting colorful light. It seemed to be alive and moving. All kinds of lights came from the colorful object in the door of light. The light was very bright, but it wasn't dazzling. Instead, it was very gentle. Its luster was ever-changing. It wasn't 7 or 9 colors, but many, many colors, as if it contained all the colors in the world. An object that contained all the colors in the world. Regardless of whether this object had any special characteristics, it was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. What is this? Spirit channeling domain core? I don't think so. It looks more like a gem. Indeed, the spirit linking domain core should be similar to the spirit linking domain crystal. It should be extremely intelligent. How could it be a gemstone? Some murmurs came from behind, but more people chose to remain silent. In the light door, the shape of the object finally appeared, causing a series of exclamations. It was not a gem, but a heart-shaped luminous object. It looked like a heart, and it was a beating heart. The dazzling light was emitted by the beating heart. There were all kinds of lights in the world, and they were innumerable. Destiny's calm expression changed when he saw the heart-shaped glowing object. Shun Tiandao's eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. The hidden mist shadow's body began to fluctuate between reality and illusion. A power was surging without anyone noticing. There was a flash of light in Jin Qingqing's beautiful eyes, a very bright light. Wu Shuang's eyes were also shining brightly. Lang Wei's expression changed, and so did Hammer's. Zi Chen's pupils shrank, and his heartbeat subconsciously quickened. The expressions of all the cultivators to his left, right, and behind him changed after the heart-shaped luminous object appeared. Their breathing became rapid, and their heartbeats sped up. A hint of greed appeared in their eyes. Because that heart-shaped luminous object was the spirit channeling domain core. At this moment, there was no need to verify or verify. Everyone was very certain that the heart-shaped luminous object was the spirit channeling domain core. It was not only because it looked like a heart, but also because of the light it emitted when the heart beat. To be precise, it was not pure light at all, but the light of energy. Among them, there was the power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There was also the power of life, the power of yin and yang, the power of good and evil, the power of nature, the power of truth and falsehood, and so on. There was also the power of all the laws in the world. This was a heart that contained the power of all things in the world. Just like the origin of the world, it contained all kinds of power. In other words, it could be transformed into all kinds of power. At this moment, everyone undoubtedly felt the power in their bodies resonating with it. To be precise, the spirit channeling domain core was very useful to those who had not yet broken through to the domain realm. However, when they saw the real spirit channeling domain core, everyone could feel that this thing was very useful to everyone. It was just that it was slightly less useful to those who had not yet broken through. Now, everyone was certain that this was the real spirit channeling domain core. Therefore, after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, everyone came back to their senses. Then, rays of light began to flash. However, they did not rush toward the spirit channeling domain core. Instead, they flashed to the side of Zi Chen and the others. In less than a breath's time, the originally empty space beside Zi Chen was filled with cultivators. There were dozens of people surrounding Zi Chen and the other 3. The leader was the Beastmaster who had been defeated by Zi Chen and had a confused look on his face. Zi Chen couldn't help but frown at the sudden encirclement. It couldn't be any more obvious. What's the meaning of this? Lang Wei asked unhappily. Nothing. I just want you to stop for a moment. The Beastmaster smiled coldly and stared at Zi Chen with resentment. Stop for a moment. Why? Have you forgotten who brought the twins here? Lang Wei stepped forward and argued. The Beastmaster smiled again and said, That's easy. After we go back, I'll send a few more twins to Hupping City. So, you're determined to go back on your word? Lang Wei's face darkened. This spirit channeling domain core is very important. Even if we give it to you, you won't be able to eat it. Moreover, you'll be hunted down by so many of us. Be sensible and leave or stay here. Maybe we'll remember your kindness, the Beastmaster said indifferently. You. Lang Wei was furious. After dealing with the 4 titled individuals, Zi Chen knew what kind of people they were. The Beastmaster's sudden appearance was naturally not ordered by them. Zi Chen looked at the 4 of them and smiled faintly. He asked, I don't understand. What's the meaning of this? Everyone's expression changed. At this point, even an idiot could understand what this meant. Why didn't he understand? Zi Chen was not angry. He just looked at the 4 of them indifferently. This made the 4 of them feel very uncomfortable. Because at this moment, Zi Chen's expression seemed to be saying that it was just an item. They had not even gotten it and they had already broken their promise. If Zi Chen asked angrily, the 4 of them would feel better. However, Zi Chen was not angry at all. This made them feel ashamed. Of course, the main reason was that the 4 of them were too young and still had a pure heart in their hearts. Yiming, what are you doing? Why aren't you going down? Jin Qingqing's face was filled with anger. She glared at the Beastmaster and said unhappily, Qingqing, I'm helping you. Can't you see? Yi Ming looked at the four of them. We have already promised Zi Chen that we will use our strength to obtain the domain core. No one else is allowed to interfere. Shuntian Dao said. Yi Ming was very afraid of this young man in linen clothes. He had no desires and only knew how to cultivate. He could be said to be a cultivation maniac. Even in Shuntian City, there were very few people who had seen him. The outside world's evaluation of him was very mysterious and very strong. But no matter how afraid he was, Yi Ming's face was filled with disdain. In terms of battle strength, he was not as good as Shuntian Dao. However, in terms of scheming, even 10 Shuntians could not compare to him. After disdain, he pointed at Zi Chen and said, "He is scheming against you. He only has a few people. What qualifications do he have to compete for the domain core? You are too naive. Such people should be chased away or killed directly. What qualifications do he have to agree to his conditions? We didn't agree to Zi Chen's conditions. We were the ones who proposed this condition. If you stop us now, you'll be accusing us of being unjust. If you attack Zi Chen and the others, you'll be accusing us of being heartless." This time, it was Tian Ming who spoke. Hearing Tian Ming's words, Yi Ming's nose was about to become crooked. He lost his composure and said, "Heartless and unrighteous. What's the point of being unfilial? In front of the domain core, kindness and righteousness are nothing. In here, there is only killing and plundering. There is no such thing as kindness and righteousness. What if we go out and the world knows? What will happen?" Shun Tianying asked. "After we get out of here, I will be the supreme existence of Golden Leaf City while they will be the people of Hupping City. We will never cross paths again, just like how an eagle and an ant will forever belong to two different worlds. If the world knows about what happened today, they will only praise my wisdom and decisiveness." Yi Ming roared in a voice that was close to a roar. The other cultivators did not speak, but from their expressions, they agreed with Yi Ming's words. Indeed, this was the rule of this world. In other words, the world had developed to this point. Everything was illusory, and only benefits were real. For the sake of benefits, they could give up everything, such as friendship, love, and even family, brotherhood, and kinship. Whether it was a cruel world or a dark world, there would always be some people who insisted on these things that everyone had long given up or abandoned. Zi Chen had never abandoned such things since he grew up. Those who knew him and thought of him as brothers had never abandoned them either. Apart from these people, there were always some people in the world who were regarded as fools, but they were still holding on. For example, these 4 people in front of everyone were very powerful, but they were very stupid. Some even said that they were brainless, but they were still holding on. Chapter 1466. As soon as Shuntian Dao finished his words, the cultivators of Shuntian City chose to retreat after a slight hesitation. From this point alone, one could see that Shuntian Dao had absolute authority in Shuntian City. The people of Shuntian City retreated as far as they could. Although many cultivators were confused, no one resisted. Shuntian Dao had made his stance clear. He wanted to protect Zi Chen with all his might. The fortune teller smiled and said, "In this world, not everyone is heartless and selfless. Everyone of Destiny City, retreat." His words were calm. It didn't sound like an order at all, but it was comparable to one. Footsteps were heard as the cultivators of Destiny City retreated. Hidden Fog glanced at Yi Ming with an inexplicable smile. He said, "People of Hidden Fog City, retreat." Then, the cultivators of Third City, Hidden Fog City, retreated as well. The 3 of them were known as the strongest and had great authority. Everyone in the city had to serve them. Even if they risked their lives to obtain something, they had to give it to the 3 of them first. "People of Golden Leaf City, retreat." Jin Qingcheng's voice turned cold and harsh. Footsteps were heard. Some of the cultivators of Golden Leaf City retreated, but not all of them. 5 of them stood with Yi Ming. "Yi Ming, are you trying to rebel?" Jin Qingcheng's already ugly expression turned even uglier and colder when her authority was challenged. "I don't care what you've discussed, but today, I won't allow him to touch the domain core of channeling unless I'm dead," Yi Ming said coldly. Zi Chen's expression was calm as he replied, "If that's the case, Then I'll have to fulfill your wish. Shameless boasting, Yi Ming snorted coldly. Have you forgotten that slash? Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Yi Ming's expression changed. He said angrily, I don't believe that you can use the same move again. 5 days ago, Yi Ming had been defeated in one move in his sea of consciousness. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Logically speaking, with Zi Chen's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to perform such a powerful move. After that, he guessed that Zi Chen must have used some kind of special technique to intimidate him and gain his qualifications. It was only after he figured this out that he gathered the others and had the courage to show up at this moment to stop Zi Chen. If you are not convinced, you can try again. I can assure you that the person who walks out of your sea of consciousness alive will be me. Seeing that Yi Ming was still unconvinced, Zi Chen said coldly, Trust me, the battle this time won't last more than 3 breaths. Yi Ming's face was filled with shock and anger when he heard that. Enough, Yi Ming. Back off now. And all of you, are you trying to rebel? Jin Qingqing's angry voice was heard. Seeing that the situation was bad, the rest retreated one after another. Yi Ming was the only one left. Chumph, so what if I give you a chance? You won't be able to get the psychic core. Yi Ming snorted coldly and retreated tactfully. All right, go get the psychic core first. Seeing that no one was blocking the way, Zi Chen chuckled. I'll go. Destiny Teller stepped forward and appeared to be very careful. His body slowly rose and reached in front of the light door. Then, he slowly reached out and grabbed the psychic core. Everyone else stared at the psychic core that was constantly pulsing and changing luster. Although everyone wanted to get it, at this moment, only 5 people had a spot. Other than the 4 titled ones, the other spot was Zi Chen. No one else was qualified, even if some of them thought that their strength was far beyond Zi Chen's. Obtaining the common spirit domain core was almost a certainty. The others couldn't help but guess who would obtain the common spirit domain core in the end. Everyone had their own guesses, but no one guessed that Zi Chen would get it. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Destiny Teller, waiting for him to take out the psychic core. However, just as his hand reached into the light door, he saw the light door tremble slightly. The psychic core, however, moved away from the light door amidst the trembling. Moving away from the light door did not mean that he had gotten the psychic core. On the contrary, the psychic core was moving toward the depths of the light door. Just like how it traveled through space when it came, it also traveled from near to far when it left. What's going on? Come back. Destiny Teller's expression changed instantly. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. An illusory handprint appeared out of thin air and moved toward the light door in front of him. It wanted to grab the psychic core that was moving away. However, just as the handprint reached the light door, there was a resistance from the light door, directly shattering the handprint. Come back, come back. Destiny Teller shouted repeatedly. Handprints appeared one after another, but he could not pass through the light door at all. What happened? Below, when everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. His figure flickered slightly, and like a wisp of green smoke, Sui Tiandao arrived in front of the light door and fought side by side with Destiny Teller. He looked at the psychic core that was gradually moving away and asked, What's going on? Who knew that it would suddenly run away as soon as we touched it? Destiny Teller shook his head. There was an inexplicable anger in his words. Like a shadow, misty shadow appeared in front of the light door. He glanced at the light door and said, The light door is blocked by a force. We can't open it with force. Try using all your strength to force it open, Sui Tiandao said. It's useless. This block is as stable as space. Unless you are strong enough to break open the space of this world, you can't open it at all. Misty Shadow shook his head. The few of them gathered around the door of light, clearly at a loss as to what to do. They could only watch helplessly as Tongling Xin left. Below, there was already an uproar. Why would the Tongling domain core suddenly run away? However, if the 4 strongest people couldn't do anything, they naturally couldn't do anything. The formation masters came forward to think of a way, but after a while, they shook their heads helplessly. The light door was not restricted at all, nor was it a formation. So, it couldn't be broken by force. Zichen didn't move, but he had a guess about the psychic core's sudden departure. Mph, now you can't get what you want. Yi Ming snorted coldly, staring at Zichen with eyes full of satisfaction. Not necessarily. Zichen smiled mysteriously. The thing is gone. How can you get it? Yi Ming said disdainfully. Let's just go in, Zichen said calmly. You make it sound nice. Even a titled person can't break that light door. You think you can? Yi Ming's face was full of sarcasm. Brute force won't work. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Zichen waved his hand, looking very disdainful. Yi Ming was so angry that he glared at him. Their conversation attracted the attention of the others. The three people in front of the light door quickly turned back. The fortune teller asked, Zichen, do you have a way? What kind of way does he have? Yi Ming mumbled, but soon, he was met with several angry gazes. The psychic core is far away, but the light door hasn't disappeared. According to the rules of the Tongyu Tower in the Manor Realm, this must be some kind of test, Zichen said lightly. Test? What kind of test? In this situation, we can't break it by force. The four people were confused. Since it's a test, of course, we can't break it by force. Maybe this can. Zichen smiled mysteriously. As he spoke, a token appeared in his hand. Are you saying that this command medallion can bring us in? Lang Wei's eyes widened when he saw the token in Zichen's hand. He couldn't help but exclaim. Zichen looked at Lang Wei. Instead of answering, he asked, if I'm not wrong, Jin Meng schemed against you because of this token, right? Yes, this is it. According to the rumors, this token has a great use. Lang Wei nodded. Oh, how could I forget about this thing? It said that this token is the real quota to obtain the psychic core. Shun Tian and the others were enlightened when they saw the token. Back when Zichen had obtained this token, he had heard from Chong Chue that this token was closely related to the spirit channeling domain core. When the psychic core appeared, Zichen was a little confused. However, when the psychic core suddenly disappeared, Zichen understood everything. There was a limit to the quota to obtain the psychic core. This quota was obtained when one broke through the last bottleneck of the first level. Zichen and Chong Chue had broken through the first floor and obtained 2 tokens. Based on this logic, other people should also be able to obtain a few tokens. However, due to some other reasons, this kind of token eventually appeared in some remains. Therefore, from a preliminary calculation, there should be quite a number of tokens. Just on Zichen's side alone, the number of tokens was as high as 3. Zichen and Hammer each had 1, while Lang Wei had 1. So, this is the real quota token. A powerful cultivator walked out from the crowd. This person held a quota token that was the same as Zichen's. After nodding at the 4 powerful existences, he appeared and nodded at them. Then, he rushed towards the light gate with the token in his hand. This was the first person to rush forward. Everyone raised their heads and looked at him. Swoosh. When he was still a distance away from the light gate, the token in his hand glowed and wrapped around him. Under the cover of the light gate, he smoothly passed through the light gate and disappeared from sight. As expected. This token is the final quota. In this way, our chances are greatly increased. Discussions could be heard from the crowd. Then, one cultivator after another rushed in. For the cultivators with tokens, the door of light did not obstruct them at all. As for those without tokens, they could only stand on the outside and anxiously watch the figures disappear one by one. Sister Wu Shuang, go ahead. Lang Wei gave the only token he had to Wu Shuang. He chose to give up this opportunity. Wu Shuang's battle strength was stronger than Lang Wei. She did not hesitate. Holding the token, she walked towards Zichen. Chapter 1467. Each token only corresponded to one person. Apart from killing the guardian of the passageway, there was also a chance to obtain the token in other ruins. Zichen and Hammer each had a token, while Lang Wei and Wu Shuang only had one. Lang Wei automatically chose to withdraw and gave his spot to Wu Shuang. As the 3 entered the light gate, the 4 titled ones also moved. Although the cultivators from the 4 factions had already entered, they left their tokens for the 4 of them. Holding the tokens, the 4 of them entered the light gate. As the last cultivator with a token entered, the remaining cultivators from the 4 factions surrounded the place. Not to mention those who did not have a token, even those who had a token on them would not be able to come here and enter the door of light. Inside the door of light was another space. In this space, there were many towering mountains. These mountains were so tall that they reached into the sky. At the top of these mountains was a huge platform. Light was being emitted from the platform. Without a doubt, the domain core must be on the platform at the top of the mountain. What they needed to do was to climb to the top. Every flash of light represented the entry of a cultivator with a medallion. A mountain would also appear below the platform. When Zichen and the others arrived, 3 more mountains appeared out of thin air. The others stared at Zichen and the other 2 like tigers eyeing their prey. In view of what had just happened, they would not attack the 3 of them directly. However, before the titled warriors entered, they would stop the 3 of them from advancing. Zichen did not have the slightest intention to advance. He just looked at the mountains that appeared with a curious expression. The last to enter were the 4 titled ones. After entering, they nodded at Zichen. Zichen nodded and said, "The mountains should be 1 for each person. Let's climb to the top now. This method is not bad. There is no need to compete. The domain core will belong to whoever obtains it." Hidden Mist pursed his lips with a hint of excitement in his eyes. There is indeed no need to compete. However, it is a little unfair to Zichen. Shuntian said. The other 2 nodded. As for the others, there was a hint of worry in their eyes. Obviously, they were afraid that their own titled warriors would say something stupid again. It's not fair or unfair. Originally, I only had 1 spot, but now I have 3. In fact, I'm already very lucky. Zichen smiled and said. When the others heard Zichen's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then let's climb to the top. The 4 titled cultivators did not argue anymore. Please. Please. The 5 of them were very courteous towards each other, giving way to each other. However, after giving way to each other, their expressions immediately became serious. Then, like arrows leaving a bow, they shot straight towards the 5 mountains. TSK, you were so polite just now, but now you've become a rabbit. You're all hypocrites. Wu Shuang curled her cute little mouth and said. This is called taking one's opponent seriously. None of those 4 are simple. Naturally, I will have to go all out. Zhong Chue smiled, before charging forward. Wu Shuang followed closely behind. Actually, she didn't have much hope for the spirit channeling domain heart this time. Everyone rushed forward, each looking for their own mountain. Streams of light appeared one after another. Among them, a light flashed in the eyes of one of the cultivators. His body instantly rose into the air, and he headed straight for the platform. He had already sensed that there was no anti-flying zone here. He secretly guessed that this should be a loophole. He guessed that this was not a competition of speed, but intelligence and wisdom. Swoosh. His figure shot up into the sky, and he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. He headed straight for the platform. Seeing this scene, the others around him raised their heads and looked at him with a complicated expression. Seeing that he was about to reach the platform, some people's faces were filled with annoyance, blaming themselves for not thinking of this. During this time, most people had already stopped, but there were still some who were rushing towards the mountain. Among them were the 4 titled cultivators, Zichen, Zhong Chue, and the beast tamer Yi Ming. Wu Shuang didn't have much hope in this trip, so she also stopped and looked up curiously. There was an evil smile on her pretty face. She thought that if he really took the spirit channeling domain heart, it would be a great show. Of course, this kind of evil idea wouldn't come true. Just as that cultivator reached the edge of the platform, he saw a light appear in the sky. This light that appeared quickly descended, and during the process of landing, it turned into a thick thunderbolt and blasted towards him. Ha! A loud shout echoed between heaven and earth. The cultivator's body began to glow, and waves of powerful aura spread out. Facing this attack, not only did he choose to defend, but he also chose to attack. A sword aura soared into the sky, carrying an unparalleled sword will, and also headed straight for the thunderbolt. Faintly, there was a sharp cry. This cultivator had used the weapon spirit. Such a scene attracted the attention of most people, but Zi Chen and the others were still unmoved. They continued to advance in a straight line, as if they didn't care about the result at all. The thunderbolt descended from the sky and hit the sword aura. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through heaven and earth. A powerful force shook, and a dazzling light was released. After the rumble, a resounding shattering sound rang out between the heavens and earth. It was the king rank spirit armament that had exploded. The cultivator's face changed drastically. His strongest attack had been broken so easily, and even the king-level spirit weapon had shattered. The thunderbolt didn't dissipate. It fell again, and before the cultivator could escape, the thunderbolt enveloped him. Boom! With a boom, the thunderbolt dissipated, and the cultivator's figure also disappeared. At the same time, one of the many mountains below also disappeared. The aftermath of the energy was still vibrating in the sky, causing the space to distort, but the world was silent. That cultivator was almost standing at the peak of this world, but he was easily killed by a thunderbolt. Wu Shuang stuck out her cute little tongue, thinking about what would happen if she was in his place. Then she shook her head, not daring to think about the consequences. She turned and walked towards the mountain. The others also shook their heads. Some sighed, and then walked towards the mountain. It was a pity that such a powerful existence had died just like that. The people who had accurately climbed the mountain saw that there were people who had reached the foot of the mountain and started to climb. There were a total of 7 people. In addition to Zi Chen's group, there was also the heavy hammer and the beast tamer Yi Ming. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they took a step forward. The space began to change, and Zi Chen felt that he had walked into another world. It was a world full of thunderbolts. In this world, there were endless thunderbolts. These thunderbolts were thick and sticky, like a sea of thunderbolts. In Zi Chen's sharp senses, there were waves of energy fluctuations in the sea of thunderbolts. His perfect spiritual sense spread out and explored bit by bit. The first thing Zi Chen needed to determine was whether this place was real or illusory. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Zi Chen, who took a step forward, stopped moving. Like Zi Chen, the others didn't take a second step after taking the first step. Obviously, everyone was very cautious. Swoosh! The first to take the second step was not the 4 titled powerhouses, nor was it Zi Chen. It was the beast tamer Yi Ming. He was at the late stage of the first stage domain, so his spiritual sense was naturally at this level as well. With such a powerful spiritual sense, he could quickly determine whether this place was an illusion formation or not. As Yi Ming took his second step, Zi Chen and the rest followed suit. There was not a single breath's difference between them. After taking the second step, they took the third and fourth step. Although the speed of their steps was not fast, they were very determined as they walked along the stairs at the foot of the mountain and climbed to the top step by step. In the eyes of the other cultivators in the distance, Zi Chen and the others were climbing the stairs. However, if they were on the stairs, they would see a different scene. After Zi Chen confirmed that this place was real, he also took a step forward. However, the scene of him floating above the sea of thunderbolts did not appear. Instead, he entered the sea and gradually sank. During the sinking process, Zi Chen's vision became blurry. There was only thunderbolts in his eyes and nothing else. At this moment, his eyes had obviously lost their function. Even the yin-yang eye was useless. A perfect spiritual sense could penetrate a 10-meter radius of the sea of thunderbolts. To cultivators, 10 meters was useless, so they still had to rely on their sensitive senses. The sticky sea of thunderbolts suddenly began to vibrate slightly, as if something was shuttling through the sea. The frequency of the vibration was very low, but Zi Chen still sensed it. Immediately after, Zi Chen's spiritual sense discovered something. It was a bolt of lightning that flashed and disappeared. Bang! A cold light flashed through Zi Chen's eyes. The moment the lightning disappeared, he threw a punch. Lightning flashed on the dazzling fist as it struck the lightning that was heading straight for him. As the lightning flashed, Chen could clearly see the lightning. There was a strange fish in the lightning, and its body was filled with the power of lightning. The strange fish saw the dazzling fist, but it was not afraid at all. It still opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp and sinister teeth as it bit at the fist. Boom! That punch was extraordinarily powerful. It wasn't something that could be bitten by a fish. When the punch landed on the fish, it instantly shattered its body. Immediately after, the fish turned into pure lightning energy and rushed towards Chen's body. When the power of lightning entered his body, Chen actually felt a tingling and numbing sensation. This is. Feeling the reaction from his body, Chen's expression changed. This power was actually tempering his body on its own, just like when Chen was using the Thunder King body. Moreover, such a small amount of lightning actually made his body tingle and numb. Obviously, the purity of this lightning was even higher than the world-shattering lightning of the 4th level. What a pure power of lightning. It's a pity that there's too little of it. Otherwise, it would definitely make my physical strength break through again and become a 1-star 3 vein. Chen sighed, looking a little disappointed. Chapter 1468. The powerful vibrations caused the sea of lightning to tremble violently. It was as if there were many creatures swimming in the sea of lightning. If Chen was above the sea of lightning, he would discover that there was a large patch of lightning in the sea of lightning. This patch of lightning was made up of many tiny lightning bolts. Each lightning bolt was a strange lightning fish. The strange lightning fish were densely packed and almost occupied the entire sea of lightning. Their numbers were immeasurable. Chen couldn't see those strange lightning fish, but he could sense the vibrations from the sea. He had some guesses in his mind. Lightning began to flash around his body. The powerful Thunder King body was displayed. On his chest, there was a dazzling thunder star with 2 clear marks that represented the realm of his physical body. Amidst the high-frequency vibrations, the sea of lightning was split apart by the strange lightning fish. These strange fish were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were within 10 meters of Chen's spiritual senses. In another blink of an eye, the strange lightning fish rushed towards Chen. These strange fish opened their mouths, revealing their sharp teeth, and bit towards Chen. Lightning flashed around Chen, but the lightning was instantly drowned out by the endless number of strange fish. Crack, crack. Similar sounds continuously rang out from the lightning. It was the sound of Chen's defensive light shield being torn apart by the strange fish. These strange fish were very small, but their attack power was very strong. They were also very sensitive to the power of lightning. The moment they bit Chen's defensive light shield, they also bit towards Chen's body. Chen's body, which was comparable to a realm soldier's body, was instantly covered in scratches. As they bit him at a high frequency, the scratches became deeper and deeper. In the end, there were bloodstains. In the blink of an eye, Chen's body was covered in many small teeth marks. Boom! A powerful energy surged out of Chen's body. This energy formed a powerful energy shock wave. The strange fish surrounding him were instantly pushed back by this energy shock wave. However, not all of them were pushed back. Some of them bit Chen tightly. Their bodies danced along with the energy shock wave like catkins. Swoosh! Many of the strange fish were swept away by the energy and were now some distance away from Chen. Before they could continue to charge forward, Chen instantly unsheathed the long saber in his hand. The unsheathed long saber turned into 9. These 9 saber lights formed a circle and spread out in all directions. Pu! 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 The saber light flashed in a circular and straight line. All the strange lightning fish in the path of the saber light were cut open and turned into pure lightning power. The power of thunder seemed to be attracted by something as it headed towards Chen's body and tempered Chen's body. With just a single strike, he had killed over 100 strange fish. However, there were still more strange fish charging forward, and Chen was once again surrounded. Boom! The energy continued to vibrate. Swoosh! The saber light that had just disappeared reappeared in the next moment, spreading out in another circular direction. All the strange lightning fish in this area were killed. Just like that, Chen vibrated the energy again and again and struck with his saber again and again, In this sea of lightning, the saber light began to fade. Pure lightning power entered Zichen's body one after another, tempering his body. During this period, Zichen would also move forward under tremendous pressure. Along the way, many strange lightning fish that attacked him were killed. He was drowned by the strange lightning fish again and again. His body was injured again and again, but he recovered quickly under the power of thunder. In the beginning, Zichen was still lamenting that there were too few strange lightning fish. However, later on, facing the endless attacks of the strange lightning fish, Zichen felt his scalp tingle. Zichen did not know how long he had walked and how many times he was injured. In short, he had killed countless strange lightning fish. As time passed, the number of strange lightning fish finally decreased. In the end, not a single one could be seen. However, before Zichen could breathe a sigh of relief, the sea of lightning vibrated again. Then, an extremely fast lightning appeared 10 meters away in his spiritual perception. Swoosh! Lightning flashed around Zichen, and his body flashed to the side. The lightning flashed past where he was standing. It was a strange fish with an even bigger body. There was a bulge on its forehead like a crown. Obviously, this strange fish was the king of this sea, leading countless strange fish underlings. Swoosh! Swoosh! Unable to see with his eyes, Zichen could only rely on his perception that extended 10 meters away. He could not lock on to the other party at all. He could only dodge the other party's attacks with his extreme speed. This damn thing. The lightning constantly shuttled around Zichen, making it impossible for Zichen to move forward smoothly. His face immediately turned cold. In terms of speed, in this sea of lightning, the other party was naturally faster. With a cold gaze, Zichen created a 3-meter space around him. In this 3-meter space, all the lightning power was squeezed away. The space within 3 meters became a vacuum. Swoosh! The monstrous fish king passed through the sea of lightning and charged towards Zichen again. It then dove into the 3-meter-long space. After losing the constant pressure from the sea of lightning, its extreme speed instantly slowed down. The blade in Zichen's hand flashed, and the body of the strange fish king was cut open. It then turned into a large amount of lightning power and entered Zichen's body, beginning to temper his body. The appearance of the monstrous fish king made Zichen even more careful. However, after killing the monstrous fish king, Zichen did not encounter any more attacks from the monstrous fish as he continued forward. Zichen guessed that he should have left the sea where the strange fish were. As expected, after moving forward for a while, Zichen found a solid object. He stepped on the object and saw a small island. This small island was sitting alone on the sea of lightning. It was very monotonous. After continuously drawing his blade, getting injured, and tempering his body, Zichen's mental strength was greatly depleted. He needed to rest. After seeing the small island, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Then, he began to land on the island. He successfully left the sea and landed on the small island. This was a small island made of pure lightning. Every rock, grass, wood, and everything on the island contained dense lightning power. However, the lightning power was like the endless sea of lightning. The lightning power could not be absorbed at all. Zichen stood on the island and looked around. Apart from the lightning, he could not see anything else. Moreover, there was a strong pressure in this place. Not only could he not fly, but even jumping seemed very difficult. Fortunately, his spiritual senses were no longer suppressed there. His vision also became clear. After retracting his gaze and spreading his spiritual senses in all directions, Zichen sat on a big rock and held the scabbard in his left hand in case something unexpected happened. If one was lucky enough to stand at the top of the mountain and look down from the sky, they would find that all the mountains here were divided into 9 levels. At this moment, Zichen had already passed the first level and came to a platform. He was resting on the platform. As for the others, such as Shuntian and the others, they had already passed the first level and were much faster than Zichen. Among them, Hammer was the fastest and had successfully reached the second level. Wu Shuang was also moving toward the second level. Swoosh! Suddenly, a mountain that appeared disappeared into thin air. The disappearance of the mountain did not mean that the powerhouse had reached the top. It meant that he had died in the process. Such a situation had happened 3 times so far, which meant that 3 powerful existences had died. Climbing the mountain to seek opportunities was full of danger. It was a test of life and death. After a short rest, Zichen began to hurry on his way again. It was worth mentioning that he found a few strange beasts transformed from lightning on this island. However, these strange beasts were not strong. They were killed by Zichen and turned into pure lightning power to be absorbed. Walking from one side of the small island to the other, Zichen saw that there was an additional boat on the beach at the edge of the small island. When he recalled the strange fish at the bottom of the sea, Zichen felt his scalp go numb. Without any hesitation, he boarded the boat. After boarding the boat, Zichen did not need to deliberately paddle. The boat moved forward on its own. However, the boat only moved forward a few hundred meters. The originally calm sea of lightning suddenly became turbulent. Huge waves rose and the boat began to shake. Zichen immediately released his energy to wrap the boat. He did not want the boat to be broken by the waves and continue to move forward. Crash! A huge wave surged up. The wave was several meters tall, and it looked like it was going to sweep the people and the boat away. A strange lightning snake that was several meters long charged out of the huge wave, heading straight for Zichen, who was on the small boat. Whoosh! The long saber was unsheathed. A resonant saber hum resounded. A flash of saber light flashed. At this point, Zichen's eyes and spiritual senses came into play again. As soon as the strange snake appeared, Zichen noticed it. After killing the strange lightning snake, it turned into pure spiritual energy. This spiritual energy merged with his body and tempered it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just like before, after killing one strange snake, many more appeared. These strange snakes passed through the waves and went straight for Zichen. Zichen, who had just recovered his spirit, had no choice but to start the cycle of killing again. As the lightning energy entered Zichen's body one after another, the strength of his physical body increased bit by bit. In Zichen's own reality world, the collapse was nearing its limit. The new world had yet to appear, and wave after wave of pure energy was operating in this infinite space. The new world had yet to form. This was deliberately done by Zichen because he needed to fight for the domain heart. Of course, there was also the so-called perfect domain seed. The higher life forms did not break through because they had the same plan. The angry waves rolled. The boat wrapped in Zichen's energy was undulating in the angry waves. It could be swallowed by the angry waves at any time. On the other mountain peaks, the others were also struggling to reach the summit. They also encountered other difficulties and attacks. They were all trying their best to resist. Chapter 1469. The 2 pairs of eyes saw everything that happened on the mountain. The 2 pairs of eyes were very deep, like a bottomless abyss. No one could see through them, but they were also like a blue ocean that could contain everything. The 2 pairs of eyes in the sky had appeared many times since the opening of Tongyu Tower. However, just like before, no one noticed them. These 4 are the most outstanding in this opening of the Mana realm. I wonder how long it will take for them to reach their limits. A light flashed in the pair of deep eyes, and then a slightly old voice sounded. The 4 of them are truly not bad. Even I was moved when I saw their talents. However, that little fellow from the Thunder Clan seems extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Even you and I weren't able to see through him completely. Another voice rang out. He is a little different, but whether or not he can change in the limit test is another matter. After all, the greater the potential, the greater the danger. His level is just so low. It is indeed very difficult, but if he can really transform, his combat strength will not be weaker than anyone of the same level. The old voice spoke in the sky above the world, and everything below was seen. The 4 titled ones were progressing smoothly, but the 2 pairs of eyes were more focused on Zichen. This was because once Zichen transformed, he would not be weaker than anyone else. However, it was very difficult to break through in the limit test. At this moment, Zichen was in danger. Angry waves surged, and thunder power surged. Strange lightning snakes darted out of the angry waves, turning into streaks of lightning and rushing towards Zichen. Although the total number of these strange snakes could not be compared to the original strange fish, they were more powerful and came in an endless stream. As he blocked and attacked again, the strange lightning snakes would break through his defense and attack Zichen's body. At this moment, there were many bloody holes on Zichen's body. Blood kept flowing out of the wounds, and the boat under his feet was in danger. It was already very difficult for him to block so many strange lightning snakes. If the boat was destroyed, Zichen would fall into the sea of lightning and die. Swish! Swish! Shiny and dazzling blade lights kept appearing as one lightning snake after another was killed. Streams of pure lightning flowed into his body, tempering his fleshly body and healing his wounds at the same time. As the battle continued and his injuries worsened, Zichen had no choice but to use one trump card after another. A 3-meter-wide space appeared beside Zichen. Wave after wave of energy gushed out from the reality world and filled the 3-meter-wide space. This force squeezed out all the lightning energy within the 3-meter space, and then formed a huge pressure to reduce the lightning snake's speed. However, even though he had used a method that was close to cheating, Zichen's body was still riddled with scars and holes from the sharp teeth. One could imagine that if it wasn't for this 3-meter space, Zichen would have died long ago. However, a 3-meter space was not enough to stop all the lightning snakes. Zichen's face paled as he faced the endless attacks of the lightning serpents. He had used up a lot of energy. Boom! Just as Zichen was about to fall, a cold glint suddenly flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his sleeves, a ball of light shot out. The ball of light instantly turned into a huge cauldron, causing the void to tremble. This was the everlasting pill cauldron. It emitted an ancient aura and floated in the air. When the lightning serpents saw the cauldron, they instantly pounced on it. The cauldron shook in the void, and then waves of violent lightning rushed out from it. This was the lightning from the ThunderClan's fragment world, and it had great destructive power. The moment the lightning appeared, it shrouded the lightning serpents. The lightning here was ineffective against the lightning serpents, but Zichen believed that the lightning energy he brought would be able to injure the lightning serpents to a certain extent. This was his last resort. He had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, Zichen would only be swallowed by the endless lightning serpents. The thunderbolts were wild and violent. In less than a moment, a series of explosions sounded within the large area of violent thunderbolts. Soon after wave of pure thunderbolts charged out from the wild and violent thunderbolts and surged towards Zichen. It's effective. Seeing this scene, Zichen's face immediately lit up with joy and excitement. These lightning bolts were brought out from the ThunderClan's fragment world to deal with high-level life forms. In half a year, Zichen had stored a lot of these lightning bolts. During this period, he had only used them once. The amount was almost negligible. As for the rest, Zichen was prepared to use them when he was besieged by high-level life forms. However, at this moment, he was attacked by the lightning serpents and his life was in danger. The everlasting pill cauldron showed its power. The lightning serpents were killed. Zichen waved his hand, and the cauldron flew back to Zichen. As for the lightning serpents in the distance, it quickly dissipated under the attack of the lightning serpents. The cauldron that had arrived beside him suddenly shook. Lightning bolts like small snakes spewed out from it. After appearing, these lightning bolts instantly enlarged, forming a violent lightning energy. With Zichen as the center, they formed a huge and violent lightning ball. Outside the lightning ball, angry waves rolled. More lightning serpents rushed out from it. When the serpents rushed towards the lightning ball, they were hit by the lightning and exploded. This lightning ball had a miraculous effect in killing the lightning serpents, but the speed of its consumption was also very fast. Zichen, who was moving forward on the small boat, could only control the everlasting pill cauldron to release lightning bolts. As a result, the lightning consumption speed became faster. The variable is here. In the sky, two pairs of eyes saw the lightning ball. One of them said, "The greater the potential, the greater the danger." Originally, I thought he couldn't hold on, but I didn't expect him to bring out this thing. That cauldron is very good. It looks a little familiar. It does look a little familiar. It should be an imitation of some ancient cauldron recorded in the ancient books. Although they were all climbing the mountain, the difficulty Zichen encountered was much higher than the others. This was partly because Zichen's potential was high to begin with, and partly because Zichen's cultivation realm was simply too low. Fortunately, Zichen had the lightning bolts to make up for his low cultivation realm and weak attack. The lightning ball was moving the small boat. Zichen was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the lightning ball. Bolts of pure lightning energy fell on Zichen like raindrops. At this moment, Zichen had devoted all his attention to refining the lightning energy and tempering his body. As for the everlasting pill cauldron, he handed it over to Cauldron Spirit. There was no need for any advanced techniques. All Cauldron Spirit needed to do was to continuously release lightning bolts. This was something that Cauldron Spirit could easily accomplish. As bolts of lightning energy entered his body, the realm of Zichen's body gradually improved under the continuous tempering of the pure lightning energy. His body gradually reached the limit of 1 star and 2 veins. This limit was the so-called bottleneck limit. However, the lightning energy in this place was extremely pure. Under the constant nourishment and tempering of these lightning bolts, the so-called bottleneck naturally wouldn't appear on Zichen's body. Zichen's body that had reached the limit did not stay there for too long. He immediately broke through to the next realm. On top of Xing Chen's body that was sparkling with lightning, another mark appeared beside the 2 veins. This mark had just appeared and was not yet clear. However, it indicated that Zichen had made a breakthrough. Currently, Zichen's body realm was comparable to that of a late-stage first-stage domain realm expert. Although most of the high-level lifeforms such as Langwei and Wushuang had long reached this realm in their bodies, Zichen, who had made a breakthrough in his Thunder King body, was not afraid of anyone. His physical strength had improved by a small realm. His offensive and defensive strength had also increased tremendously. A suction force was emitted from Zichen's body. At this moment, the lightning energy within the lightning ball, whether it was the berserk lightning bolts or the lightning bolts transformed from the lightning serpents, all madly surged towards Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen was like a bottomless pit as he madly absorbed the energy. Moreover, the speed at which he refined the energy was several times or even dozens of times faster than usual. Under such frenzied absorption, the entire lightning ball became extremely unstable. When Cauldron Spirit saw this, it guessed that Zichen was about to make a breakthrough. Fortunately, it no longer tried to conserve energy for Zichen. Even more berserk lightning bolts rushed out of the cauldron. The absorption continued until the 3rd mark on Zichen's chest gradually became clear. Only then did the breakthrough end. Zichen opened his eyes. Powerful energy surged around his body. At this moment, under the illumination of the lightning bolts that filled the sky, the aura that he emitted was like that of a lightning beast. "You have made a breakthrough," a voice sounded from the cauldron. It was the voice of Cauldron Spirit. "My physical body has made a breakthrough. Both my offensive and defensive strength have become stronger." Zichen nodded and stood up from the boat. His eyes flickered with lightning and his body emanated a powerful will to fight. "It's time for you to make a breakthrough. If you don't, both you and I will be finished," said Cauldron Spirit. Zichen stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "Finished? What do you mean? There isn't much lightning energy left in the cauldron." Zichen's face was filled with astonishment. One must know that when he came out from the fragment world, he had brought a lot of lightning energy with him. Although it was not endless, it was enough for Zichen to squander for a very long time. If the flow of time is correct, you have been sitting cross-legged for 10 whole days to refine the lightning energy. How much do you think you will need to maintain the lightning energy for 10 days? Cauldron Spirit said grumpily. Chapter 1470. Making a breakthrough in one's physical body should have been something worth celebrating. But after hearing that it took him 10 whole days, Zichen put on a dispirited face. With this, the domain core with its miraculous effects would no longer be available to him. The Cauldron Spirit took in Zichen's dispirited expression and guessed what Zichen was thinking. He put on a grumpy smile and said, "Why didn't I notice that you have become so greedy? This sea of lightning is vast and boundless. It's hard to say when you will be able to walk out of here alive, And it's also hard to say if you can make it to the other side alive. You don't even know if you will live or die, yet you are still worrying about the domain core. The most important thing for you to do now is to leave this place alive. I don't have much lightning left. Zichen quickly put away his dispirited mood. He cupped his fists at the cauldron and said, "Thank you for your help, Elder. Leave the rest to me." The everlasting pill cauldron that had been continuously absorbing lightning stopped at the next moment. Then, it turned into a beam of light and shot towards Zichen before disappearing in a flash. As the enormous lightning ball did not have any backup, it only lasted for a few breaths before collapsing. Then, one after another, lightning serpents emerged from the raging waves and charged towards Zichen. After making a breakthrough in his physical body, Zichen felt unprecedentedly powerful. He did not use any weapon in the face of the incoming lightning serpents. Instead, he clenched his fist and punched forward. The energy of his physical body condensed into an enormous fist aura on his fist. Lightning radiated from the fist aura. When the fist aura collided with the lightning serpents, it exploded. Boom! As this fist glow exploded, a wild and violent energy spread in all directions. As this energy spread, all the strange lightning snakes that came into contact with this energy burst apart one after another. This time, a large number of lightning serpents were killed. Boom! Zichen punched again. A dazzling fist aura exploded. Another large number of lightning serpents were killed. A large amount of pure lightning energy converged towards Zichen. As he punched again and again, large swathes of the lightning serpents disappeared. Although this killing speed could not be compared to the lightning balls from before, it was still much faster than Zichen's efficiency. This was the effect of increasing one's realm. Even if it was just an increase in one's physical realm, it could increase Zichen's combat strength by several times or even dozens of times. The greater one's potential, the greater the danger one would encounter. At the same time, one's battle prowess after making a breakthrough would also become stronger. Strangely enough, the lightning serpents didn't disappear even after 10 days of continuous bombardment from the lightning balls. But after a few dozen strikes from Zichen, the lightning serpents disappeared. Even the king of the lightning serpents that Zichen had predicted didn't appear. Outside the mountain peak, one could see that Zichen's speed had suddenly increased. He was practically leaping as he flew towards the mountain peak. At this moment, the others had obviously encountered some trouble as well. Unlike what Zichen had expected, they had already reached the peak. Only by reaching one's limit could one reach the mountain peak. Obviously, no one had reached their limit yet. The lightning serpents had disappeared, but the sea of lightning had not reached the end. The boat was still moving forward, and the sea of lightning was still endless. Not long after the monstrous waves disappeared, the sea of lightning suddenly began to tremble slightly. The trembling sea of lightning gently hit the boat, splashing a small wave. Following that, another wave appeared, and wave after wave appeared. Zichen, who was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, discovered this phenomenon and immediately used his yin-yang eye to look at the sea of lightning. With a glance, he saw many light spots. These light spots were all lightning, and they were swimming quickly at the bottom of the sea. Before Zichen could see clearly what these lightning lights were, a huge lightning water column rushed up from the sea and lifted the boat. Then, a huge monster appeared in Zichen's sight. This was a huge snake that was many times larger than the original lightning serpents. The huge snake had a bulge on its forehead and long whiskers on its cheeks. There were also several bulges on its abdomen. Zichen was very familiar with this kind of creature. This was a flood dragon. Once it completely transformed, it would become a flood dragon. A flood dragon was also a type of dragon, but it was not as noble as the blue dragon in the Tianwu continent. Even so, this kind of creature was extremely powerful and tyrannical. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, Zichen naturally knew the other party's intention. Thus, without thinking, he punched towards the other party's head. Dazzling lightning flashed, and the fist instantly approached the head of the flood dragon and exploded. Boom! The energy was berserk. The head of the flood dragon was smashed by the fist. Its body also turned into pure lightning and gathered towards Zichen. It was absorbed by his body, becoming pure energy. After finishing off the other party with one punch, Zichen's face did not have the slightest trace of joy. Based on his understanding of the Sea of Lightning, he knew that if the other party could be easily killed, then it was not done by one person. It was done by a group of people. Moreover, when Zichen used his yin-yang eye, he saw many dots of light. After killing one of the flood dragons, the thunderbolt water pillar that it had created also dissipated. The small boat was enveloped by Zichen's energy and started to descend. However, right after that, another thunderbolt water pillar rose up and directly swept the people and the boat away. Another flood dragon rushed out and was killed by Zichen with one punch. Zichen's expression became more and more serious. Because with his yin-yang eye, he saw many lights coming towards him. Swish, swish. More water columns rushed up. Flood dragons appeared in all directions and viciously pounced on Zichen. Zichen pulled out a long saber. The dazzling saber light flashed. Then, Zichen put away the scabbard. Holding the saber in one hand and a fist in the other, he attacked the flood dragons. For a time, the saber light and fist light constantly appeared in the Sea of Lightning. These flood dragons were much stronger than the lightning snakes from before. Zichen, who had just broken through, felt the pressure again. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Something rushed out from his body. It was a light. When it rushed out, it was accompanied by a loud and clear dragon's roar. When the sky was filled with the silhouettes of flood dragons, the sudden appearance of a real dragon was also extremely shocking. The dragons might spread. Even if these flood dragons were not real, they were still shocked by the dragon's might and trembled. The dragon's soul appeared. Its body was huge, almost occupying half of the sky. It looked down at the flood dragons indifferently. Without needing Zichen's instructions, it rushed up. Its dragon claws crushed a flood dragon and its dragon tail crushed another one. When it attacked with its body, the dragon's soul would occasionally turn into a spear light and shoot towards the flood dragons approaching Zichen, piercing through their glabella. Pu. Pu. One flood dragon after another was slashed by Zichen and turned into pure lightning power, replenishing the mark on Zichen's chest. While Zichen was killing the flood dragons, the dragon soul spear was not idle. It also killed many flood dragons. However, the lightning power after killing the flood dragons did not converge on Zichen. Instead, it was directly absorbed by the dragon soul spear. You can absorb the lightning power here? Seeing this scene, Zichen was very surprised. He asked through voice transmission. The lightning here is very useful to me. It can help me evolve. The dragon soul transmitted its thoughts, appearing very excited. Joy once again appeared on Zichen's face when he heard this. He signaled the dragon soul to do as it pleased. With a breakthrough in strength and a rise in battle power, Zichen's advancing speed increased. With the help of the dragon soul spear, the flood dragons quickly disappeared. Soon after, some other lightning creatures appeared. Although they caused some trouble for Zichen, they were unable to threaten Zichen's life. Even if they could pass through the layers of attacks and injure Zichen, Zichen's injuries would rapidly recover under the endless lightning absorption. As he continuously attacked, Zichen's energy consumption also increased. Under this endless barrage of attacks, his corporeal realm finally collapsed completely. At this moment, Zichen's cultivation level had finally reached the peak of the corporeal realm. This level could be called the half-step domain realm. If Zichen was willing, he could condense this collapsing power into a real world. When that happened, Zichen's strength would be at the domain realm. However, Zichen forcibly stopped the following breakthrough. He wasn't in a hurry. Even if he didn't have the psychic domain core, he still had the perfect domain seed. He still wanted to give it a try. With a breakthrough in the physical realm, Zichen's own cultivation level also broke through. His potential was almost maximized. Although Zichen's physical strength hadn't reached the peak of this realm, Zichen had a perfect body and cultivated the Thunder King body. In terms of physical strength of the same level, even those high-level life forms couldn't compare. The following test posed no threat to Zichen. Although he hadn't reached his limit, the test was considered over. After forcefully suppressing the realm that was about to break through, Zichen raised his head again and saw the coast. Seeing the coast meant that he had completely passed through the Sea of Lightning. Zichen quickly walked towards the coast, but the dragon soul didn't follow. This Sea of Lightning was of great help to it. Next, it needed the help of the endless sea of lightning creatures in the Sea of Lightning to undergo a metamorphosis. Zichen stepped onto the coast and the scene before his eyes changed. The Sea of Lightning disappeared and Zichen realized that he was standing on real ground. After passing the test, he had successfully reached the top. Zichen originally thought that many people had reached the top. However, when he raised his head and looked around, he didn't see a single person. After that, Zichen looked nervously at the center of the platform. There, the psychic domain core, which Zichen cared about the most, was slowly beating. Light rays of power were also released as the psychic domain core beat. At this moment, Zichen was only a few dozen meters away from the psychic domain core. He walked towards the psychic domain core without hesitation. As he walked forward, Zichen carefully sensed the power of his cultivation level. Chapter 1471. When he was 5 steps away from the domain core, Zichen stopped. During this time, he did not encounter any obstacles or tests, but he was not in a hurry to get the domain core. He stood 5 steps away and began to feel the power after the breakthrough. While feeling it, he was also waiting for something. Not long after, another figure appeared on the platform. It was Shuntian City's Shuntian Dao. When he reached the platform, his face was immediately filled with joy. However, when he saw Zichen, he was slightly startled. "You've been here for a long time?" Shuntian Dao asked. "I've also just arrived," Zichen said with a smile. Shuntian Dao looked at Zichen and then at the domain core. He smiled bitterly and said, "We thought that we would have a better chance with more people. I didn't expect you to be the first to come up. You were waiting for us." "It's not considered waiting. I'm just giving everyone a fair chance," Zichen said calmly. Shuntian Dao shook his head, but there was a hint of shame on his face. "It's not fair." Just as they were talking, another figure appeared on the platform. It was Fortune Teller. Successfully reaching the top and completing the test was naturally something to be happy about. However, when he saw that 2 people had already reached the top, he was also startled. He could not feel happy at all. As soon as Fortune Teller appeared, the figure in the mist also appeared, followed by Jin Qingcheng, who was wearing a suit of armor. It wasn't long before the 4 titled individuals arrived, but when they saw the scene in front of them, their happy faces were instantly stunned. Then, all of them stood in their original spots with complicated expressions on their faces, not daring to step forward. Zichen was only 5 steps away from the domain core. This distance was nothing to Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world. However, Zichen stood on the spot. There was no need for him to explain. Everyone understood what had happened. The next person to arrive was Hammer. When he saw the scene on the platform, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Then, he was completely relieved. As for Wu Shuang, due to the delay, he did not immediately follow. Zichen glanced at them and said, "Everyone is here. Let's fight to determine the winner and the loser." Hammer remained indifferent. However, the other 4 did not show any joy on their faces. Instead, they fell into silence. Zichen smiled and said, "Didn't we agree on this earlier?" Tianming looked up at Zichen and said, "Zichen, I admit that I can't see through you. I also admit that you're very unique and have your own goals. However, I also feel the same way. The spiritocentric core is indeed a good thing and can help us a lot, but if I have to choose between it and honesty, I'll definitely choose the latter. There have been many experts in the history of Destiny City, but they didn't manage to refine the spiritocentric core. However, they were able to leave their names in history. I appreciate your kindness, but forget about the competition. Compared to the spiritocentric core, I'd rather have a firm heart that belongs to me." After saying that, Tianming smiled sincerely at Zichen and chose to withdraw from the competition. Seeing this scene, Chong Chue's expression changed. Under such circumstances, there were not many people who could quickly give up on the allure of the Tongling domain core. From this, one could see Tianming's character. After Tianming finished speaking, Shuntian Dao nodded in agreement. He said, if it's not mine, it's not mine. If we continue to compete, we will lose our sense of propriety and our natural cultivation heart. I, Shuntian Dao, accept your kindness, but forget about the spiritocentric core. I, Shuntian Dao, will definitely make friends with you. Zi Chen looked at the two with a relaxed smile on his face. Hidden Mist laughed and said, the two of you have already said all the good things. What else do you want me to say? Since we're talking about making friends, Zi Chen, I'll definitely make friends with you. If we can leave the Mana realm alive, I'll invite you to Hidden Mist City as a guest. Hidden Mist also gave up on this opportunity. Zi Chen said with a smile, I'll definitely go if there's a chance. When it was Jin Qingqing's turn, she also smiled and said, forget it. Since you guys aren't fighting, a little girl like me naturally won't fight anymore. As for being friends, if you want to be friends with me, you have to withstand a huge amount of pressure. I don't know if you can withstand the pressure. Jin Qingqing winked at Zi Chen. Her eyes lit up, and she looked extremely flirtatious. That was what the others thought. However, to Zi Chen, she was rather cute. Before Zi Chen could answer, a beam of light shot toward the spiritocentric core. Zi Chen maintained the faint smile on his face as he threw a punch. He had already noticed all the changes. Boom! Energy surged and thunder rumbled. The space before him was drowned in lightning. The silhouette swayed and retreated. It did not pass through the lightning. That was so unexpected that the people could not react at all. When they did, the silhouette had already been forced to retreat. The silhouette appeared. It was the beast tamer Yi Ming. When they saw the beast tamer Yi Ming, they had a look of disdain on their faces. The spiritocentric core was indeed a good thing. However, if one obtained it through such means, even if they could be strong for a while, they were destined to have no great achievements in the future. Yi Ming gave them a good impression at first. However, after what happened after Zi Chen's arrival, they became more and more disappointed in Yi Ming. They were extremely disappointed in Yi Ming. Then, the three of them looked at Jin Qingqing meaningfully. Zi Chen looked at Yi Ming. His faint smile faded, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. If he was afraid of Yi Ming before, Zi Chen no longer cared about Yi Ming after he completed the test on the mountain peak. Yi Ming, why is it you? Jin Qingqing's pretty face had a look of anger. She had just told Zi Chen that she would not touch the spiritocentric core. She did not expect Yi Ming to rush out right after that. Moreover, he did it secretly. Not only did he hurt her reputation, but he also humiliated Golden Leaf City. Why not me? The spiritocentric core can only be obtained by those who are fated. Moreover, it depends on one's ability. Yi Ming looked at Zi Chen and said with a cold smile, don't think that everyone is stupid. You're the only smart one. Let me tell you, it's impossible for you to get the spiritocentric core with such petty tricks. Zi Chen looked at Yi Ming. He did not even bother to answer him. He merely smirked in mockery. Yi Ming's eyes flashed past the spiritocentric core. Greed appeared in his eyes. He looked at Zi Chen again and said, didn't you want to give me a slot? Great, I'll take the slot. Zi Chen glanced at Yi Ming and said, a slot? Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for a slot from me? I'm from Golden Leaf City. Of course, my identity is nobler than you from Hupping City, Yi Ming said coldly. Zi Chen smirked and said, this is the domain realm. Stop acting like a young master. In my eyes, other than friends, there are only the living and the dead. Right now, you're still alive in my eyes. If you continue to act recklessly, you'll be dead. Dead? You sure talk big. Then let me see what a mere corporeal realm cultivator like you can do to me. Yi Ming's eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, he had reached his limit in the process of reaching the top. He was very confident in his combat strength. Enough, Yi Ming. Come back quickly, Jin Qingqing shouted coldly. Yi Ming turned around and said to Jin Qingqing, Qingqing, did you see that? This kid is doing it on purpose. He thinks that you're all fools. He already knew that you wouldn't want the spiritocentric core. That's why he said he would give you a slot. He's toying with you. Look, I'm here now. Why doesn't he give me the slot? The others heard this and subconsciously covered their foreheads with their hands. Jin Qingcheng was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Clearly, Yi Ming was blinded by greed. He didn't think before speaking. Why would Zi Chen give you a slot? Do you know him that well? Hammer, who had been silent all this while, coughed softly and said, Zi Chen can get the spiritocentric core easily. He gives you a chance because he respects you. Of course, other than respect, he also admires you. As for you, you're not close to Zi Chen and you've lost to him. Why should he give you a slot? Hammer's words clearly didn't give Yi Ming any face, but it also reminded him. Although he was humiliated, Yi Ming was sharp enough to notice something. He was no longer agitated. Instead, he smiled and said, if that's the case, that's great. Jin Qingcheng is my fiancé. After we get back, we'll get married. Naturally, her things will be mine. Therefore, I'll take the slot you gave her. Zi Chen's mouth opened slightly when he heard this. He seemed a little surprised. At the same time, he looked at Jin Qingcheng. Jin Qingcheng blushed and gritted her teeth. She wanted to tear Yi Ming apart. In her life, she had never been as embarrassed as she was today. Especially when faced with Zi Chen's surprised gaze and the other three people's gazes, Jin Qingcheng felt even more ashamed. Ha ha, Zi Chen, look at your expression. You must be very shocked. You must be regretting giving her a slot. Yi Ming laughed proudly. In the ears of the others, it was as if Yi Ming had obtained the spiritocentric core. Fortune teller looked at the proud Yi Ming and then at the blushing Jin Qingcheng. He shook his head and said, you're not compatible. You didn't look like a good match in the past. After spending some time together, I feel that you're even more incompatible. Beauty Jin, when you get out of here, you should find a chance to leave. The gap between you two is too big. Shun Tiandao nodded and said, I agree. Indeed, you're not compatible. One is a phoenix in the sky, while the other is a dog in the ground. You're not compatible. Hidden Mist also smiled and said, of course you're not compatible. Look at Zi Chen. That shocked and disbelieving expression. Look at those eyes. Look at how bitter they are. I think he must be very sad to hear this news now. Facing the teasing of the three people, Jin Qingcheng felt even more ashamed. Then, she secretly glanced at Zi Chen. As expected, she found that Zi Chen's expression was not right. Chapter 1472. Zi Chen was indeed stunned. Although Jin Qingcheng was still considered a beautiful and cute girl in his heart, she would definitely have a beautiful face in the future. Otherwise, she would not be called Jin Qingcheng. Although the two of them had never fought before, the speed at which Jin Qingcheng reached the peak was not inferior to the others. Coupled with her intelligence, such a person was destined to have extraordinary achievements in the future. However, what about Yi Ming? The only thing he could do was to be a beast tamer. Although this identity was powerful, to Zi Chen, this person was a pure clown. Even if he had the ability of a beast tamer, he did not have the intelligence that a beast tamer should have. Coupled with his way of doing things time and time again, the gap between him and Jin Qingcheng was no longer the gap between a swan and a toad, but the gap between a phoenix in the sky and a dog in the soil. How could Zi Chen not be shocked when the two of them with such a gap had a marriage contract? In reality, Yi Ming's performance was not that bad when he was in the outside world. It was just that after coming here and going through a series of events, he exposed his nature. Yi Ming, don't talk nonsense. I've never agreed to the marriage contract. Jin Qingcheng was really angry. She guessed that she had lost all her dignity in her life because of Yi Ming today. If it were not for Yi Ming's identity, she really wanted to throw Yi Ming off the mountain. There were more important things to do at the moment, so Yi Ming was not in the mood to talk about love here. He merely turned his head, looking slightly displeased. He said in a tough manner, the elders in the family have agreed to this. You have no choice but to agree. Ignoring Jin Qingcheng's reaction, Yi Ming turned back to look at Zi Chen and said, she'll be mine sooner or later, so her slot should be mine, and the spirit channeling domain heart should be mine too. Zi Chen looked at Yi Ming as if he was looking at an idiot. He had seen greedy people, such as Zhao Kan back then, who would kill his brother for a 500-year-old snow ginseng. Apart from Zhao Kan, There were many greedy people. However, among all the greedy people that Zichen had seen, none of them were as greedy as Yiming, who was so greedy to the point of pestering endlessly. This person was so greedy that he pestered others endlessly, and he pestered others endlessly to the point that he had no friends. Indeed, Yiming had no friends here. After the previous incident, Shen Tiandao and the others had already become friends with Zichen, so they did not go forward, but were happy to watch the show from the side. Since Zichen was destined to obtain the common spirit domain core, they didn't want to fight over it. Instead, they wanted to watch a good show. Of course, the three of them wouldn't admit that they were watching a good show because they missed out on the domain heart of channeling. The three of them had such expressions because they couldn't step forward and interrupt the two lovers who were fighting over a woman. Whether that was the truth or not, that was what they thought. At this moment, the two of them were standing opposite each other, not because of the spirit heart, but because of Jin Qingqing's marriage. During this period of time, more and more cultivators came up. When these cultivators saw the spiritual domain heart on the scene, their expressions changed. However, as long as it was someone from the three major cities, the three from Shuntiandao would use their eyes to signal them not to move. When the three of them spoke at this moment, it was comparable to their own city's governor. It was much more effective than Jin Qingqing's. Even if the crowd was confused, they dared not question it casually. Apart from the cultivators from the three forces, almost all the cultivators from Golden Leaf City came up except for those who were dead. These people didn't listen to Jin Qingqing's command before this, and Hammer had seen it before. When he noticed the change in their eyes and their movements, Hammer rushed toward Zichen and stood next to him. Subsequently, Wu Shuang appeared from the other side and stared at the others. At this point, almost all the cultivators who should come up had come up. Yiming, who was pestering endlessly earlier, had a serious expression after calculating the number of people in his heart. He shouted loudly, "Are the cultivators from Golden Leaf City here?" "Here." A shout came from all directions. "Attack with all your might and kill these three people." Yiming pointed at Zichen and the other two and shouted, "Yes." The shout came again. "Let's see who dares." Jin Qingqing stood up. Her face was filled with shame and anger. She, who did not like Yiming to begin with, was extremely disappointed in him at this moment. If a mere spirit core could make him lose his composure, then it was destined that he would not be able to achieve great things in the future. Yiming waved his hand and said coldly, "This is a serious matter. I'm in charge today. I'll report this to the governor when I get back. Now, you guys just kill them. I'll bear all the consequences." "Yiming, how dare you? Do you know who's the leader this time?" Jin Qingqing was so angry that her entire body was shaking. The three from Shuntiandao stood aside and watched the show. Yiming turned around to look at Jin Qingqing and said, "From now on, I, Yiming, will be the leader of Golden Leaf City." As soon as the cold words were spoken, Yiming turned around coolly. It was time to kill. However, when he turned around, he saw that Zichen, who was supposed to be in front, had left his original spot and walked to the front of the spirit core. His expression changed drastically. He pointed at Zichen and shouted, "Zichen, what are you doing? Stop it, stop it. The farce is over. Take what belongs to me." Zichen smiled faintly and directly reached out to press on the spirit core. The spirit core was still beating like a living heart, releasing waves of power. As Zichen's right hand touched the spirit core, he clearly felt that the frequency of the spirit core's heartbeat had changed. It gradually became the frequency of his own heartbeat. The many power lights released from it were also retracted in the next moment. What was released was only the power that Zichen knew and possessed. Before he refined it, the spirit core had already shown its uniqueness. Zichen's face was also filled with undisguised joy. Swoosh! A light flashed on his palm, and the spirit core disappeared in front of him. The spirit core that all the cultivators in the world coveted was easily taken away by Zichen just like that. Even though they knew that it was hopeless, when the people around saw this scene, they felt a sense of melancholy and disappointment, as well as some envy. As the person involved, Yiming could not accept this fact. He was so angry that he stood on the spot and kept roaring, but he forgot to attack. He seemed to have lost his composure. Seeing that Zi Chen had taken away the spirit core, obedient Tiandao shook his head and said, "There's no good show to watch now." "The show might have just begun," Hidden Mist said with a smile. "Damn it, that spirit core is mine. Give it back to me. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and do it." Without the spirit core, Yiming felt like his heart was being pierced by needles. Waves of pain came from his heart, and the pain woke him up very quickly. His expression became extremely ferocious as he shouted angrily. The other people in Golden Leaf City were already prepared. They were just stunned when Zi Chen suddenly took away the spirit core, so they did not attack. Following Yiming's roar, rays of light shot towards Zi Chen. Boom! Energy raged around the heavy hammer, and a huge black hammer appeared. The moment the black hammer appeared, it immediately grew in size like a mountain, exuding a terrifying wave as it struck forward. The black hammer smashed out, causing a series of explosions. When the two cultivators who were rushing forward felt the power of the black hammer, a look of shock appeared on their faces. They stopped and joined hands to defend. Dong! The black hammer hit the two cultivators' defense, causing the entire platform to tremble. Under such a huge impact, the two cultivators who joined hands to defend flew backward like a kite with a broken string until they flew out of the platform. On the other side, the heavy hammer hit the two cultivators and knocked them off the platform. On the other side, a bright light rushed out of Wu Shuang's body. The light enveloped the two cultivators and took them away from the platform. Apart from the dead cultivators, there were only 6 cultivators from Golden Leaf City, but 4 of them had already been swept out. For some reason, the other 2 cultivators did not attack immediately. Yiming cursed inwardly and rushed towards Zi Chen. This time, he learned to be smart and chose to attack first. A spiritual telekinesis attack that was like a waterfall charged out of his sea of consciousness and shot directly at Zi Chen. At the same time, Yiming flew towards Zi Chen. Faced with the incoming spiritual telekinesis attack, Zi Chen's face gradually turned cold. He could not be bothered to compete with Yiming using his spiritual telekinesis. Instead, he clenched his fist and punched the incoming attack as lightning flashed. Yiming's confident attack was instantly shattered by Zi Chen's punch. Subsequently, Zi Chen's figure flashed and he charged toward Yiming. Seeing Zi Chen break his attack so easily, a look of shock flashed across Yiming's face. Subsequently, when he saw Zi Chen coming, he shouted loudly. His body glowed and a king-level spirit weapon appeared in his hand. To be able to become Jin Qingqing's fiancé, he was naturally not a pure beast tamer. The origin energy in his body was very rich and his combat strength was not weak either. However, just as he raised the king-level spirit weapon in his hand, Zi Chen was already in front of him. Fast, too fast. At such a close distance, the speed under the heavens could not be stopped. Therefore, Yiming could only watch as Zi Chen approached him and punched his chest. Yiming saw everything and thought of several ways to block it, but he could not follow up with his actions. Bang! Zi Chen's punch landed on Yiming's chest and the defense around him shattered instantly. Subsequently, bolts of lightning appeared and enveloped Yiming's body. Under the punch, Yiming's body flew out instantly and he coughed up blood as he flew. After that, his figure disappeared from the platform. After a long time, a loud bang came from the bottom of the mountain. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, the fight was over in an instant. The 2 cultivators from Golden Leaf City who hesitated for a moment did not have the chance to attack anymore. Chapter 1473. The domain core of channeling was taken away by Zi Chen. The farce caused by Yiming's greed was also resolved by Zi Chen and the other 2 in an instant. During this period, the power that the 3 of them displayed was enough to be called the best. Jin Qingqing was the only one left in Golden Leaf City. Naturally, the latter would not attack Zi Chen. At this moment, she had yet to recover from the awkward situation just now. Congratulations. Shun Tiandao and the others walked over. Next, a few people went forward to sincerely congratulate them. On the platform, the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, below the platform, Yiming vomited 3 liters of blood before he was helped up. One of the cultivators raised his head, looked at the platform, and said, "Are we still going up?" Below the platform, The mountain peak was still visible. At this moment, no one knew if they should directly fly up or climb the mountain again when they went up again. Let's go. Yi Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked away from the platform. He said coldly, after we get out, spread the news and tell the world that Zi Chen has obtained the domain core of channeling. Yes. The few of them nodded. Just as Zi Chen took away the domain core of channeling, a passage to the outside world appeared in this space. After Yi Ming and the others found the passage, they left immediately. On the platform, although the battle was over, they had no intention of leaving. To be able to treat the domain core of channeling as an ordinary object proved that the four of them were not ordinary people. At the very least, their minds were strong. Such people were worthy of deep friendship. Therefore, Zi Chen took out the good things he had on him and entertained them. Is this okay? Shun Tiandao asked hesitantly as he subconsciously took a bottle of wine that Zi Chen tossed over. He usually only knew how to cultivate and rarely talked to others. Naturally, he had very few friends. As for drinking, it was even rarer. So what if I drink a little? No one cares here. Shun Tiandao pretended to be carefree, but it was obvious that he was not much better than Shun Tiandao. Looking at the few of them, Zi Chen expressed that he could understand. After all, they were favored by the heavens and had enjoyed endless resources since they were young. The people who usually taught them next to them were definitely the elders of their families or some old antiques. It was impossible for these kinds of people to hold 2 bottles of wine and drink with them. They were different from Wu Shuang. In Tiger God Mountain, Wu Shuang was the big sister. She was impolite and no one dared to control her. It was common for her to drink secretly, so she didn't refuse anyone. Zi Chen looked at the 4 of them, who seemed a little cautious, and said with a smile, "There are dangers everywhere in the manor world. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. In this dangerous place, can't we live a carefree life? Furthermore, this is no ordinary wine. I brought it from the Tianwu continent. Every bottle is gone." As he spoke, a pile of flames appeared in front of Zi Chen. They were all charcoal. Then, Zi Chen took out a piece of glowing meat, put it on the rack, and started to roast it. Shun Tiandao nodded, agreeing with Zi Chen's point of view. Then, he saw the piece of meat that Zi Chen took out. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "This is the flesh of a pure high-level life form." The others also looked at the piece of roasted meat. After seeing it, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Good eyesight. "This is indeed the flesh of a high-level life form," said Zi Chen proudly. "You killed a high-level life form?" asked Jin Qingcheng with sparkling eyes. "No." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "I just happened to cut some meat." After that, Zi Chen told the others about the high-level life forms. When they heard that the ancient tree king had died, they began to sigh. When they heard that Zi Chen had almost killed them in the end, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. This area was a bit strange. When the people from the 4 factions came, they did not see the dense forest and the ancient tree king. After eating and drinking, Zi Chen's relationship with the 4 became closer. During this time, Wu Yinying joked about Zi Chen and Jin Qingcheng, which made Wu Shuang a little unhappy. The other humans who drank the good wine and ate the flesh of the high-level life forms also looked at Zi Chen's group with a kind gaze. "Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, we'll wait below. It's a good opportunity to rest for a while. You can stay here and refine the spirit domain core. It's a good thing. If it's placed in the outside world, even city lords would be tempted. It's best to refine it as much as you can," said the fortune teller. "Yes, let's refine it first." Shun Tian and Wu Yinying both nodded. As for Jin Qingcheng, she looked at Zi Chen with a smile. Zi Chen nodded. He had the same intention. After that, the people from the 3 factions left. Jin Qingcheng hesitated for a moment and also went down the platform. Hammer and Wu Shuang stayed beside Zi Chen. Zi Chen sat cross-legged, trying to calm himself down. With the spirit domain core in hand, it was very difficult to have a heart as calm as water. Wu Shuang and Chong Chue gathered around and stared curiously at Tongling's heart. At this moment, the spirit domain core was still beating at the same frequency as Zi Chen's heartbeat, and the aura it emitted also belonged to the aura of the rules that Zichen had comprehended back then. The heartbeat frequency is exactly the same as yours, but why is it emitting so many kinds of power? Wu Shuang tilted her head and looked at the spirit domain core in confusion, then at Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, "This should be the uniqueness of the spirit domain core. TSK. Wu Shuang curled her lips at Zichen, then turned and walked to the other side. Obviously, she thought that Zichen was not telling the truth. Chong Chue also smiled at Zichen before moving to the other side to stand guard. Zichen held the spirit domain core in his hand and prepared to refine it. However, he suddenly realized that he did not know how to refine it. It was different from the spirit domain crystal. It had a heartbeat frequency, so it could not be refined like a crystal. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Zichen saw the spirit domain core turn into a ray of light and enter his chest, then entered his heart. This ray of light merged perfectly with Zichen's beating heart. As his heart beat, a pure power surged out of the spirit domain core and then rushed to every part of his body. Just as Zichen was in a daze, his heart had already beat a few times, and pure power entered every part of his body. This power was a kind of pure power, and when it entered every part of his body, it also washed away the impurities in that part. Zichen's essence, energy, and spirit were perfect, and there were no impurities, but when this power passed, Zichen could still feel the comfortable changes in his body. This was a sign that his perfect body constitution had evolved again, and this evolution was not a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. His blood, bones, meridians, and even his bone marrow and cells in his body were all changing when this power surged. At the same time, this power was connected to his brain through the blood vessels in his heart, then entered his sea of consciousness, and began to transform his perfect spiritual senses. At this moment, Zichen's essence, energy, and spirit were all changing. This change was brought about by the spirit domain core, and it was uncontrollable. This also meant that Zichen's refinement had come to an end. He walked forward in a daze, and when Wu Shuang heard his footsteps, she looked at him and asked in confusion, "Aren't you refining the spirit domain core?" Zichen said, "I'm done. It's over just like that." Wu Shuang was shocked. Zichen nodded. "You refined it so quickly, but I don't see any changes in you. The spirit domain core is not as magical as the legends say." Wu Shuang sighed and suddenly said, This can't be fake, right? It's real, and there are no changes at the moment. Maybe it's because the time is too short." Zichen could only explain. Wu Shuang nodded and did not ask any more questions. She then explained to Hammer, and the three of them rushed down the platform. When they reached the platform, everyone was there. When they saw Zichen, they were puzzled. "Aren't you refining the spirit domain core?" the fortune teller asked. "I'm done." Zichen could only explain again. "There are no changes. It seems that the spirit domain core is not as magical as the legends say." Shuntian shook his head and said. Zichen smiled and did not explain again. In fact, he was changing every moment. His essence, energy, and spirit were all transforming, but it could not be seen from the outside. Only by experiencing it personally would one know how extraordinary the spirit domain core was. After confirming that Zichen had refined the spirit domain core, everyone decided to go out and soon found the exit. Outside, the people from the three cities were waiting, but the people from Golden Leaf City were nowhere to be seen. When Zichen and the others appeared, the people from the three forces looked at Zichen with obvious hostility. "Where are the people from Golden Leaf City?" Jin Qingcheng asked when she saw that there was no one around. After Yi Ming came out, he left with everyone. A cultivator answered. "Haha, Yi Ming really left. Jin Qingcheng, you're the only one in Golden Leaf City now. Why don't you follow Zichen?" Shuntian laughed. "Yeah, Zichen is young and promising. He's also kind and strong. I'm sure he can protect you." Shuntian also joked. The fortune teller pretended to be mysterious for a long time, then said with a serious face, "Well, according to my divination, you and Zichen are destined to be together in this life." Jin Qingcheng's face turned red when she heard the fortune teller's joke. The others burst into laughter. Only Wushuang pouted unhappily. Master, what's going on? Didn't you say that Zichen tricked you and took away the spirit domain core? Seeing how relaxed they were and how they didn't seem to be enemies, a look of doubt appeared on everyone's faces. At the same time, one of the cultivators asked, "What is it?" "Tricked us." "Who told you that?" Shorantian's face darkened. "It's Yi Ming. He told us that Zichen tricked everyone and obtained the domain core of channeling. You're all furious, but you can't do anything to him for the sake of your reputation. He asked us to keep an eye on him. Once Zichen comes out, we'll seek justice for our lord," a cultivator from the hidden fog city said respectfully. Shuntian was furious when he heard that. The other three cultivators also had ugly expressions. Even the people who came out with them had ashen faces. Chapter 1474. Yi Ming left with everyone in a fit of anger. At the same time, he tried to sow discord. As a result, everyone disliked him even more. Zichen felt even more disdain for such a person. If it were not for Jin Qingcheng, Yi Ming would have spat more than 3 liters of blood on the platform. After settling the matters here, everyone began to return. On the way back, the others from the 3 forces began to look for other opportunities. The final winner of the domain core was Zichen. This was something that no one had expected. Not only did he obtain the domain core, but he could also reach his limit and increase his combat strength greatly. This was something that Zichen did not expect. "Since you're going to look for your friend, we won't keep you. There should be other opportunities here. We've missed them earlier, so we're going to look for them next." Shuntian and the other 2 bid farewell to Zichen. Zichen had already told them that he was going to look for his friend. As they spoke, the 3 of them turned to look at Jin Qingcheng. Fortune teller smiled mockingly and said, "Qingcheng, I'm afraid we won't be able to go the same way from now on. Goodbye." At this moment, Jin Qingcheng was in a dilemma. The rest of the team had been taken away by Yi Ming, leaving her alone. At this moment, it was not suitable for her to go with anyone. Zichen is going to look for his friend. You should go with him. Mist Shadow smiled, then winked at Zichen and turned to leave. Fortune teller and Shuntian clasped their fists at Zichen and the other 2 before leaving. After the 3 of them left, their laughter could be heard in the distance. Jin Qingcheng seemed a little embarrassed, but she did not leave. Clearly, she had decided to go with Zichen. "Let's go." "I'm going out too," Zichen said with a faint smile. Jin Qingcheng nodded and followed him. After that, the 2 women walked together and chatted. After walking for a while, a figure flew over from afar. It was Lang Wei. "What did you do to Yi Ming? That guy has been chasing me like a mad dog." Lang Wei asked as soon as he arrived. "Nothing much, we just obtained the Tongling domain heart and stole his fiancée." Beside Jin Qingcheng, Wushuang said. "Ah." Hearing this and seeing Jin Qingcheng beside Wushuang, Lang Wei opened his mouth wide in shock. "Don't listen to her nonsense. We're just friends." Zichen glared at Wushuang and said, "TSK." Wushuang curled her lips at Zichen, but she felt a little happy in her heart. Jin Qingcheng nodded at Lang Wei with a smile on her face. However, she felt a little disappointed in her heart. After all, any beautiful woman who heard such words would feel uncomfortable in her heart. After recovering from his shock, Lang Wei seemed a little excited and asked again, "Really? Does Jin Mairen really want to travel with us?" Zichen nodded, expressing his affirmation. "Haha, that's great." Lang Wei laughed and walked towards Jin Qingcheng. Both of them were about the same age. Lang Wei ignored Wushuang beside him and only had eyes for Jin Qingcheng. "Beauty Jin, my name is Lang Wei. I'm from the Tiger God Mountain." Jin Qingcheng nodded and said softly, "My name is Jin Qingcheng." Lang Wei waved his hand and said, "I know that. Zichen told me." "Oh right, are you really Yi Ming's fiancé? He's not good enough for you. You're high and mighty like a fairy and a phoenix, but that guy is a mad dog." As Lang Wei spoke, he pushed Wushuang away, completely ignoring the latter's increasingly livid face. The more he spoke, the more energetic he became. Lang Wei's enthusiasm also made Jin Qingcheng feel very uncomfortable and she deliberately avoided him. When Lang Wei first saw Jin Qingcheng, he was immediately shocked. Unfortunately, there were many powerhouses guarding Jin Qingcheng, so he could not get close to her. Moreover, after knowing that she had an identity that was not weaker than a titled person, he was too embarrassed to go up and strike a conversation with her. However, it was different now. Lang Wei became enthusiastic when Jin Qingcheng followed them. Facing the excited, fanatical, and endless Lang Wei, Jin Qingcheng felt a little helpless. Fortunately, the next scream completely resolved her embarrassment. Wu Shuang grabbed Lang Wei's ear and pulled him to the side. "Beauty, haven't you seen a beauty before? Isn't your sister Wu Shuang a beauty?" Wu Shuang was angry and put on the airs of a big sister. "Of course I'm a beauty, but you're also a big sister." Lang Wei quickly nodded, but it was useless. A moment later, screams were heard. Zi Chen, Heavy Hammer, and Jin Qingcheng walked towards the outside. Hearing the screams behind them and the smiles on Zi Chen and Jin Qingcheng's faces, Hammer sighed, "It's good to be young." The smile on Zi Chen's face froze. It seemed that he was no longer young and was already a 1,000-year-old monster. When the two of them returned, Lang Wei's face was already bruised and swollen. It was as if he had a pig's head on his head. He blinked his two small eyes and looked pitiful. To be able to beat a true high-level life form like this, it could be seen that Wu Shuang's strength had improved a lot when she ascended the peak this time. When they arrived at the dense forest where they had fought, the tree demons recognized Zi Chen. They all let out strange cheers and opened a straight path for Zi Chen. Zi Chen told Jin Qingcheng that this was the place where the ancient Tree King had fallen. Of course, this was also the place where Shongguan Hong had obtained the opportunity. Through spiritual communication, Zi Chen learned that Shongguan Hong had not appeared. After passing through the dense forest, they walked for a while. That was the place where Wu Xie had left. He had left with the undying bird, and no one knew where exactly he had gone. After staying here for 3 days, they decided to leave when they did not see Wu Xie and Shongguan Hong. "Hey, it's gone. The mountain where the giant manifested should be here." When they arrived at the area where Mansha was, they were surprised to find that the giant mountain had disappeared. The ruins should have disappeared, and Mansha found the mountain spirit's inheritance. "Let's go," Zi Chen said as he looked at the empty space in front of him. Without seeing the materialized mountain, they could not be sure where Mansha would appear. They had no choice but to leave. The same scene happened at the place where Dongqing had left. Back then, there was an ancient castle there. There were 99 steps in front of the ancient castle. Zi Chen risked his life and sent Dongqing to the door of the hall. After that, Dongqing stepped into the hall, and the door was completely closed. It was unknown whether Dongqing was dead or alive. When they left, they could still see the ancient castle, but now it was gone. Disappearing meant many things. Perhaps Dongqing had obtained the inheritance and was accepting it, so the ancient castle could not be seen. Another situation meant that Dongqing had died. After all, when Dongqing entered, there were many powerful auras in the hall. Back then, even Zi Chen did not dare to enter the hall, but Dongqing walked in without hesitation. The scene back then was still vivid in his mind. Among everyone in the group, Zi Chen was most worried about Dongqing. Zi Chen stood in place and did not say a word. He was silent for a full 5 days. During these 5 days, Zi Chen stood there quietly. No one came to disturb him. After 5 days, Zi Chen composed himself and turned to leave. Although he did not believe in God, he was praying in his heart. Next, they embarked on the real journey home. During this time, they would occasionally encounter some cultivators. These cultivators were still wandering around the area, looking for opportunities. When they saw Zi Chen, their expressions changed, but they did not dare to approach him. Now, Zi Chen's team of 5 could be considered the strongest team in the entire domain prefecture. After a few days, Zi Chen and the others successfully walked out of the secret place and flew out of the abyss. "What should we do now?" Lang Wei asked after they came out. Due to Wu Shuang, he did not dare to communicate much with Jin Qingcheng in the past few days. He was afraid of being beaten up. Zi Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Wait for me to come back. We'll go straight to the next level." Man Sure and the rest would appear anytime. It was indeed not a good idea to stay and wait. They could only move forward for now. However, it was a little surprising that Zi Chen wanted to leave alone. 3 days later, Zi Chen, who had left, returned. Back then, Jin Qingcheng tricked the people from the other organizations and drove them to the next level. Therefore, she knew where the entrance was. Along the way to the entrance, they encountered many humans who were wandering around. When these humans saw Zi Chen, their expressions changed immediately. It was as if Zi Chen had become a household name in just one day, and everyone knew who he was. As their expressions changed, various expressions appeared on these people's faces. The most obvious ones were greed and jealousy. It seems like everyone knows that you've obtained the domain core of spirituality. Heavy Hammer took in the expressions of those people and said with a smile, "Looks like it. That Yi Ming is really shameless." Lang Wei nodded and then secretly glanced at Jin Qingcheng. When he saw that her expression did not change, he secretly sighed in relief. On the way to the second level, they encountered many humans and also some battle spirits. However, they did not fight with each other. They walked to the entrance without any obstructions and then went to the second level. There were 9 levels in Tongyu Tower. They were only 1 level away from reaching the top. Because they had spent too much time on the third level, and because of the inexplicable tremors, the great fortuitous encounters on each level had been revealed ahead of time. Therefore, there were not many fortuitous encounters on this level, and there was not a single great fortuitous encounter. The humans they saw on the second level all knew Zi Chen. Clearly, Yi Ming had done a good job of popularizing them. Lang Wei, who had gone to scout for information, returned and said, "Almost all the major organizations here are heading to the first level. It said that there are clues to the perfect territory seed. A perfect territory seed represented a perfect territory world. Although it was not as widespread as the domain core of spirituality and could be used by everyone, it was far more precious than a void tree to cultivators who had not stepped into the domain realm." Speaking of the void tree, the one that Zi Chen had obtained last time had all been resurrected and hidden in the void of his own world. "Maybe we can go to the next level." Without hesitation, Zi Chen and the others also headed to the first level.